Chapter 1504. Just like that, the small world of Tian fell into Lin Fei's hands. After taking control of the hub, Lin Fei also knew that this small world of Tian could be moved. Why did young Master Fan choose this place? Perhaps it was because there were few people here. For safety's sake, Lin Fei let Little Devil scan it. Nothing was missed. Fortunately, it was good news. Since young Master Fan didn't leave any backups in the small world of Tian, it could be inferred that young Master Fan has more than one small world of Tian. This young Master Fan you speak of should be the reincarnation of a god. If you kill him, you can obtain at least 100% divinity. The Little Devil waved his steel fork. This is free information. Reincarnation of a god? This was not the first time Lin Fei heard this sentence. Before this, he had heard it from Venerable Su Feng. Could it be that Venerable Su Feng is also the reincarnation of a god? Lin Fei couldn't help but doubt. It seemed like the world was starting to become chaotic. Can you tell me what is the use of divinities? Lin Fei asked. This doubt had been bothering Lin Fei for a long time. He had some guesses in his heart, but he didn't know if they were correct or not. 10,000 demons' hearts. Lin Fei was used to Little Devil's way of talking. 10,000 demons' hearts is a good thing. Divinity is a good thing. Right now, you only have a little more than 20 divinity points. When you reach 100 divinity points, you will know the benefits of divinity. I can only tell you that this is a better thing than the demon's heart. You can exchange it for more advanced things. That's it. Lin Fei blinked. Yes, that's it. Lin Fei knew that this guy was reliable. After taking his 10,000 demons' hearts, he only knew how to talk nonsense. At least he knew that he could exchange for something good. This was enough. He had mastered the small world of Tian. Lin Fei had been thinking about where to put this small world of Tian. If it was too far away, it would not be appropriate to put it in the myriad heavens. If someone knew about it, it would not be a small matter. Now is not the right time. Hairball suddenly said, Master, you can put this small world in my space. Lin Fei slapped his forehead. How could he have forgotten about this? Hairball's unique space could hide everything and isolate everything from the outside world. The small world could also be left to Hairball to manage, as long as it produced holy stone. Tian's small world fell in a Hairball space. As for the hundreds of thousands of immortals inside, Lin Fei sent 100,000 demon warriors to guard them in case of trouble. The matter was easily resolved because of Hairball's words. Lin Fei was still very happy about the accident on the road. At this time, young Master Fan probably wouldn't know that he was the one who did it. This was the result he wanted. 3 years later, Lin Fei entered the area of the myriad worlds. A round trip of about 10 years was really nothing for an immortal. I'm finally back. In a short 10 years, Lin Fei was already a 2-star ruler and was about to advance to 3-star ruler. His advancement speed was very fast. First, he sensed the great metropolis world, and there was no trouble. This time, I must leave an incarnation in the great metropolis world no matter what. After putting away the domain warship, Lin Fei spread his ancient demon wings and quietly returned to the great metropolis world. At this time, the great metropolis world was very quiet. Without the Battle Wolf group, this place was the safest. After coming out of the world Lord Stone Pagoda, no one was curious. Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil and Immortal Venerable Demon, Venerable Myriad Evil, and Immortal Venerable Demon, Venerable, immediately rushed over. During this period of time, these two people were in charge of everything. Now that Lin Fei returned, he naturally had to report the situation. During my absence, the great metropolis world is all thanks to you guys. Lin Fei wasn't a person good at management. He liked to be free and unfettered, but this kind of life wasn't that easy. Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil and Immortal Venerable Demon, Venerable were flattered. This is what we should do. The two hurriedly reported the matters of the past 10 years. After the establishment of the Sacred Dynasty, the entire Myriad World's world became stable. The 10 great immortal sects, 108 great worlds, 72 medium worlds, all integrated into this new sacred dynasty. Everything was properly managed. In the past 10 years, the 10 great immortal sects developed the fastest. The 10 great immortal sects had the most resources. Outside of them were the 108 great worlds. Every world lord was a big shot, eating more than before. The disciples of the worlds entered the 10 great immortal sects, and the influence of the 10 great immortal sects continued to expand. I've always followed Master's instructions and didn't let the 10 great immortal sects enter our world. This caused the 10 great immortal sects to hate us. Immortal Venerable Demon Sealing said, for example, the surrounding medium worlds are secretly making some small moves. Lin Fei didn't have a good impression of the 10 great immortal sections. It was just a restructuring of forces. It sounded better in name, but in reality, it was just that. They have guts. Immortal Venerable Demon Sealing knew that his master was angry. After advancing to 2-star ruler, even though Lin Fei perfectly restrained himself, he still had a trace of a ruler's domineering aura. This was unchangeable, and naturally, it was not something the two could bear. Is there anything else? Lin Fei didn't want to take action. If he did, the surrounding medium worlds wouldn't have a good ending. Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil said, I heard that the Sacred Dynasty recently started a war with the alien races in the East. If they gather the people of the 108 worlds and 72 medium worlds to participate in the war against the alien races, isn't this deliberately weakening everyone's strength? Those alien races are powerful. Fortunately, they didn't send out rulers. Otherwise, our Myriad Worlds world would have a hard time. Immortal Venerable Demon Sealing said, Our Myriad Worlds world is too weak. After fighting for 3 years, our side has lost more than 40 Immortal Venerables and 300 to 400 peak 4th step Immortal Emperors. Lin Fei had heard of the alien invasion. For example, the Battle Wolf group. Originally, they were going to attack the great metropolis world from this place, but now it was someone else. Is it very serious? Lin Fei frowned. The number of Immortal Venerables in the Myriad Worlds world was limited. Lin Fei dared to guarantee that there were less than 500 Immortal Venerables in total. Now, they had lost more than 40 Immortal Venerables, which was almost 1/10 of the total number. Now, apart from our great metropolis worlds area, the other 3 areas are being attacked by the alien races. Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil said, the Sacred Dynasty's people have been trying to summon Bao Xie and the others to fight, but they never got what they wanted. What a good idea. Bao Xie and the others have the combat power of a high-level Immortal Venerable. Lin Fei sneered, you did the right thing. They don't have the qualifications to summon us. 3 areas of the Myriad Worlds world were attacked, and only the great metropolis world was not besieged. Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil and Immortal Venerable Demon Sealing seemed to understand something. Recently, they have been coming more frequently. We don't even know what excuse to use to reject them. Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil also had a headache. Now that Master is back, we can rest assured. After going out to see the other territories, Lin Fei felt that the Myriad Worlds world was lagging behind. Ignoring everything else, just in terms of combat power, the gap was too big. Maluo Territory's Wen Luo City had about 10 rulers, and this was just one city. Looking at the Myriad Worlds world, the number of rulers would not exceed 20. This gap in numbers? It was strange that they would come knocking on their door. For the Myriad Worlds world to suffer such losses, Lin Fei did not find it strange. This was a very normal thing. Asking him to help, Lin Fei really had no intention of doing so. Just ignore them. Lin Fei said, we have to guard the great metropolis world. Who knows when the alien races will attack? Don't you think so? The two hurriedly nodded. This was a good excuse. Master was the master. The alien race's attack was indeed very fierce. If not for the Sacred Dynasty reorganizing the great worlds, according to the original distribution, it would have been a one-sided situation when they encountered the alien races, and they would have been killed long ago. Now, the Myriad Worlds world would probably be in chaos. There was no chaos in the Myriad Worlds world. Many people from the 108 worlds were summoned to resist the invasion of the alien races, and the losses were increasing day by day. And this was when the rulers had not made a move. The attacks from 3 directions seemed to have accurately calculated the strength of the myriad worlds world. However, there was one surprising thing, and that was that the area where the great metropolis world was located was completely quiet. There was no invasion. This came as a surprise to many people. Everyone knew that the great metropolis world was the weakest, but no one knew why no one attacked. This made the realm lords of the great worlds very unhappy. They had paid a price, but whether or not they could stop the invasion was another matter. But the great world's world side was completely fine, and this made the realm lords very unhappy. This was especially true for the immortal sex and the immortal court. They had been looking forward to the alien races targeting the great metropolis world. When that happened, they would be able to see what the great metropolis world had up its sleeves. Unfortunately, this hope had never been realized. They had been fighting to the death here, but nothing had happened on the other side. No one was willing to accept this, so they had secretly tried to get the Emperor dynasty to summon people from the Great World's world to participate in the battle. However, the summons had been rebuffed with one sentence. Who knew if the alien races would attack the Great World's world? That one sentence left everyone speechless. The other had given a reason, and the 3 saint rulers would not say it was inappropriate. This was the Emperor dynasty, and they needed to follow the rules. After all, everyone was watching. This dragged on for 3 years. The Great World's strength had been depleted. Apart from the Great World's world, the surrounding mid-level worlds were all unhappy. With Emperor Tion's fierce reputation, they did not dare to do anything. Chapter 1505. The other race's 3-pronged assault on the All Heavens world was in full swing. The pressure on the people of the All Heavens world was immense. Immortals died in battle every day. Fortunately, rulers didn't intervene, so the losses were mitigated. Over the past 3 years, the number of casualties was not small. The power of the other races terrified the immortals. Their strength was nothing in the eyes of the other races. In terms of immortal sovereigns, the All Heavens world paled in comparison. Every day, everyone spent in battle. Many experts emerged from the 10 great immortal sex disciples. They were all experts on the Wind Cloud list, and all of them were in the top 100. Some of them could even kill half-step immortal sovereigns. It could be said that this was a chance for the 10 great immortal sex disciples to rise. Big Brother, the Battle Wolf Regiment, is all dead. In a base camp in the east, warships were docked here, surrounded by layers of formations and restrictions. There were also other races patrolling back and forth. At the center of the camp, a horned 4th-step immortal emperor rushed in and reported the news. Many other races' leaders had gathered. The expressions on the faces of these leaders changed. No wonder those bastards from the Battle Wolf Regiment didn't come, someone cursed. Who did it? The 3 members of the Battle Wolf Regiment are pseudo-rulers. They can even fight a 1-star ruler. Find out who did it. These leaders all knew the Battle Wolf Regiment. They often worked together to plunder low-level worlds and do business without any capital. For example, this time they had their eyes on the All Heavens world, a world that had once declined. It's said that it's a demon from the Abyssal world. A Gu family branch leader was killed by him. The Gu family is furious. News of this has spread throughout the domain, and the Gu family is offering a shocking bounty. Everyone knew about the Gu family. The Battle Wolf Regiment was on the same level as them. The Gu family had contributed a lot, and the Battle Wolf Regiment could get some things they couldn't. This was also why they hadn't attacked the great metropolis world. That was for the Battle Wolf Regiment. This was also why they hadn't attacked the All Heavens world yet. Otherwise, they wouldn't have wasted 3 years and lost so many warriors. In the end, they still ended up in a stalemate. Big Brother, what do we do? A man on the left stood up. Everyone's gaze fell on the black-armored warrior at the highest point. The fact that the Battle Wolf Regiment isn't here means that they have given up on their original cooperation. The rest is up to our people. The black-armored man laughed and said, "Someone, invite Burning Sky Ruler and Starfish Ruler here. Tell them that I have something to discuss with them. All right. Everyone present knew that experts of their elder brother's level were about to make a move. Not long after, two figures walked out of the void. They nodded at each other and walked in together. At this time, the black-armored man was the only one left inside, and the surroundings were empty. Fellow Taoist Fentian, fellow Taoist Starfish, how have you been? The black-armored man cupped his hands and smiled. He gestured for the two of them to take a seat. The horizontal table before them was filled with immortal fruits and fine wine. The hegemons of the two skies were the leaders of their respective factions. At the same time, they were also the people who were attacking the multiverse. Why didn't the three werewolf brothers come? Hegemon Scorch Heaven asked curiously. Yes, in order to wait for them. We have waited here for 3 years. Many of our subordinates died in battle. The three werewolf brothers are getting more and more aggressive. Starfish ruler sneered and said, if they still didn't come today, my people would have made a move. After 3 years, they didn't get anything good. What's the point of this? They were all doing business without any capital. The three werewolf brothers couldn't come. They were killed, and none of their subordinates were spared. The black-armored man said, the ones who did it are the Abyss demons. I invited you here to discuss our next move. What? The three werewolf brothers are dead. How could the Abyss demons do it? The two hegemons were quite surprised. Previously, the three werewolf brothers didn't appear. They thought that they were doing some business outside and couldn't come for the time being. They didn't expect that they would be killed and completely annihilated. Their original anger disappeared without a trace. Since they were all dead, they naturally couldn't come. The operation against the multiverse would have to be replanned. They couldn't use the previous plan. Taoist Taishian, now that only the three of us are left, the multiverse isn't that strong. We have to take a bite out of this fat meat. Hegemon Scorch Heaven smiled and said, what's the plan? Tell me. There are only so many hegemons in the multiverse. This time we have 6 hegemons. We can definitely attack one of the places and plunder without restraint. Moreover, we can sell these immortals as slaves. Starfish ruler laughed and said, the multiverse is a huge treasure trove for us. If the three werewolf brothers didn't come, they would rather not have. Everyone knew that the three werewolf brothers were backed by the Goof family. If they really cooperated, their benefits would be limited. You say you're not satisfied? Go talk to the Goof family yourself. Then I'll tell you my idea. Hegemon Taishian didn't stand on ceremony. Here's my plan. While Hegemon Taishian and Hegemon Scorch Heaven were in a secret discussion, a group of people in the Sacred Dynasty were also in a discussion. The Outsiders' attacks have been going on for 3 years. From small-scale battles at the beginning to large-scale battles, and now, with Immortal Sovereigns mobilizing, the pressure was increasing. The Outsiders' Immortal Sovereigns all had pseudo-hegemon weapons, which increased their combat power. The Emperor Dynasty's Immortal Sovereigns all had immortal weapons. The difference between the two sides was huge. Often, 2 or even 3 Immortal Sovereigns could fight against one Immortal Sovereign. The Emperor Dynasty constantly mobilized forces to support them. The situation was still very bad. Once the hegemons intervened, the real battle would begin. At this time, the 3 major immortal sects, the Heavenly Rain Palace, the Immortal Court, and the other great immortal sects, despite their previous conflicts, had no choice but to join forces to resist the attacks from the outside world. The Outsiders' attacks have been even fiercer recently. Hegemon Skyen said in a low voice. They probably can't wait any longer and are about to go all out. The 4 hegemons were in the discussion. It could be said that these 4 hegemons were the ones with the most authority in the Emperor Dynasty. Ever since the Outsiders had attacked, they hadn't done anything. This was an unwritten rule. As long as they didn't interfere, the hegemons of the other side wouldn't interfere either. If they did, the hegemons of the other side would take action as well. By then, more than half of the universe would be destroyed. They can't be that fast, Hegemon Boundless said. The Werewolf Squad doesn't seem to be here yet. Aren't they waiting for them? They all knew that the Werewolf Squad had attacked the great Metropolis realm. This was one of the reasons why they had given that region to Tion, not only to defend against the great Metropolis realm, but also to test out the true strength of the great metropolis realm. They wanted to know which hegemon was guarding it. Alas, they hadn't seen who it was that had been guarding it since the start of the battle. The Warwolf squad hadn't attacked, and they hadn't even appeared. They couldn't help but sigh at how lucky Tion was. The Warwolf squad was wiped out. Hegemon Wind Rain sighed at Tion's luck as well. This is why the Warwolf squad hasn't appeared yet. Hegemon Annihilation frowned. No wonder the Warwolf squad hasn't appeared yet. They've been killed. I wonder who would be so bold as to attack the Gu clan. After all, the Gu clan is one of the 3 great nobility clans of the ancient primordial chaos kingdom. The lower echelons might not know, but they all knew how powerful the Gu clan was. This was the main reason why they didn't dare to offend the Gu clan. They simply couldn't afford to offend them. When arranging the realms, they had arranged for Tion's original position, which was the weakest location in the universe. Alas, the Gu clan's Warwolf squad had been wiped out just like that. It was the abyssal demons who did it. All I can say is that Tion's luck isn't bad. Hegemon Skyen said. Now that the Warwolf squad has been wiped out, Hegemon Blaze Sky and the others will definitely attack the great metropolis realm. We need to come up with a countermeasure. After 10 years, the Imperial dynasty was still like a child. It was extremely weak and couldn't withstand any blows. They didn't want the Imperial dynasty to be destroyed. The great metropolis realm was extremely important, and the hegemons had no choice but to pay attention to it. What's it to deal with? Hegemon Boundless said disdainfully. Who doesn't know how powerful Tion is? The great metropolis realm is his territory. He'll take care of it. There's no need for us to intervene. Hegemon Boundless hated Tion. Back then, several of the immortal paragons had been his subordinates, which had caused the number of immortal paragons under his command to plummet. If Blaze Sky and the other alien hegemons wanted to attack the great metropolis realm, the Boundless hegemon wouldn't intervene unless Tion couldn't hold on. I agree with fellow Taoist Boundless. Tion has a hegemon behind him. Let hegemon Blaze Sky and the others test the waters. If they really can't hold on, then we'll go and truly suppress Tion. Hegemon Annihilation didn't like Tion either. Even though Tion hadn't appeared for 10 years, and it seemed like he was slowly being forgotten, no one would forget him. At the very least, the hegemons wouldn't forget him. Then let's send word that we must defend the great metropolis realm no matter what. It would be best if we can get him to issue a military order. Hegemon Windrain said with a laugh. The 3 hegemons laughed, understanding what he meant. Tion's existence was a source of unease. Aside from that, they were also wary of the mysteries of the carpet, as well as the immortal Emperor-level immortal beasts of unknown origins. They wouldn't be surprised at all if an immortal paragon immortal beast suddenly appeared. Being able to deal with Tion this time was, without a doubt, a good thing. They had to keep that unease under control. Chapter 1506. It was the 4th year of the alien race's attack. The rulers of the 3 alien races arranged a team to head to Great Metropolis World. They planned to use Great Metropolis World as their target, tearing a hole there and stabbing into Great Metropolis World's abdomen like a sharp knife. The attack from the 3 sides had no effect at the moment. Therefore, they decided to start with Great Metropolis World. This was the weakest place in Great Metropolis World. In 4 years, the 3 alien races had gathered a lot of information, including information about Great Metropolis World. After some research, they decided to open a hole there. An army of 50,000 immortals would go around Great Metropolis World. Their target was Great Metropolis World. Lin Fei's days were very leisurely. Emperor Dynasty was focusing on alien races and didn't have the time to pay attention to him. Lin Fei saw all the small movements around him and didn't plan to cause trouble for them for now. Lin Fei didn't need to fight with ants like them. He would deal with them sooner or later. He spent his days with his wife and daughter or leveling up in the demonic dimension. His schedule was well arranged. The mines hidden in Hairball's space continuously produced large amounts of holy stones for Lin Fei. These holy stones were continuously mined. For now, they weren't very useful in Great Metropolis World. He was going to give them to Explosion and the others to use, but he realized that they were useless. Apart from recovering their energy, they weren't very useful for leveling up. Lin Fei could only give up helplessly. Entering the demonic dimension to kill demons became more frequent. Collecting demon blood for them wasn't as effective as the blood of a rank 1 demon, but it was several times more effective than immortal beast blood. Explosion and the others used it for a long time and broke through to high-level immortal sovereign level. As soon as they became high-stage immortal sovereigns, their improvements were extremely fast. Their combat prowess shocked Lin Fei. They could actually fight against pseudo-sovereigns. Once the formation was activated, they could fight against a peak 1-star ruler. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with this result. He didn't know if other people could use immortal beast blood to cultivate. With this thought, Lin Fei used Immortal Sovereign Thousand Evil as a test subject and gave him immortal beast blood. He threw him into the trial ground and waited for the final result. You don't say. Lin Fei's method had actually succeeded. Myriad Evil Immortal Venerable quickly broke through to high-level Immortal Venerable. This accident proved that Lin Fei knew how to create a batch of high-level Immortal Venerables. As long as he had blood essence, he would be able to solve this problem perfectly. Master, this kind of essence blood can only be used on middle-stage Immortal Venerables. It's useless on high-stage Immortal Venerables. Immortal Venerable Myriad Evil is now filled with fanaticism towards Lin Fei. In a short period of time, he had regained the battle prowess of a high-level Immortal Venerable. Try this. Lin Fei threw a few drops of demon blood essence. Exalted Myriad Fiend grabbed a drop of blood essence and refined it on the spot. Every time he refined a drop of blood essence, his essence, chi, and soul would rise. His eyes lit up. Master, as long as I have this, I can definitely break through to the sovereign realm. This blood essence is full of miracles. Are you sure it works? Lin Fei had already expected this outcome. If the blood essence of ordinary immortal beasts was effective, then there was no need to prove the effects of a higher gray blood essence like the demon blood essence. I can't supply all of them for the time being, Lin Fei said with a smile. I plan to cultivate a group of Celestial Prime experts first. In the myriad worlds, Celestial Primes were the most important combat power. The magical use of immortal beast blood essence was equivalent to a shortcut to cultivation, and only he had this shortcut. After the success of the experiment, Lin Fei summoned Immortal Venerable Demon, Sealing, and the others. These were all followers. He raised their combat power first. Some of them were still low-level Celestial Primes. With the help of the Immortal Beast's blood essence, they quickly became mid-level Celestial Primes in less than a month. Lin Fei took out a large number of low-grade sovereign treasures and weapons. Each of them had two. Lin Fei armed them. The sovereign battle armor was easy. It was passive defense. They couldn't unleash much of the sovereign weapon's power. Don't forget that Lin Fei had a mining area. He mined holy stones and used them to power the sovereign weapons. It was a bit extravagant, but it couldn't withstand the explosive power. It could be said that this time, Lin Fei armed all his Celestial Primes. If the people of Emperor Dynasty were to attack now, they would probably look at each other with fear. Report, outside our great metropolis world, there are people coming in our direction. An immortal king's subordinate came in to report. It should be them. The outsiders attacked from 3 directions. Lin Fei knew very well that this was to disperse their forces. His position was originally the Battle Wolf Regiment's attack. Now that there were people coming in this direction, Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. After all, his position was the weakest. After 3 years of fighting, Lin Fei believed that something must have happened to the Battle Wolf Regiment. At this time, the outsider sovereigns would definitely choose to attack here. Master, let me take some people out and kill them all. With trash like them, I can crush them 100 times with just a finger. At this time, inside Invincible Palace, there were immortal venerables standing on both sides. The current Invincible Palace wasn't like before. The 12 generals were all high-level immortal venerables. Immortal Venerable Demon Sealing's side wasn't bad. All of them were mid-level immortal venerables. They absorbed the immortal beast's blood essence slowly and needed time to refine it. Such a strong force could be said to be no weaker than any of the 10 great immortal sects. Master, let's take care of them. Immortal Venerable Demon Sealing volunteered. If they hadn't followed their master, they would probably still be ordinary low-level Immortal Venerables. How could they become mid-level Immortal Venerables? In fact, not long after, they would definitely become high-level Immortal Venerables. In the future, they might even become sovereigns. This was a dream that they didn't even dare to think about before. But now, they were full of hope for the future. All of this would be realized in Great Metropolis World. Master had given them a chance. The 12 generals formed a system, and so did Immortal Venerable Demon Sealing. Both sides wanted to attack, and soon, they started arguing like a market. All right, stop arguing. Lin Fei was used to this kind of thing. It was normal for him to be competitive. Invincible Palace immediately quietened down. The outsiders attacked us. We'll teach them a lesson they won't forget. Lin Fei stood up. You guys attack together. Wipe out these outsiders. I believe that when the time comes, the people of Emperor Dynasty will have a good look on their faces. Didn't they want to test us? Now, we'll let them see the true strength of Great Metropolis World. I want them to know that Great Metropolis World is not a place that anyone can beat. At this moment, Lin Fei was like a sleeping tiger that finally opened its eyes and bared its fangs. Chapter 1507. An army of 50,000 immortals arrived majestically. They didn't bother to hide their tracks and just swaggered out like that, completely disregarding the immortals of the surrounding worlds. This was the Variant Human Army, an army of 50,000 immortals. The immortal army took a detour. Everywhere they passed was a middle-sized world. None dared to attack. They passively defended and let them pass. The strength of the Variant Human Army had spread throughout the myriad worlds since the first year. Everyone knew how strong the Variant Human Army was. Be it equipment or strength, they were clearly not on the same level. Even though they knew that the Variant Human Army was going to target a certain world, they did not stop them. In front of this force, they might not be able to stop it. More importantly, the Variant Human Army was going for Great Metropolis Heaven. They had a cold attitude towards Great Metropolis Heaven. Everyone knew that there were many experts in Great Metropolis Heaven. They were much stronger than them. The Variant Human Army was going for them. There was no need for them to do anything. Everyone knew that Great Metropolis Heaven's realm, Lord Tion, had offended several of the 10 great immortal sections. Now that the 10 great immortal sects were the orthodox sects, everyone was willing to place their disciples in them to be nurtured. Now that the Variant Human Army was going to deal with Tion, they could only watch from the side. These people are all trash. When they trample Great Metropolis Heaven, it will be their doomsday. At the front of the 5 immortal armies, Blazing Sun Immortal Venerable sneered. He truly looked down on these people. They did not even have the courage to fight them. As long as we destroy Great Metropolis Heaven, this beautiful world will be ours. Just the large number of slaves will let us earn a lot of money. Meng Zhong Immortal Venerable laughed. This is a declining imperial dynasty. They don't even have many rulers. As long as we go all out, even if we can't take down the myriad worlds, plundering a large number of people is not a problem. Fiendish Demon Immortal Venerable laughed proudly. They were arranged by the 3 rulers. They were all pseudo-rulers. They were invincible among immortal venerables. Other than rulers, almost no one could harm them. What they needed to do now was to attack Great Metropolis Heaven. According to the collected information, Great Metropolis Heaven was a very powerful world. It had more than 20 immortal venerables and high-stage immortal venerable battle strength, as well as a powerful realm, Lord Tion. This was the information on the surface. At the very least, this Great Metropolis world was one of the strongest in the universe. There were also rumors that the Great Metropolis Heaven had a sovereign overseeing it, which was why it had been ostracized by the imperial dynasty. Otherwise, with its strength, it would have been a great world, not a mid-tier one. To the Emperor dynasty, the great metropolis realm was powerful, but to them, the great metropolis realm's strength was nothing. The three of them could sweep through everything with a single move. This battle was in the bag. The great metropolis heaven would not be able to escape their grasp. The four hegemons of the imperial dynasty immediately heard of the movement of the alien army. They can't wait any longer, Hegemon Skyen said. They've sent out 3 pseudo-hegemons. From the looks of it, they're preparing to take down the great metropolis heaven in one go. The news was within their expectations. Now, let's see if Dtion can block it. Hegemon Windrain laughed. No one knows that Dtion has a backer. If he has a ruler behind him, he might be able to delay them and disperse the alien army strength. The 3 hegemons aren't weak either. They all have low-tier hegemons. Perhaps Dtion's backer won't be able to handle them. If Dtion can't hold it, it won't be good for the imperial dynasty, said the boundless hegemon. I suggest that we prepare a backup plan in case the great metropolis heaven collapses on its own and affects the entire war. I also think that we need to think about it. The destruction hegemon agreed with the boundless hegemon. At a time like this, the universe could not afford to fall into chaos. If Dtion's great metropolis heaven fell, it would affect the entire war. The 10 great immortal sects would have to redeploy their forces again, which was not a good thing. This matter had to be considered carefully. The 4 hegemons quickly came to an agreement. They would send an imperial dynasty army to a mid-tier world closest to the great metropolis heaven and station their troops there. If the great metropolis heaven could not hold on any longer, they could make their move. Lin Fei did not know what the imperial dynasty was planning. Lin Fei was no longer interested in an army of 50,000 immortals and a few hegemons. After all, he had killed many one-star hegemons. If this was in the past, Lin Fei would indeed be shocked. But now, there was nothing to worry about. Not to mention anything else, just Furball alone could sweep them all away. If not, the destruction hegemon and the others could attack. Although they were high-level immortal sovereigns, they were infinitely close to hegemons. They could do whatever they wanted. Stop them? Lin Fei did not think that they had the ability to do so. Master, they're here. Rumble when a black mass of people surged into the great metropolis heaven. The huge great metropolis heaven seemed to tremble. A terrifying pressure engulfed the world. However, the great metropolis heaven's immortals were very quiet in the face of the menacing hegemon heaven army. They did not panic, only looking up quietly. This world is interesting. Blazing Sun, immortal venerable, squinted his eyes. The people of other worlds knew that we were coming and panicked. I didn't expect the people here to be so calm. So what if they are calm? They will still end up in our hands. Fiendish demon, immortal venerable laughed sinisterly. Although they aren't that strong, they can still go crazy. Our subordinates can't wait to attack. Meng Zhong hegemon laughed. It's time to show them the power of our great metropolis heaven army. The 3 were all commanders. They had disdainful expressions towards the strength of the immortals here. Little ones, go and plunder as much as you want. Blazing Sun, immortal venerable ordered. The army behind him became restless, revealing their red eyes filled with greed. They were used to plundering. Kill! Plunder them all! Plunder them all! The 50,000 army shouted loudly, their voices resounding throughout the great metropolis heaven. Ha ha! You great metropolis heaven experts are so arrogant. Just with you trash. An even louder voice drowned out the great metropolis heaven army. Lin Fei sat on a throne, appearing from the void. Immortal venerables stood on both sides. Lord Dtion is here. As long as Lord is here, the great metropolis heaven army will forever be clowns. Lord Dtion is mighty. Needless to say, Lin Fei's influence in the great metropolis heaven was huge. He continuously plundered and devoured small worlds, fighting against immortal court, immortal sects, and the 2 palaces. He had been living well until now, becoming the idol of the youngsters. They worshipped him from the bottom of their hearts. As long as Lord Dtion was here, no one would be able to hide. Facing the great Metropolis Heaven Army, Realm Lord Dtion, who had not appeared for almost 10 years, appeared again. You are Dtion, great Metropolis Heaven's Realm Lord. Blazing Sun, immortal venerable, knew about Dtion. He was very famous in the myriad worlds. However, his reputation was not good, and his relationship with others was even worse. That's right, it's me, Lin Fei replied. Dtion, you are famous in the myriad worlds. You are not weak, but your strength is far from our great Metropolis Heaven Army. Blazing Sun, immortal venerable, scanned with his divine sense. He had the combat strength of an ordinary low-stage immortal venerable. I advise you to surrender immediately. Don't put up any meaningless resistance. You know that you can't beat us. Lin Fei shook his head. You great Metropolis Heaven people are very confident. Are you so confident that you can take down my great Metropolis Heaven? Listen to my advice. Leave great Metropolis Heaven. Fiendish demon, immortal venerable, snorted coldly. People say that you have big words and guts. It is not without reason. You know that you can't do it, but you still think that you have the ability to overturn the heavens. Let's see what abilities you have. Children, attack. The 50,000 army behind him waved their weapons. Kill. Immediately, a black mass of immortals charged down like a flood. The three pseudo-rulers did not move. The dozens of immortal venerables behind them also did not move. The 50,000 immortals moved out. Their momentum was not small. They were all experts in the battlefield. They were not weak either. They charged down like a flood. Come. Bao Extermination and the other 12 generals turned into streams of light and charged in. A saber light swept out. More than 100 immortals were swept away and fell from the sky. In the blink of an eye, more than 1,000 immortals were killed and fell from the sky. You guys go. The dozens of immortal venerables behind split into small teams. They chose their opponents and charged up, blocking the 12 generals. You guys go too. Lin Fei sent Demon Venerable, Immortal Venerable, and the rest away, blocking the 50,000 army. This time, Lin Fei did not let the immortals act. He did not want to see too many losses. Only immortal venerables were enough. As for whether it was fair or not, Lin Fei did not care. Getting rid of these guys was the right thing to do. The 12 generals fought with dozens of immortal venerables. Their large-scale attacks completely exceeded Blazing Sun, Immortal Venerable's imagination. No one was at a disadvantage. Close combat experts. Blazing Sun, Immortal Venerable, and the rest did not care at first. Facing dozens of immortal venerables, even a close combat expert would not be able to hold on for too long. Kill. As the 12 generals displayed the battle strength of high-level immortal venerables, the three pseudo-rulers' expressions changed. This trip was to take down Mystic Metropolis World with the lowest price. They did not expect 12 high-level immortal venerables to appear. One high-level immortal venerable was fine, but one after another displayed the battle strength of high-level immortal venerables. It was a big matter. They could not help but be shocked. They had miscalculated. How could they, immortal venerables, resist the battle strength of a high-level immortal venerables? Coupled with low-grade ruler weapons, they broke through the battle formation, beheading 7 to 8 heads with one slash, breaking the attack. So satisfying. Bao Extermination killed 6 immortal venerables in one move. Their corpses fell one after another. Chapter 1508. The moment the 12 generals attacked, they displayed terrifying combat power. Each of them erupted with high-level immortal monarch battle power, giving the three pseudo-rulers a fright. This was completely different from the information they had gathered, who said that great Metropolis Heaven only had one high-level immortal monarch. There were 12 of them now. Kill. Extermination Breaking Fist arrived in front of Blazing Sun, Immortal Sovereign. Blazing Sun, Immortal Sovereign was not simple either. He knew that he had encountered a tough opponent. Relying on his pseudo-ruler strength, he did not care and grabbed with his hand, sending out a claw attack. Rumble, the two clashed. Their combat power was on the same level, causing their bodies to shake. Pseudo-rulers? Just SOSO. Extermination Breaking Fist laughed loudly and charged forward again. The claw attack had no effect. Lin Fei did not attack. The 3 pseudo-rulers were not enough for the 12 generals to deal with. As for the army, they were suppressed by Demon, Sealing, Immortal Sovereign, and could not last for long. Great Metropolis Heaven is mighty. Great Metropolis Heaven is mighty. For the immortals of Great Metropolis Heaven, today was another inconceivable scene. 12 high-level immortal sovereigns had suddenly appeared. Only a few great worlds had such combat power. The scouts below looked at the battle in the sky and gasped. After investigating for so long, this was the first time they realized that Great Metropolis Heaven's foundation was deeper than they had imagined. They had to report it. Immediately, they received the order to monitor Great Metropolis Heaven's movements. This was a major matter. They had to let the higher-ups know. Messages were sent back one after another. In a middle-level world outside Great Metropolis Heaven, an Imperial Dynasty army was stationed here. The leader was a 1-star ruler, Heavenly Rain Palace's He Jimin Mingshan. Reporting, the alien army has already entered Great Metropolis Heaven. Reporting, the alien army has already attacked. Reports came back one after another. He Jimin Mingshan was a newly advanced ruler. This time, he had come to show off his power. If Dtion could not hold on, he would have to step forward. He Jimin Mingshan did not care much about the 3 alien pseudo-rulers due to their equipment. He could deal with them. It would be best if he could kill the 3 pseudo-rulers at once. Lord He Jimin, that Dtion will definitely not be able to stop the alien army. The Realm Lord of the middle grade world arranged for a song and dance, set up a banquet, and even summoned some important figures to accompany them. Dtion hasn't appeared in 10 years. Perhaps he isn't even in the Great Metropolis world anymore. When the time comes, it will be time for the Lord to show off his skills. My lord, once you make a move, you'll be able to deal with a mere outsider pseudo-juggernauts with just a word. These people didn't have high hopes for Dtion. In the past 10 years, they had also played some tricks. The Great Metropolis Heaven had been quiet all this time, and these mid-level worlds had become fearless. Originally, they were worried about the invasion of the outsiders. The Great Metropolis Celestial Realm was the first to bear the brunt. They heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that Dtion was there to block them. It would be best if Dtion's strength was depleted. They were from middle-grade worlds, and everyone's strength was about the same. However, with a big tiger by their side, they couldn't be at ease. After all, Dtion had learned his lesson. It wasn't impossible for him to act against them one day. For the sake of safety, they made a lot of tests. Hegeman Brightmountain was quite fond of these words. Dtion was a thorn in the myriad worlds. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made no arrangements and still guarded his original place, looking down on Dtion from the bottom of his heart. Hegeman Brightmountain knew that everyone was flattering him, but he still enjoyed it. Reporting, according to the latest news, Dtion has sent out 12 high-level celestial sovereigns and more than 10 mid-level celestial sovereigns to stop the attack of the outsiders. More people came in to report. However, this time, no one was smiling, especially the major figures of this world. 12 high-level celestial sovereigns? How is that possible? Could it be those 12 generals from before? How could they have become high-level celestial sovereigns in such a short period of time? Impossible. It's definitely impossible. These people couldn't sit still any longer. They had been prepared to watch the show and see how Dtion would deal with the outsiders. But when they heard this news, they instantly panicked. 12 high-level celestial sovereigns. They couldn't even find a single one in a mid-grade world. Hegeman Brightmountain was drinking. His hands stopped moving, and he couldn't help but frown. Again, if this was true, this wasn't good news. According to the Emperor Dynasty's orders, it was best to take advantage of the outsiders' attack on the Great Metropolis Heaven to occupy it, and at the same time, find out some of Dtion's secrets. But now, 12 high-level celestial sovereigns had appeared. What was this? This was equivalent to having a chance to become a ruler. This wasn't something Hegeman Brightmountain wanted to see. This Dtion has hidden himself so deeply. Seeing the panicking people below, Jim and Bright Mountain was very disappointed. If Tion really wanted to do something, probably no one here would be able to stop him. Reporting, the destruction general of the 12 generals killed the blazing sun immortal. Not long after, more news came. Jim and Bright Mountain's frown deepened. He had heard of the 12 generals, but he didn't expect their combat strength to be on par with pseudo-rulers. Moreover, they had killed the blazing sun immortal. Jim and Bright Mountain felt a chill. Did Tion already have 12 pseudo-rulers under him? This wasn't good. The outsiders were attacking from the great metropolis heaven. This news had spread very early on in the 10 great immortal sections. Everyone was paying close attention, wanting to know what the final outcome would be. 12 high-level celestial sovereigns. When this news came, the 10 great immortal sects all had uneasy expressions. They had actually advanced. What kind of speed was this? It had only been 10 years. This sort of heaven-defying cultivation speed was simply unimaginable. The 10 great immortal sects' eyes lit up. If they could obtain this cultivation technique, wouldn't they be able to nurture a large number of celestial sovereigns? The 10 great immortal sects were getting restless. Not long after, another piece of news came. The outsiders' pseudo-rulers had been killed by the 12 generals, and the armies under them had been wiped out. The outsiders' attack had come to an end. It was all over. The 10 great immortal sects didn't even have time to react. Even though 3 pseudo-rulers weren't much and wouldn't be easy to deal with in any great world, in the great metropolis heaven, the battle was extraordinarily fast. There was even more terrifying news. The 12 generals had pseudo-rulers' combat strength. This wasn't good news for the 10 great immortal sects. If they were high-level celestial sovereigns, they would take them seriously. But now they were afraid. If the 12 pseudo-rulers really attacked them, they would be in big trouble. They had only developed for 10 years. Chapter 1509. Imperial Dynasty, Sacred Palace. The 4 rulers sat together. Each of them had spies in the great metropolis heaven. Of all the worlds in the universe, only the great metropolis heaven was unfathomable. Naturally, they had to send some spies to investigate and monitor Tion. No one wanted to have power that they couldn't control, and Tion was a power that was hard to control. The only thing they didn't expect was that Tion would go all out this time. Tion's power shocked them once more. The power of 12 pseudo-rulers. The aliens' attack was like a small wave. It didn't cause any waves at all before it was completely submerged. We still underestimated Tion. In 10 years, he nurtured 12 pseudo-juggernauts. Ruler Skyend shook his head. I thought Tion would use his trump card. It seems this is just the tip of the iceberg. Ruler Windrain laughed. At least we don't need to worry about the great metropolis heaven being broken. This is only temporary. Once a ruler attacks, Tion's 12 generals might not be able to stop them. Ruler Extermination snorted coldly. As the ruler of the Immortal Court, he didn't want to see Tion grow stronger. The aliens' test this time didn't succeed. Perhaps they'll launch an all-out attack soon. Ruler Boundless said thoughtfully. This is something we have to pay attention to. The 4 rulers fell silent. This was indeed a test by the alien, trying to open up a gap. They hadn't expected someone to deal with it so easily. Next time, they would definitely go all out. We have to pay attention to Tion, Ruler Skyen said. I suggest we let Ming Shan stand guard over the great metropolis heaven. He'll be able to provide support. The 3 rulers laughed coldly in their hearts. Who didn't know that Ruler Ming Shan was on his side? It looked like support, but it was more likely that he wanted to get some benefits from Tion. For example, cultivation techniques. In 10 years, the 12 generals had become the 12 pseudo-rulers. Even they didn't think they could achieve such a rapid cultivation speed. They naturally paid attention to Tion's cultivation techniques. If they could get their hands on it, it would be a chance to strengthen themselves. They could raise large numbers of immortal paragons. In less than 1,000 years, the power of the universe would increase by 100-fold. Ruler Skyen's words were justified. The other rulers couldn't stop him. If the alien really wanted to launch an all-out attack, they would definitely send a ruler. Sending a ruler over was very normal. This matter was settled. The Skyend Hegemon returned to his palace. He immediately summoned his trusted aide. Dtion once again displayed his strength. Even the Skyend ruler was tempted. It would be for the best if he could obtain the cultivation technique. He had to pay close attention to this matter. Go and tell Mingshan not to give Dtion any face. It's best to rope him in. Even if he can't rope him in, he can't become his enemy. Sovereign Tianjue said to his confidant. Hegemon Skyend knew Hegemon Bright Mountain's temperament. In his heart, he definitely looked down on Dtion. Right now, the wheel of fortune had turned, and even the Skyend Hegemon had begun to take Dtion seriously. Previously, there was only one high-level immortal venerate. Furthermore, he had to use a battle formation. Thus, the Skyend Hegemon did not care. It wasn't as if this kind of battle technique couldn't be found in the entire universe. Now that his strength had reached the pseudo-ruler realm, even a peak one-star ruler might not be able to defeat him in 10 years. The Empyrean Hegemon knew that Dtion had the ability to defend this place, but he still wanted to do him a favor. He had to maintain good relations with them. That was why he had arranged for his trusted aide to make the trip, so that there wouldn't be any trouble. As for what the other three forces would think, the Empyrean Hegemon could predict it. Just like that, the outsider's first attack ended. Lin Fei once again immersed himself in leveling up. He constantly hunted fiends and obtained fiend blood essences to help them level up. It would be best if they all became rulers. Once they had 12 true rulers, the great metropolis world would not have to worry about them for a long time. Once they became rulers, their combat power would at least be at the peak one-star ruler level. This was their advantage. Master, Hegemon Bright Mountain is here, and he brought the Emperor Dynasty army with him. Immortal Paragon Myriad Evil came in to report, disdain written all over his face. He truly looked down on the Emperor Dynasty army. Isn't it good that they came to defend this place? Lin Fei laughed. At least we have cannon fodder. It wasn't that Lin Fei couldn't tell what the Emperor Dynasty was trying to do. They were even more wary of him. The great metropolis world probably had the most spies out of all the worlds. Lin Fei knew this better than anyone else. Lin Fei didn't go deal with them. Isn't there a ruler coming? Let them go have a good time. Lin Fei suddenly laughed. Good idea. Immortal Paragon Myriad Evil had seen the combat power of the great metropolis world. They were all at the pseudo-ruler level. Lin Fei's words gave Hegemon Bright Mountain a headache. Encountering such a thick-skinned champion was a real pain in the ass. I didn't expect this Dtion to have so many talents under his command. On an uninhabited planet, this was the base camp of the outsiders. Hegemon Blazing Sky and the others gathered again. The outsider army they had sent to the great metropolis world had disappeared. The one speaking was Hegemon Blazing Sky. One of the pseudo-rulers had been sent by him. This great metropolis world is a tough nut to crack. We should act ourselves. Ever since they arrived, they hadn't done anything. This was also a rule. To them, this was just a small skirmish, not a real battle. The combat power of 12 pseudo-rulers, the great metropolis world, is indeed extraordinary. Starfish Dominator said, what I'm more interested in is what kind of techniques they are cultivating. Over the years, they had gathered a lot of information. They had investigated the great metropolis world's combat power, and the 12 champions were on the list. The only thing they didn't expect was that 10 years later, they would silently reach this realm. They cared a lot about this cultivation technique. Rumor has it that Dtion's cultivation is aided by the gods. Perhaps he cultivated this technique. Hegemon Taishian nodded. Otherwise, he might not have such combat power at such a young age. They were all desperados. Back when they attacked, they were eyeing the population of the myriad worlds and their weak strength. They didn't expect to find something good. Why don't the three of us personally go to the great metropolis world and force Dtion to hand over the cultivation technique? Hegemon Blazing Sky was also very tempted. With this cultivation technique, our subordinate strength will increase by a lot. It's just an immortal paragon. If we attack, it'll be a piece of cake. Hegemon Starfish expressed his approval. It's best if we attack from 3 directions and send out rulers to attract their attention. Then, we can secretly attack Tion. The success rate will be very high. He Jim and Tai Xian naturally wouldn't say anything at this time. Who wouldn't be tempted by this cultivation technique? They had been to many territories, but had never seen such a cultivation technique. They had been stuck at the one-star ruler realm for a very long time. Perhaps they could use this cultivation technique to break through and become invincible rulers in the future. Let's discuss this properly. A month later, the alien armies attacked fiercely from 3 directions. In the past, it was a small-scale battle, but this time, it was a full-scale attack. All the alien immortals attacked, putting great pressure on the border. At the same time, the alien rulers also attacked. 3 alien rulers. Every single one of the alien hegemons wielded a hegemon weapon and wore hegemon battle robes as they led their troops forward. The imperial dynasty sent out 6 hegemons, 2 in each direction, and only then did they manage to fight to a standstill. The emperor dynasty was under great pressure. It wouldn't be good for the emperor dynasty if they were attacked from any direction. The only thing they didn't understand was that the great metropolis world didn't move. It seemed like they didn't choose to attack from this direction. This made them heave a sigh of relief. Hejem and Skyend and the others probably fell for it. Not too far away from the great metropolis world, the 3 alien rulers personally came to capture Tion. For the sake of a godly cultivation technique, they didn't care if they bullied the weak. After all, they were fugitives to begin with. So long as they got what they wanted, victory would be theirs. The 3 of them snuck into the great metropolis world. It seems we were too cautious. Hejem and Skyburn laughed. Aside from Hejem and Mingshan, there are no other rulers here, and Tion is in the invincible palace. At first, they were afraid of alerting the enemy. After entering the great metropolis world, they scanned the area with their Hegemon divine sense. There weren't many experts here, aside from Hejem and Mingshan, who had a certain level of combat power. Let's go straight to the invincible palace. The 3 of them shot through the void and appeared outside the invincible palace. They wanted to capture Tion and use soul-scouring arts to find out what they wanted. Let's go in. The 3 rulers descended upon the invincible palace, and 3 terrifying auras pressed down upon it. No one's here. They scanned the area with their Hegemon divine sense, but didn't find Tion. This startled them. Tion wasn't in the invincible palace? This wasn't good news. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be possible. Boom, boom, boom. Explosion, and the others charged out first. The invincible palace dares to come here. How dare you? Throwing caution to the wind, Explosion and the others attacked first. Courting death, they had come to find Tion, so they naturally didn't care about the others. Hejem and Tai Xian let out a cold laugh. He raised his right hand, which transformed into a long saber. He slashed downwards, wanting to kill the enemy general. Boom! Light rose from Explosion's body as a Hegemon battle robe appeared, blocking Tieshuan's attack. It's actually a low-grade Hegemon battle robe. Hejem and Tai Xian wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him. His pseudo-Hegemon subordinates all had immortal sovereign battle robes. Chapter 1510. A low-grade ruler's battle armor was worth a fortune. Ruler Iron Profound immediately stared at him. A pseudo-ruler from a backwater region was actually wearing this kind of equipment? Wasn't this clearly telling them that he was extremely rich? Snatch it. He had to snatch it. It was at this point that the 3 hegemons noticed that the 12 generals were all wearing low-grade hegemonic battle robes. Once again, their eyes lit up. I'm rich. A great metropolis world actually had such equipment. Even their pseudo-rulers didn't have such good equipment. Even if you want to snatch it, you'll have to see if you have the ability to. The extermination battle general laughed coldly. With a flip of his hands, a pair of boxing gloves appeared, and 2 punches of light shot out. Against a sovereign of a 1-star outsider, the extermination battle general was completely unaffected. Just like that, he charged forward. Boom, boom, boom. The 12 generals all had the power of a pseudo-ruler, the peak of an immortal venerable. Once they got close, they would engage in close-quarters combat. It just so happened that the four battle generals surrounded one person and attacked from all four directions at the same time. The outsider sovereign was truly powerful. With a wave of his hand, he was able to deflect their attacks, but he was still unable to withstand their attacks. The outsider hegemons were unable to kill them immediately. Seal. It wasn't that hegemon Iron Profound hadn't killed pseudo-hegemons before, but today's pseudo-hegemon was particularly difficult to deal with. His defenses were monstrous, and there was no way to break through his defenses in a short period of time. This was not what they wanted to see. Without any hesitation, he used the Sovereign Lord's immortal talisman. A white light spread out. The sky above the invincible palace turned into a world of ice and snow. The 12 generals were instantly frozen. Arrest him. The 12 generals were especially difficult to deal with. The three outsider sovereigns were afraid that Tion would escape, and so they could only use their sovereign immortal talismans to capture him as soon as possible. The Sovereign Lord's immortal talisman was terrifying. The 12 generals were temporarily sealed, but with the Sovereign Lord's defenses, they wouldn't be killed anytime soon. Outsiders sneak attack. In a corner of the great metropolis heaven, Hegemon Bright Mountain led his men to stand guard here. As soon as the three terrifying auras appeared, Xiaochun immediately realized what was going on. He was just about to go over to take a look when he saw the 12 generals fighting against the 3 one-star sovereigns. They don't want to live anymore. Do they really think that a pseudo-ruler can fight against a ruler? Hegemon Bright Mountain had given the order, but in his heart, he still looked down on them. In fact, he was jealous and envious. When the 12 generals gained a set of armor, Hegemon Bright Mountain almost vomited out a mouthful of blood. This was the Hegemon's armor. No wonder they dared to attack. Pseudo-dominator rank wearing low-quality dominator battle armor. This treatment, this equipment. The sovereign of the famed mountains glanced at himself and couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. There was no way to compete. As soon as the terrifying sovereign immortal talisman was unleashed, even the sovereigns of the famed mountains felt a sense of pressure. This sort of single-use item was actually being used at a time like this. They wanted to end the battle quickly. Hegemon Mingshan realized what they were thinking. They wanted to capture Tion and bring him back. This won't do. Without saying a single word, Hegemon Bright Mountain charged straight towards them. Even though the enemy had 3 hegemons, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and charge forward. If he could tie down one of them, he would at least be able to thank Hegemon Bright Mountain. If he had looked down on her before, this meant that Hegemon Mingshan was now interested in befriending Tion. What if the other party was happy and gave him a ruler's battle armor? When he saw the supreme-grade Immortal Paragon battle robes on his body, Hegemon Mingshan felt as though he was a country bumpkin. Compared to Emperor Tion's subordinates, the difference was vast. There was no way for him to compare at all. Boom! The 3 outsider hegemons charged over. At this moment, a terrifying aura rushed out of the invincible palace. I've been waiting for you for a long time. A faint voice echoed in the sky with a hint of disdain. A Jingguang flew out from beneath the invincible palace, transforming into a golden river that swept towards them. Child's play. A black saber appeared in the starfish hegemon's hand, and he slashed at the golden river, preparing to chop it apart and break the enemy's attack. As long as Tion was here, everything would be fine. A mere attack would be a piece of cake. The saber light flashed, striking the river like a rock sinking into the ocean. The river grew closer and closer. The starfish hegemon did not believe it. He struck out 100 times in a row. The river remained motionless. Not good. Quick run. Hegemon Ironbright cursed to himself. He retreated, but a wave came crashing down on the river. A rainbow-colored fist landed on the river, evaporating all the water in the sky. The river did not change at all. The river swept over horizontally. The 3 hegemons used all their techniques, but were unable to break through the river. Finally, a hint of terror appeared on their faces. Tion had yet to show himself, but a single attack from a single treasure was enough to give them a headache. This made them feel fear. What other treasures did Tion have? The river swept over, wrapping around them. The three hegemons were all dodging, but their speed was far inferior to Chang Chang's. The three outsider hegemons were tightly bound, and the river's true form was revealed. It was a golden chain. Middle grade hegemon treasure. The three outsider hegemons' hearts sank when they saw this. No wonder they couldn't break through this treasure. It was actually of this grade. The three outsider hegemons' hearts sank. No matter how much they thought about it, they had never expected that Tion would not be as easy to deal with as they had imagined. This fellow had truly hidden himself well. The person below controlled the golden chain, and just like that, the three outsider hegemons landed within the invincible palace. Crack, crack, crack. Another streak of sword chi flew out, shattering all the ice in the sky. The 12 generals broke out of the seal, but their faces were pale. It seemed that their injuries were not serious. It's over just like that. Hegemon Mingshan, who had been preparing to express his gratitude, shivered. It had stopped. The three outsider hegemons were defeated, just like that. Hegemon Mingshan truly could not accept this result. Those were 3 one-star hegemons, not 3 pseudo-hegemons. Who had attacked? Could it be Tion? For it to be able to trap 3 one-star hegemons meant that it had to be a mid-grade hegemon treasure, right? When Hegemon Mingshan thought of this, he didn't dare to think any further. Everyone had believed that Tion had a trump card, but who would have thought that it was even more terrifying than they had imagined? What if he attacked Hegemon Skyend and the others? Hegemon Mingshan once more shivered. This was a major event. Hegemon Mingshan couldn't sit still any longer. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe that this was real. 3 outsider hegemons had been captured, just like that, and they had fallen into Tion's hands. Hegemon Mingshan wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead, then turned and left. He didn't dare to go to the Invincible Palace. By now, the Invincible Palace was like a tiger's den. He, as a one-star hegemon, wouldn't be enough to deal with them. Hegemon Mingshan secretly rejoiced that he hadn't made trouble for Tion earlier. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. He had to notify his lord as soon as possible. The 3 of you have come to visit in the middle of the night. Chapter 15:11. The 3 sovereigns had never thought they would lose so miserably. Tion hadn't even moved, and they had already lost. Using a mid-grade sovereign realm treasure was simply bullying. They knew the value of a mid-grade sovereign treasure, especially a binding treasure like this. Its price was terrifying, and even ordinary sovereigns couldn't buy it. Looking at themselves was the best proof. The wealth they had accumulated from plundering cities was far less than a mid-grade sovereign treasure. This was what it meant to be infuriated by comparison. This was the first time the 3 sovereigns had seen Tion. A very young guy. Tion, we admit defeat. Sovereign Taishian had to admit that he had lost, and that he had no chance of turning the tables. From his seal on his power, Sovereign Taishian knew that Tion was even more terrifying than they had imagined. Who would have known that in such a backward world, there would be such a well-hidden guy? Tion had probably been waiting for them. Ridiculous. They had treated him like a fish on the chopping block, doing whatever they wanted. Ridiculous, truly ridiculous. Ever since they had been ambushed, Lin Fei had been using the system's scanning function. He used it every day. Although it cost him points, it wasn't too much. As long as a powerful force appeared within range, Lin Fei would be the first to know. The 3 sovereigns seemed to have hidden well, but in reality, everything was under Lin Fei's control. The moment they entered the great metropolis heaven, the result was already decided. Tion, you're just relying on your powerful treasure. If you have the ability, let's fight one-on-one. Sovereign Starfish was unwilling to lose. If he had a chance, he would definitely be able to defeat Tion. Lin Fei shook his head. You don't have a right. Rumble, an even more terrifying aura pressed down on them. Sovereign Starfish felt like he was in a vast ocean. Wave after wave came crashing down, try to drown him. Fear appeared in his eyes again. 2-star Sovereign Realm. Sovereign Starfish felt like he had been slapped in the face. He had thought he was awesome, but Tion was even more awesome, reaching the 2-star Sovereign Realm without anyone noticing. One-on-one. He really didn't have a right. Tion's realm was high, and he had a mid-grade sovereign treasure. He was like a giant. No matter what they did, the result would be the same. Good eye. Lin Fei wasn't interested in dealing with one-star sovereigns. One treasure was enough. Lord Tion, as long as you don't kill us, we're willing to use our entire wealth to redeem ourselves. Jimin Scorching Heaven had no choice but to lower his head. Lost. It was a complete defeat. What shocked them even more was that Tion had only cultivated for a short period of time, but his future achievements were limitless. Even if I kill you, all of your assets will still be mine. Lin Fei laughed. The three sovereign lords were rendered speechless. That's right. All of their belongings were on them. If a two-star sovereign wanted to kill them, even 100 of them wouldn't be a match for the sovereign. Moreover, their belongings wouldn't even belong to the sovereign. Lin Fei retracted his aura. Why did you attack the myriad worlds? That's because there aren't many experts in the myriad worlds. Even if there were, we've brought a total of 6 sovereigns with us this time. No matter how weak we are, we'll still be able to bite off a chunk of meat. Jimin Taixin was a fugitive, so he naturally wouldn't try to fight to the death. That would be an idiotic thing to do. His priority was to survive. Their thinking was very simple. Are there many people like you in the Endless Territories? Lin Fei asked again. As long as Tion didn't kill them, they could breathe a sigh of relief. Many, countless, as many as the hairs on a cow. Lin Fei asked a few more questions, all of which were related to their line of work. An hour later, Lin Fei understood everything and gained a better understanding of their line of work. Come in, explosive extermination. Lin Fei called explosive extermination in. An hour later, explosive extermination had completely expelled the cold energy from his body, and his injuries had mostly healed. Master, explosive extermination hadn't even looked at them once since he entered. The three sovereign lords' hearts were in their throats. This was a matter of life and death, and the results were about to be revealed. How could they not be anxious? There was no such thing as medicine for regret in this world. If they could, they definitely wouldn't dare to have any designs on Tion. He was a 2-star sovereign, so he wasn't someone they could scheme against. Explosive extermination, I have a mission for you. I believe it'll be very suitable for you. Lin Fei said, if the 3 of you don't want to die, then swear to become explosive extermination's followers and follow him around from now on. Otherwise, you can die right now. I'm willing. The 3 sovereign lords said without hesitation. Nobody was willing to die. Right now, becoming a follower meant that they wouldn't have to die. This was undoubtedly the best outcome. Although they couldn't become Tion's followers, as long as they were united around him, it didn't matter who they followed. This was the best news they had heard so far. The 3 sovereign lords swore their oaths to become explosive extermination's followers. Their lives were now in explosive extermination's hands. Although the 3 of them felt bitter, there was nothing they could do. Explosive extermination. Take them and sneak into the outsider's territory. Capture the remaining 3 sovereigns and make them follow you. Lin Fei put away the single origin gold chain. I'll teach you how to use it. Go capture them. Understood. Half a day later, explosive extermination returned. 3 sovereign lords were by his side. They were Jimin, Blazing Sky, and the others. Master, I've already captured them according to your orders and forced them to become your followers. Explosive extermination reported. With Jimin, Blazing Sky as a spy, explosive extermination took out his golden chain and captured them. He made them his followers and ordered them to continue attacking without pause. Once the 3 sovereign lords were captured, explosive extermination hurriedly returned to report the situation. Jimin, Blazing Sky, and the others didn't know what was going on. They didn't dare to say anything. You did very well. Lin Fei was very satisfied. They didn't suspect anything, did they? Not at all. When the time comes, send orders to them to attack for another day and then finish. Lin Fei said, and then take the remaining generals, Jimin, Blazing Sky, and the others and head to the other territories. Leave this place. Our mission? Your mission is very simple. Lin Fei said unhurriedly. I want you to capture sovereigns for me. I don't care if they're independent sovereigns or clan sovereigns. I only want sovereigns, and I want them alive. The more, the better. Jim Blazing Sky and the others had heard arrogant words before, but they had never heard anything as arrogant as this. He actually wanted to capture sovereigns. This was the first time they had heard of a mission like this. In the past, Jim Blazing Sky definitely would have sneered and mocked him, but now that he was a follower, he didn't dare say anything. I'll give you the 1 origin gold chain, Lin Fei said. With this, you'll have a much easier time. Moreover, you can expand your team, and everything will be under your control. Extermination licked his lips, revealing a fierce glint. Thank you, Master. I'll definitely do a good job. Lin Fei believed that extermination wouldn't disappoint him. He looked at Jim Blazing Sky and said, "The 3 of you cooperate well with extermination. If you do well, it won't be difficult for you to become a 2-star sovereign or even a 3-star sovereign." Lin Fei was very good at promising benefits. They had ambushed him for the sake of cultivation techniques. Indeed, when the 3 heard this, they all revealed looks of joy. They had raided and pillaged for a different goal, and that was to increase their strength. As long as they increased their strength, they would be able to get whatever they wanted. "We'll definitely cooperate well, Master," Jim Blazing Sky and the others said in unison. "The few leaders we know are all 1-star sovereigns. I think we can start from there." After promising benefits, they immediately became motivated. They began plotting against their peers. Lin Fei didn't ask about this matter. He wanted results. Extermination, when your strength increases and you see the Gu family's caravan, destroy it for me. Lin Fei added, "The Gu family has offended Master. I'll definitely take care of them for Master." In order to increase extermination's combat strength, Lin Fei handed the 1 origin gold chain to extermination. At the same time, he took out the low-grade sovereign destruction cannon and handed it to extermination. This was a good item for sneak attacks. Even if they weren't killed, just heavily injuring them would be enough. Jim Blazing Sky and the others didn't resist anymore. Perhaps following a master like this wasn't a bad thing. They had only heard of such an all-out attack weapon, but had never seen one. They didn't expect to have one now. News of the 3 outsider sovereigns landing in the Invincible Palace spread. Outsiders didn't know, except for Jim and Mingshan. The outsider sovereigns outside, after attacking ferociously for a day, retreated from the myriad heavens. No one knew what had happened during this period of time. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when the outsider sovereigns retreated. The outsider immortals were all fugitives, and they fought bravely. Many immortals died in the myriad heavens as they attacked. Now that they had left, the dark cloud hanging over everyone's head had finally disappeared completely. The damnable outsider sovereigns had finally left. The Emperor dynasty heaved a sigh of relief as well. At the same time, they arranged for people to follow them from behind. Only when they left the myriad heavens and entered the endless universe did they confirm that the outsider sovereigns had truly left. Now they could rest easy after the outsider army retreated. Extermination and the other generals announced that they were going into seclusion, but secretly snuck into the outsider army and headed for the endless territories. Before leaving, they took 100 million low-grade saint stones with them. I wonder what it'll be like to let such a ferocious tiger out. Lin Fei chuckled as he looked at the sky. Lin Fei was ecstatic for a good while, because of this idea he had come up with on the spur of the moment. Extermination and the others were most suited to be marauders. Killing a sovereign might be difficult, but capturing a sovereign was a piece of cake if they were prepared for it. As for the immortal sovereigns below the sovereigns, Lin Fei wasn't very interested. As for the sovereigns who had been captured, they could only blame their bad luck for running into him. No one could be blamed for that. After all, this was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. If I don't kill you, you'll come and kill me sooner or later. Chapter 15:12. The alien army had left just like that. This was a happy outcome, but also a surprising one. Why had the alien hegemon suddenly led his people away? This wasn't their style. They should have at least tried to plunder and plunder. No one was clear about the reason behind it. They couldn't figure out what was going on, but someone did. One night in the Invincible Palace, Hegemon Skyend stealthily appeared in the great metropolis world. Can it be that Tion's backer really is behind this? If it is, I have to recruit him. Hegemon Skyend mused to himself. Fellow Taoist Bright Mountain isn't likely to lie to me. A second later, Hegemon Skyend descended upon Hegemon Bright Mountain's headquarters. Bright Mountain? Hegemon Bright Mountain had been restraining his immortal army recently, not allowing them to leave. He was afraid that news would spread. Right now, he was strictly guarding against any leaks. You finally came. If you hadn't come, I would have gone over. Hegemon Bright Mountain let out a sigh of relief upon seeing Hegemon Skyend arrive. At least no one had beaten him to the punch. Although he controlled his army, he had quite a few spies as well. Hegemon Bright Mountain didn't believe that others wouldn't know about what had happened that night. Fortunately, Hegemon Skyend had come. Thank you for your hard work. Not at all. Hegemon Bright Mountain shook his head. But I need to pay more attention to Tion's matter. Hegemon Bright Mountain drove them out, then set down layers of restrictive spells. He knew that what Hegemon Skyend wanted to know the most was what had happened that night. This is what happened. Hegemon Bright Mountain repeated what had happened that night, including every single detail. You said that those 3 Hegemons never came out after entering the Invincible Palace. Hegemon Skyend knew exactly how powerful they were. They really haven't come out. Hegemon Bright Mountain nodded. After they entered, the 12 generals attacked, all of them wearing Hegemon battle robes. Afterwards, someone from the Invincible Palace seemed to take out a treasure, and the 3 Hegemons vanished. Hegemon Skyend couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Hegemon Skyend knew that he wouldn't be able to make 3 one-star Hegemons vanish at once. Given enough time, it wouldn't be a problem, but it would affect him. More importantly, Hegemon Skyend had heard about the Hegemon battle robes. Everyone had one. What kind of joke was this? Where did Tion's wealth come from? It wasn't easy for him to get his hands on a ruler's battle armor. In that case, Tion has concealed himself extremely deeply. The Skyend Hegemon said, perhaps the departure of the alien army really does have something to do with Tion. What do you think we should do to him? Hegemon Bright Mountain was filled with dread towards Tion. This was someone he couldn't afford to offend. It's best to rope them in. Hegemon Bright Mountain said, soon, the divine General Deus will appear. We need to think about how we can get the most out of it. We can't just let Windrain and the others take everything for themselves. The divine general platform, blasted destruction, and the other champions left. The defense of Invincible Palace was handed over to Demon Sealing Immortal Venerable and a dozen other Immortal Venerables. They were all peak mid-stage Immortal Sovereigns. Coupled with the Sovereign battle armor, even pseudo-sovereigns would not be able to break through their defenses. And so, the Skyend Hegemon had arrived. And it was done very quietly. Avoiding Immortal Supremacy Demon Sealing's divine sense, Sovereign Skyend quietly entered. Tonight was a private matter, and he wasn't willing to bring it to the surface. Fellow Taoist Tianju, you're barging into my invincible palace in the middle of the night. That's not what a gentleman would do. A chuckling voice came from a certain direction and entered the ears of the Sovereign of Skyend. I've been discovered. The Sovereign of Skyend was secretly shocked. He had underestimated Tion's abilities. The Sovereign of Skyend had obtained this concealment ruler movement technique by chance in the past. With this movement technique, even 3- or 4-star sovereigns wouldn't be able to see his movements. The Sovereign of Skyend was very proud of this, but he didn't expect to be exposed tonight. The Sovereign of Skyend was thick-skinned. He withdrew his movement technique and swaggered in a certain direction. Finally, he appeared in a garden. Not far away, a person was sitting under a pavilion. Fellow Taoist Tion, it seems you're in a good mood. The Sovereign of Skyend appeared. Lin Fei secretly despised the Sovereign of Skyend. As a sovereign, he still had to act so sneakily. He had to admit that the Sovereign of Skyend's movement technique was not bad. Isn't there an esteemed guest visiting? As the host, I have to entertain him no matter what. Otherwise, people will say that I'm a bad host. Lin Fei drank a cup of immortal wine. The Sovereign of Skyend also sat down. Good wine. If you like it, You can take some with you later, Lin Fei said casually. This immortal wine came from the Maluo Dominion. Thank you very much. Lin Fei said some meaningless words unhurriedly, appearing very indifferent. The sovereign of Skyend was originally prepared to test him, but in the face of Di Tian, there was no reaction. He knew that Di Tian wasn't easy to deal with. I heard that the alien sovereigns left with Taoist Di Tian's help. I thank you on behalf of everyone in the Emperor dynasty. If not for you, who knows how many immortals in the Emperor dynasty would have died. This is what I should do. The sovereign of Skyend had seen proud people, but he had never seen someone as low-key as Di Tian. Too low-key. The sovereign of Skyend could not see any pride in the other party. I wonder what Taoist Di Tian thinks about the divine general platform in a few decades. The sovereign of Skyend felt that he couldn't waste his breath, so he got to the point. If it was 10 years ago, Lin Fei wouldn't know much about the divine general platform and would be confused. But after the trip to the Maluo Dominion, Lin Fei knew the importance of the divine general platform. This was a gathering of sovereigns. Only sovereigns were qualified to participate. It was a place filled with countless treasures, and it was rumored to be a chance to ascend to the heavens in a single step. This was one of the reasons why the myriad realms wanted to establish the Emperor dynasty. After all, not all sovereigns could participate in the divine general platform. The Emperor dynasty was one of the criteria. This is a gathering of sovereigns. Lin Fei didn't say much. The sovereign of Skyend was a bit dissatisfied, but he didn't show it. In my opinion, the divine general platform is filled with danger. Countless sovereigns perish each time. Undying sovereigns can either rapidly break through or greatly increase their strength. However, they need to be able to protect themselves. If I may be so bold as to ask, is your master interested in participating? That was his goal, wasn't it? From a moment the sovereign of Skyend arrived, Lin Fei knew that he wouldn't come in person for no reason. I don't know about that, Lin Fei said vaguely. I won't ask about such things. My master has quite a temper. The sovereign of Skyend had run into a cold snag. After learning a bit about the situation from Hejim and Mingshan, he was prepared to work with Di Tian's backer and enter the divine general platform together. There's no rush, the sovereign of Skyend said. He believed that Di Tian would definitely understand what he meant. By the way, Taoist Di Tian has contributed greatly to the fight against the alien races. Our Emperor dynasty won't forget this. This is a small token of my appreciation. In order to rope in Di Tian, the sovereign of Skyend didn't come empty-handed. He brought some celestial sovereign treasures. Among them was a low-grade sovereign battlesuit and 10 million low-grade saint stones. Chapter 15:13. Ruler Skyend didn't sit for long before he left. He had been looked down upon. When he left, Ruler Skyend saw the look in his eyes. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't angry. The Imperial Dynasty's saint had come to give him some treasures, but he had been looked down upon. This made the Skyend hegemon feel extremely displeased. Although he was unhappy, he didn't have the mood to attack. Di Tian's backer was extraordinary. The alien ruler was dealt with just like that. Even if he went all out, he might not be able to handle him. Ruler Skyend was relieved that Di Tian had accepted the gift. After all, he had dealt with quite a bit of trouble this time. He had been planning to personally fight. How poor! Lin Fei did look down on Ruler Skyend. As for what he was thinking, he didn't want to know, and he didn't need to know. 20 celestial paragon treasures, a ruler battle robe, and saint stones. This personal gift wasn't light. In the universe, just a ruler battle robe would cause a massacre. But in Lin Fei's eyes, these things weren't worth it at all. They were too shabby. Just the ruler immortal talismans in Lin Fei's storage ring could be exchanged for low-grade ruler battle robes. Lin Fei didn't doubt that if he really attacked Ruler Skyend, he could kill him with a ruler immortal talisman. This was the benefit of being rich. Don't say that he was bullying others with money. A few decades of divine general platform. I really look forward to it. My invincibility points, ever since Ruler Skyend left. News of the alien ruler's night attack spread among the upper echelons. After all, the commotion that day wasn't small, and it couldn't be hidden at all. If it wasn't for Ruler Mingshan, the upper echelons would have known long ago. As soon as Hegeman Skyend left, Hegeman Bright Mountain led the Imperial army back to the Imperial capital. This news quickly spread. Ruler Windrain, Ruler Boundless, and even Ruler Extermination all cursed Ruler Skyend for being shameless. He must have gone to contact Tion, and the two might have negotiated some kind of cooperation. A few days later, Ruler Windrain came, and after exchanging greetings, he left some treasures. Ruler Boundless of the Celestial Sex also came and also gave a gift. He probed but found nothing. Only Ruler Extermination didn't come. Their immortal court still had some foundation, so they naturally wouldn't be afraid. Even a ruler had come to visit. The nearby mid-level worlds were all scared **less. The outsider ruler had never returned. With such a powerful neighbor, what if he did something to them? As a result, there was an endless stream of horses and carriages in front of the great metropolis. The Invincible Palace accepted the gifts that were delivered to their doorstep without hesitation. After all, it was something that they should give out. Otherwise, they would really think that the Invincible Palace was a vegetarian. After being busy for a while, Lin Fei once again immersed himself in leveling up. If he wanted to kill a ruler on the Divine General platform, he would have to raise his strength to the next level. No matter what, he had to be a 3-star ruler. Every day, Lin Fei killed monsters and leveled up. The monsters he killed were not immortal beasts, but demon warriors. This also gave Lin Fei a large amount of demon blood essence. As long as his body could withstand it, it would be a shortcut for him to quickly break through. Currently, the Abyss Devil Blood essence was too tyrannical. Apart from Hairball and the 12 generals, no one else could easily refine and absorb it. Ding, killed Demon Warrior. Ding, killed Demon Warrior. Ding, killed Demon Warrior in the demon space. On the blood-red plains, there were densely packed demon warriors. Lin Fei held a low-grade ruler in his hand and chopped off the head of a demon warrior. The low-grade ruler weapon in his hand turned into pieces. A low-grade ruler weapon was destroyed. Without some capital, it would be difficult to level up. Lin Fei shook his head. Another low-grade ruler weapon appeared in his hand. It was a large axe. This was not the first time he destroyed a low-grade ruler weapon. Demon warriors had high defense and high health. It was not easy for Lin Fei to kill them. Ding killed demon warriors. Successfully reached 10 million. Ding killed 10 million demon warriors. Obtained demon metal. The system suddenly sent a notification. Lin Fei opened his virtual bag and saw a demon medal. It was filled with demon aura. Demon metal, 1 star. It can release pure demon aura. At the same time, it has a critical hit effect. It can also release a holy strike. It is a good equipment for killing people. It's a critical hit equipment. Ever since he leveled up, none of the equipment that Lin Fei had obtained had a critical hit effect. Lin Fei was overjoyed to obtain a demon medal, especially since it had the holy strike effect. This was an instant kill. Even though the efficiency of appearing was very low, once it appeared, it would be a peerless instant kill. Lin Fei looked at the demon medal and found that the critical hit bonus was not high. It was only a 10% critical hit, which was equivalent to a 10% critical hit. This made him very satisfied. Let's try it out first. Lin Fei raised his large axe and charged forward. The large axe slashed over and suddenly exploded with a critical hit, heavily injuring the demon warrior. Within a few breaths, the demon warrior was killed. Lin Fei looked at it. Basically, 10 attacks would produce a critical hit effect. As for the holy strike, it was temporarily unavailable. There's this. Lin Fei quickly found something delightful. He did not know how to trigger the holy strike, but he found the time. On the first page of the attributes, he saw the holy strike. It was something like a blood bar filled with flames. However, only a small part of it was burning. Lin Fei was not an idiot. He immediately knew that as long as the flames filled this health bar, he would be able to use the holy strike. This was undoubtedly good news. This made Lin Fei happy for the entire day. Apart from this, Lin Fei also saw a demon warrior killing quest. After killing 50 million demon warriors, he would receive a 2-star demon medal, which would increase his critical hit power. Lin Fei was immediately filled with motivation. He liked this quest so much that he immediately accepted the demon warrior killing quest. 30 years after the Outsiders' army left, Lin Fei killed the demon warriors and advanced from a 2-star ruler to a 3-star ruler. At this time, Lin Fei was already a peak low-level ruler. 70 years after the Outsiders' army left, Lin Fei advanced from a 3-star ruler to a 4-star ruler, entering the ranks of mid-level rulers. To advance to a 4-star ruler in less than 100 years, Lin Fei's speed was extraordinarily fast. There was probably no one else like him in the entire universe. During this time, the Immortal Lyceum's young Lord Fan did not appear. Lin Fei really wanted to kill this fellow with divinity and obtain his divinity. Unfortunately, that fellow did not appear. This was not the first time Lin Fei sneaked into the Immortal Lyceum. This was after becoming a 4-star ruler and paying a certain price. He could easily sneak into the Immortal Lyceum. Young Lord Fan did not discover him. Lin Fei also discovered that Paragon Su Feng had disappeared without a trace. Clearly, her background was not simple. Lin Fei still had some gains. He knew that the Immortal Lyceum had a peak 3-star ruler. This was a very old sovereign who didn't seem to have much lifespan left. Lin Fei didn't take a closer look. The Immortal Court was a supreme treasure, and it was filled with layers of restrictive spells. Lin Fei didn't dare to act rashly. Apart from the peak 3-star ruler, the Immortal Lyceum actually had 3 other rulers. Excluding the Destruction ruler, they were all 1-star rulers. From the looks of it, they had not advanced for long. This was already a very strong force. 100 years had passed since the alien army had left. There were only 10 years left until the divine General Deus. The high-level rulers were in an uproar. This was a grand event of the endless territories, a truly grand event. All the peerless ruler geniuses would appear on the divine General Deus to compete. Only rulers knew of this secret. Not even paragons were qualified to know. 100 years ago, Lin Fei received an invitation from the Emperor Dynasty. It was from the Skyend ruler himself. The divine guard of the divine General Deus is about to arrive. Lin Fei frowned as he read the invitation. The divine guard knew about this. They were the golems of the divine General Deus. Every single one of them was terrifyingly strong. Killing rulers was as easy as drinking water. They had great authority, and there was a rumor that if one offended the divine guard, they would die in vain. This information had naturally been gathered from the Maluo weave. As long as they were willing to pay the price, and with the 10,000 rulers sucking up to him, this information was easily obtained. Lin Fei naturally knew about the divine guard. Lin Fei had already taken care of matters at home. In 100 years, Immortal Sovereign All-Evil had broken through to the peak of the Immortal Sovereign realm. He was now a pseudo-ruler, able to fight against 1-star rulers. This meant that the Great Metropolis realm now had 8 pseudo-rulers. In terms of speed, they were much slower. Lin Fei was very satisfied. He also left behind some rulers' immortal talismans, which could be used at critical moments. After handing the matter over to them, Lin Fei took Hairball with him and headed towards the Emperor Dynasty. 100 years. Lin Fei had never been to the Emperor Dynasty before. He had no interest in the Emperor Dynasty at all. He would rather stay in his own invincible palace. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or to cry as he watched Hairball eat non-stop. She was eating fiend blood essence. Apart from the portion he prepared for Annihilation and the others, the rest was for Hairball. Hairball's aura of violence was growing stronger and stronger. A single glance from her was enough to scare a 1-star ruler to death. Hairball's combat prowess was roughly that of a 3-star ruler. This was also the reason why Lin Fei brought Hairball along. When he killed a ruler, Hairball would be the best helper to destroy the corpses and evidence. Lin Fei stepped into the Emperor Dynasty Holy Palace. Immediately, an immortal sovereign came to welcome him. This time, he didn't make things difficult for him like before. Who would have the courage to do so? The Holy Venerables are all in the main hall. Please follow me, the person said carefully. Even though Lin Fei hadn't shown himself in 100 years, everyone knew that there were terrifying existences in the great metropolis realm. Especially just now, this immortal sovereign had sensed the aura of a ruler from Lin Fei. He had become a ruler. This was the immortal sovereign's greatest thought. How long had it been? Emperor Dynasty Holy Palace. Lin Fei was led in by the immortal sovereign. There were quite a few people standing in the Holy Palace, and all of them were sovereigns, all of whom were looking over. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a ruler before? Rumble. Chapter 15:14. When it was time to show his strength, he should show it. When Lin Fei stepped in, the gazes of the rulers present made Lin Fei very unhappy. Lin Fei was well aware of the reason why they were looking at him. The strength of the great metropolis world was beyond their imagination. This made the 10 great immortal sects very uneasy, especially when the situation was unclear. As the representative of the outside world, Di Tian undoubtedly made them very unhappy. When they saw Di Tian coming to the Emperor Dynasty's Sacred Hall, they did not hesitate. Their sharp gazes shot over, containing the pressure of a ruler. This was an open and above-board pressure. They wanted to embarrass Di Tian in front of everyone. They didn't dare to do anything to Di Tian's backer, but that didn't mean they would discuss Di Tian and make themselves feel better. They could imagine that Di Tian would not be able to withstand the pressure of a ruler. He would definitely embarrass himself. This was the common thought of everyone. There were all kinds of surprises and everything. Lin Fei directly erupted with the pressure of a ruler, shattering all the gazes of the rulers. They were caught off guard, and their bodies trembled slightly. This was a genuine pressure. The expressions of the 4 holy venerables sitting at the highest places changed drastically. Di Tian had become a ruler. This speed was too fast. Ruler Tianju's face looked expressionless, but his heart was in turmoil. This result was really beyond his expectations. Di Tian had become a ruler. Fortunately, I personally went to the Invincible Palace last time. I didn't expect Di Tian to become a ruler so quickly. It seems that Di Tian came to the Divine General Platform on behalf of that person. Ruler Tianju immediately understood. Although Di Tian seemed to have become a ruler not long ago, Ruler Tianju didn't dare to underestimate him. Who knew what trump cards he had? At least, Ruler Tianju couldn't break through in such a short period of time. Now that Di Tian had become a ruler, he was on the same level as him. Ruler Tianju looked at the nearby ruler of destruction with a smug look in his eyes. Didn't the immortal court look down on Di Tian? Now he had become a ruler. Taoist Di Tian, you are indeed a genius. You became a ruler so quickly. Ruler Windrain said with a smile. The rulers of the 10 great immortal sects below all sucked in a cold breath. They had wanted to show Di Tian their strength, telling him that this was not a place where immortal sovereigns could appear. However, who would have thought that Di Tian was an overlord? That was a huge slap to their faces. More importantly, they sensed danger from this pressure. A very dangerous aura. This was the sharp reaction of a hegemon. When hegemon Windrain spoke out, none of the other hegemons dared to do anything else. They had to give him face. Amongst the 3 hegemons, the infinite hegemon secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Thankfully, his relationship with Di Tian wasn't too strained. No matter what, Di Tian wouldn't bear a grudge against the immortal sections. If there were any grudges between them, now that Di Tian had become a hegemon, the boundless hegemon had let go of everything else. Di Tian was improving too quickly. 100 years ago, he had been an immortal paragon. 100 years later, he had become a sovereign. Given his cultivation speed, they didn't dare to offend him. Di Tian had a heaven-defying cultivation technique. Apart from this, they couldn't think of any other way to raise a ruler in such a short period of time. It was just that at this moment, the sovereign of extermination had an unsightly expression on his face. The sovereign of the immortal court included as well. They had never imagined that Di Tian would become a sovereign. This result was hard to accept. If I had known this would happen, I would have killed Di Tian back then. The extermination hegemon mused to himself. Young Lord Fan gave me 10 years. I should have killed Tion back then. In a mere 100 years, he has become a ruler. He really is a heaven-defying fellow. However, young Lord Fan is also a ruler now. If Tion encounters young Lord Fan, he will definitely die. When he thought of this, the extermination hegemon felt much better. The extermination hegemon had never been able to see through young Lord Fan's combat power. I'll let you be smug for now. Just like that, Lin Fei entered the Emperor Dynasty Holy Palace. Lin Fei chose to ignore everyone's envy and jealousy. Did they really think he was that easy to bully? He couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed as he looked at the few hegemons in the Emperor Dynasty Holy Palace. The combat power of the myriad realms was truly weak. For example, there were 10-plus hegemons standing in the Holy Palace. This was already the strongest combat power of the myriad realms. Lin Fei basically didn't recognize any of the hegemons present. Some of them had begun to weaken and were no longer as powerful as they had been in the past. If they didn't break through to the next level, they would probably die in 1,000,000 years. Young Lord Fan isn't here. Lin Fei looked around, but didn't see young Lord Fan. As everyone knows, the Divine General Dais is about to open. We are all hegemons of the Emperor Dynasty. For the sake of the Emperor Dynasty's strength, I hope we can cooperate on this trip to the Divine General Dais. The Skyend hegemon stood up and said loudly. Lin Fei didn't pay much attention to him, and he believed that the hegemons present were the same. The Divine General Dais had hegemon shards. As long as one collected them and refined them, they would be able to break through to the hegemon level. There were also some treasures for breaking through to the hegemon level. This was an important goal for hegemons. If one was lucky, they might enter as a 1-star hegemon and come out as a 5-star hegemon or even a 6-star hegemon. This kind of situation had happened before. The first meeting between hegemons wasn't anything grand. By the time it was over, quite a few hegemons had already come up to greet Lin Fei and get to know him. In the past, they might not have been qualified to greet him, but now that he was a hegemon, they were. Everyone knew that Tion had risen to prominence in the Imperial Dynasty. Previously, he had been an immortal paragon, but now that he was a hegemon, his power was perhaps even more terrifying. He wasn't someone they could afford to offend, and they might even need him to take care of them on the Divine General Dais. Right now, everyone considered Tion to be one of the hegemons they couldn't afford to offend. Who knew how much Tion's power would grow in 100 years? For the sake of becoming a hegemon, they had worked hard for several chaos years, or even dozens of chaos years, but none of them were as freakish as Tion. Lin Fei spent the night in one of the side halls of the Holy Palace. The next morning, the hegemons were seated in groups of 2 or 3. In the air above the Holy Palace, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared. As soon as this aura appeared, the entire Holy Palace was enveloped by a terrifying pressure. The hegemon's expressions changed. A black warship emerged from the void, a domineering divine character emblazoned on the hull of the ship. This was a Realmverse warship. From the deck of the Realmverse warship, a sharp and domineering gaze shot down. When this gaze swept past the hegemons below, they felt as if they had been plunged into a bottomless abyss. We respectfully welcome the divine emissary. The Skyend hegemon and the other 3 hegemons flew out, steeling themselves to greet him. Chapter 15:15. What a powerful aura! Lin Fei couldn't help but look up. Back in Amaluo Weave, Lin Fei already knew that the divine guards were puppets and knew how powerful they were. Now that he saw them with his own eyes, he realized that they were far more powerful than ordinary rulers. 1-star, 2-star, and 3-star rulers could be instantly killed by them. Lin Fei dared to say that. From their bodies, Lin Fei sensed a powerful aura similar to his own. Their bodies should be very strong. Lin Fei wondered if he could break through their defenses with his current strength. Little fiend, help me scan them and see how strong they are. Lin Fei communicated with Little Fiend and didn't let her appear. These divine guards were mysterious, and he didn't want them to discover them. Scanning, Master, you have to be careful of them. Little Fiend transmitted. These puppets are very powerful. They are 6-star rulers, but their true combat strength is 7-star rulers. Lin Fei sucked in a cold breath. So strong. Lin Fei had already overestimated them, even if they had 5-star rulers. The system scanned them, but they were 6-star rulers with combat strength comparable to 7-star rulers. Even Lin Fei was shocked by this combat strength. The important divine guards were puppets. I have to be careful on the divine general platform. Lin Fei felt that the divine general platform was even more mysterious. There were terrifying puppets here. You are the holy sages of the imperial dynasty? The black-armored puppet said calmly, his voice filled with irresistible majesty. Even though Sovereign Skyend and the others were powerful in the imperial dynasty, they couldn't even raise their heads in front of this black-armored puppet. They were suppressed by his terrifying might. Sovereign Skyend braced himself and said, "My lord, we are." At this moment, they lowered their arrogant heads. They didn't doubt that if they showed the slightest disrespect, they would die at his hands. This feeling kept reminding them. This was someone they couldn't afford to offend. "Take out your name list." Sovereign Skyend handed over the name list. The black-armored guard grabbed it, and it landed in his hand. A total of 18 rulers. Come up if you hear the name. A ruler next to the black-armored guard began to register. The Skyend Sovereign Lord. Hegemin Windrain. One hegemin after another was called out. When their names were called, their faces lit up with joy. Then, they flew onto the warships and behaved themselves. Sovereign D. Tion. Lin Fei let out a sigh of relief and flew onto the warship. The moment he boarded the warship, a pair of sharp eyes shot over, as if they wanted to see through everything on his body. Lin Fei was already prepared when he boarded, so he was not afraid of being discovered. This is your number plate. Insert your divine sense into it, and keep it well. Go down. The ruler in charge of registration rudely tossed over a jade talisman. The material was warm and smooth, a high-grade talisman. According to the instructions, Lin Fei left a trace of his divine sense. The jade talisman lit up, and a portrait of Lin Fei was left on it. There were a few words below. Sovereign D. Tion of the Sacred Dynasty. This was equivalent to proof of identity. After the 18 hegemons completed their registration, all of them boarded the warships. Whoosh, the warship turned and entered the void, leaving the myriad heavens just like that. Within the territory warship, they were separated into different regions. The Sacred Dynasty was arranged to be in one region. In this region, apart from them, there were no outsiders. Everyone could sense that apart from them, there were other hegemons in the cabin, but they could not see each other for now. As for how long it would take for them to reach their destination, no one knew. After arranging their positions, everyone went to their rooms to cultivate. At their realm, they did not need to eat or drink. Their long lives were spent cultivating in seclusion. Lin Fei also went to his room to cultivate. Now that he was a 4-star sovereign, he needed time to level up in the demonic dimension. Lin Fei estimated that he still needed more than 100 years to reach the 5-star sovereign realm. A small realm in 100 years was already very fast. On this trip to the divine general platform, Lin Fei wanted invincibility points and divinity. Subconsciously, Lin Fei felt that divinity was even more important than invincibility points. Inside the territory warship, every once in a while, the territory warship would appear in various worlds and take away a batch of hegemons before heading to the next world. The number of hegemons in these worlds varied. When there were few, there would be 7 or 8 hegemons. Their overall strength was even weaker than the myriad worlds. When there were many, there would be 30 or 40 hegemons. This process lasted for 50 years. More than 1,000 hegemons entered the territory warship. With this force, they could sweep through many territories. 100 years after leaving the myriad worlds, the territory warship emerged from the void and entered a mysterious space. It was a colorful world. While on the boundless ocean, a huge creature flipped over, revealing its 100-million-meter-long body. This body was just a drop in the ocean. A ruler, immortal beast. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Other than Hairball, this was his first time seeing a ruler ferocious beast. Of course, those rank 1 demons did not count. This divine general platform is getting more and more interesting. As the territory warship entered, there were countless huge immortal beasts. To the hegemons on the warship, they were extremely shocked. Many of these hegemons were not weaker than them. If anyone were to suddenly barge in, these Dominator rank immortal beasts wouldn't even need to do anything. Just these Dominator rank immortal beasts would be able to tear them to pieces. 10 years later, the territory warship finally came to a stop. Everyone saw a city in the sky. The enormous territory warship looked very small when compared to it. It was obvious how big this city in the sky was. This is the eastern region. All of you will be staying here for now. The Black Armored Guard's voice echoed in the warship. Killing is not prohibited here. As long as you have the strength, you can do anything here. You will have to stay here for 10 years. After 10 years, the eastern region's gates will open, so you must live well. After disembarking from the warship, you will be in the only safe place in the eastern region. As long as you don't leave this area, you will be safe. However, you will have to pay 1 million low-grade Saint Stones per day. If you don't want to die, you will need to have enough low-grade Saint Stones. The first time you come, you will have 1 day of free time. On the second day, if you don't have low-grade Saint Stones, you will be automatically transported to the outer region. Now, disembark one by one and enjoy your life. Perhaps this will be something you will never forget. The Black Armored Guard's icy tone caused everyone to reveal a trace of fear. The Divine General Platform was even crueler than they had imagined. The Divine General Platform had yet to open, but they had to stay here for 10 years without any regard for killing. One could imagine how complicated this place was. Perhaps when the Divine General Platform opened, they would die here. The Black Armored Guard gave the order. A few thousand rulers came out of the warship and appeared on the ground of Sky City. Lin Fei also appeared on Sky City. Looking around, he saw that he was surrounded by rulers. Fortunately, this place was very big. In the distance, stone houses appeared on the plaza. Some of the plaza's stone houses were red, while others were green. It was obvious that this place was for people to cultivate. 1 million low-grade Saint Stones per day was not something everyone could afford. Right now, they could only enjoy 1 day of free time. This place is too scary. Isn't going to die? I'm just a 1-star ruler. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have come. Does anyone want to work together? The few thousand rulers were not fools. The danger here made them frown. Among them, a few rulers laughed and directly left the plaza. They passed through the plaza's light screen and entered the buildings outside. These were all people who believed that they were strong. Lin Fei saw that one of them was a 3-star ruler. He was wearing a ruler's battle armor. He rushed out just like that. "Master, this is a good place." The little devil flew out and looked around. There are many powerful rulers outside. Didn't Master want to kill rulers? Outside is the best place. Lin Fei did have such an idea. He was now a 4-star ruler and not far from becoming a 5-star ruler. Using a 1-star ruler was like pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. He believed that he could obtain a lot of invincibility points and divinity. Moreover, after a few experiments, the higher the ruler rank, the more divinity. That's for sure. Let's rest for a day first. Tianjue and the others chose to stay in the plaza. It was too dangerous outside, and they did not want to take the risk. The low-grade Saint Stones they had could still support them for a while. In a year, they would only get 300 million low-grade Saint Stones. They naturally did not have that many low-grade Saint Stones in their pockets. They could only take it one step at a time. The next day, many people chose to pay 1 million low-grade Saint Stones. The situation outside was unclear, so they did not dare to go out for now. But today, there were many rulers outside the plaza. They were all 1-star rulers. Our Iron Veins Hall is recruiting regardless of cultivation level. Misty Cloud Gang is recruiting people to collect immortal fruits. 1 million low-grade Saint Stones a day. There are not many opportunities. If you miss this opportunity, there will not be another one. Recruiting people to kill ruler immortal beasts. 1,500,000 low-grade Saint stones a day. Lin Fei found it interesting. This Sky City was not ordinary. These people who came to recruit rulers should have backers outside. They promised a high reward. It was a good place for the rulers present. Doing a day's work meant staying in the plaza for another day. This was not a bad choice. Lin Fei had not decided what to do. Sky City was definitely not as simple as he thought. Chapter 1516. East District Sky City. Lin Fei experienced a different morning. Other than a few people who left the safe zone, most of the others stayed in the square. It seemed like they planned to wait and see for a while. After all, this place was not ordinary. Other than the new rulers, there were also rulers who had been there before. These rulers were all very cold. Lin Fei stayed for 5 consecutive nights. During this time, he tried to find out about the situation in Sky City, but he obtained very little information. The rulers did not say anything at all. Lin Fei had long since anticipated such a situation. If he could not get anything out of them, he would just go outside to understand the situation. 10 years was not a long time, but it was not a short time either. Under normal circumstances, it would be over in seclusion. Everyone did not have that many holy stones in their pockets. Many rulers would have a headache if they stayed for 10 days to half a month. On the 6th day, Lin Fei planned to go out and understand the situation outside. Lin Fei did not lack inferior-grade holy stones. Hairball was in the heaven and earth furnace. He had secretly brought it in and could not release it for the time being. Lin Fei did not lack low-rank holy stones at all, and even if he stayed for 10 years, he would not be worried about running out of them. What Lin Fei cared about was that the outside world did not stop killing, which is a large amount of experience points, invincibility point, and divinity. You going out? Ruler Tianjue and the others had strange expressions when they heard that Di Tian was going out. In the past few days, they had also learned about the situation outside. It could be said that the outside world was a very chaotic place, far more terrifying than they had imagined. This was an elimination before the divine general platform opened. The weaker ones were eliminated, and the stronger ones were naturally left. They could be said to be the elite rulers of the East District. I don't have many holy stones on me. I have to plan for the future, Lin Fei said with a solemn expression. We can't stay here forever. After all, holy stones will not drop here. The number of holy stones on them was also limited. Di Tian's words hit their soft spot. The Sky and Hegemons and the others were worried about what was going on outside. They had learned from the Hegemons who had arrived before them what was going on. Every so often, Hegemons would be killed, and their treasures would be taken. The situation was extremely dangerous. Fellow Taoist Di Tian is right. After all, we've just arrived here. I think it's good for fellow Taoist Di Tian to go out and take a look. The sovereigns of the universe weren't very powerful, so they naturally didn't dare to go out right now. They were afraid that they would suffer a calamity, so they might as well stay in the plaza for a while. Di Tian was sent out to gather information. Even if he died, it was none of their business. If he wasn't dead, that would be even better. He would be able to scout out the situation outside. These cowards! When Lin Fei left, he laughed coldly in his heart. He really looked down on them. Did they really think that he didn't know anything? Lin Fei couldn't be bothered with them. It was better for him to go out alone than for them to go out together. As soon as Lin Fei stepped out of the safe zone of the square, he felt many gazes on him. With a sweep, he saw all their realms. They were all one-star sovereigns, and it seemed like they were running errands. Lin Fei didn't use his divine sense to check. He was afraid of alerting some experts. After all, he was a 4-star sovereign. Before he understood the situation, it was better to keep a low profile. After leaving the plaza, he ignored the sovereigns and walked down the main street. Sky City was huge. As he walked down the street, Lin Fei knew that the outside world was even more chaotic than the plaza. In less than an hour, Lin Fei saw several battles. All of them were sovereigns fighting, and the battles were so intense that no victor could be determined. This place is really chaotic. Lin Fei walked carefully. This place was more dangerous than he had imagined. Kid, there's a good mission here. Do you want to go? A person jumped out a small alley and reached out to lead Lin Fei inside. Lin Fei frowned. What mission? The person was a sovereign with a mustache. He squinted his small eyes and looked around. Of course it's a good mission. I've already found someone. All I'm missing is you. When the mission is completed, you'll get at least several tens of millions of low-grade holy stones. That's enough for you to enjoy yourself in Sky City for a while. Lin Fei was worried about how to understand Sky City. It seemed like he had met the right person. As for the mission, Lin Fei could only laugh coldly. One look, and he knew that this guy was up to no good. Several tens of millions of low-grade holy stones. Lin Fei revealed a look of yearning and excitement. You're not lying to me? The mustached sovereign patted his chest. Why would I lie to you? He was delighted. A fool fell for it. He's just a one-star sovereign. He could do whatever he wants outside. Hee. If it's really several tens of millions of low-grade holy stones, I'll join a mission, Lin Fei said in a low voice. He revealed a hint of urgency. Don't worry. Several tens of millions of low-grade holy stones is a piece of cake. The mustached sovereign laughed. Let me introduce myself. I'm Sovereign Qing Yuan. In Sky City, as long as you have holy stones, you can live any life you want. I'm Di Tian. Lin Fei cupped his hands. So it's Di Tian. What a domineering name. Sovereign Qing Yuan laughed. You must be new here. You probably don't know the situation in Sky City. Let me tell you about it. In order to entice him, Sovereign Qing Yuan didn't mind telling him more. After all, this guy would die if he left Sky City. Lin Fei was worried about not knowing the situation in Sky City. He knew that this guy was up to no good. Lin Fei didn't care about a mere two-star sovereign. If he really did anything, he could just kill him. After hearing Sovereign Qing Yuan's words, Lin Fei learned more about the situation than he did in the plaza. So Sky City has this kind of system. It turned out that there were tens of thousands of sovereigns in Sky City. They came from different territories, and their goal was the divine general platform. The tens of thousands of sovereigns had formed their own groups. They controlled the cultivation resources. Because of the unique environment, many treasures were produced, and many of them were very useful to sovereigns. Apart from that, Sky City also had shops set up by the Divine Guard. These shops were controlled by puppets. They were in charge of purchasing things. The sovereigns who came here monopolized these businesses. Not only did they have missions, but they also had to trade with the puppets if they wanted to sell the harvested materials. No one could cross this threshold. Thus, a large number of holy stones fell into their pockets. This situation was just one of many. Chapter 15-17. As He Jimin Clear Distance spoke, he led Lin Fei out of Skymount City. As it turned out, Skymount City forbade all flying. Those are the people we're going to complete the mission with. After leaving Skymount City, they saw 8 Hejimins standing atop a nearby hill, seemingly waiting for Hejimin Clear Distance. What a bunch of fellows. 3 1-star Hejimins, 3 2-star Hejimins, and 2 3-star Hejimins. Lin Fei scanned the 8 Hejimins with his scanning system. This lineup was meant to complete a mission. Lin Fei was curious as to what sort of mission it was. Fellow Taoist D is coming with us to complete the mission, Hejimin Clear Distance said with a smile. So it's fellow Taoist D. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, the 3 1-star Hejimins said in a neutral tone. The 2-star Hejimins were much easier to talk to. They gave a simple explanation of the mission, saying that they were going to the Sky Cloud Mountains to hunt hegemonic beasts and harvest immortal medicines. Lin Fei quickly learned of the situation. The 3 1-star Hejimins had all been recruited from outside. In other words, they were going to complete the mission. As for the 3 2-star Hejimins and 2 3-star Hejimins, they were most likely a team. Hejimin Clear Distance was one of them. The 2 leading 3-star Hejimins were called Hejimin Qinquan and Hejimin Earth Origin. After a brief introduction, the group entered the Sky Cloud Mountains. You're not allowed to go any further. We've reserved this entire area. The Sky Cloud Mountains were vast, and they didn't encounter any danger on the way. After walking for more than half a day, they were chased away just as they were about to pass through a mountain forest. Why can't we leave? They said coldly. We're Hejimin, Coiling Dragon's men. Attack if you dare. Hejimin Qinquan and Hejimin Earth Origin cupped their hands in apology, then led the group away, not daring to stay any longer. "Who's this Hegemin coiling dragon?" Lin Fei asked casually. Hegemin Clear Distance looked back, then said in a low voice, "Hegemin Coiling Dragon is one of the 10 Hegemins of Sky Mount City. He's a 5-star Hegemin with hundreds of Hegemins under his command. If you offend Hegemin Coiling Dragon, you won't be able to return unless you remain in a safe zone." "The 10 Great Juggernauts?" Lin Fei asked again. "Then I wonder what the name of the most powerful Juggernauts is." "The number one of the 10 Great Juggernauts is the Tao Juggernaut. It's said that he's a peak 6-star Juggernaut," Hegemin Clear Distance said. "You people can offend anyone, but you absolutely, positively must not offend anyone from the 10 Hegemins. There's no place for you in the heavens or in the earth. All right, just remember this. The most important thing for us right now is to complete our mission." Lin Fei did not continue asking. They went around mountains after mountains. They finally arrived at a blue lake. "We've arrived," Hegemin Clear Distance laughed. In the middle of the Azure Lake, there was an island in the middle of the lake. "Our mission is to go to the island and gather the immortal herbs. Fortunately, we're quite lucky today. That thing isn't here, so there won't be any danger." Hegemin Qing Yuan smiled. "I'll leave the task of gathering the immortal herbs to you, fellow Taoists." From the very beginning, Lin Fei had been able to tell that the Clear Distance Hegemin was up to no good. Now, it seemed that it was true. Although the lake was completely calm, Lin Fei could sense danger lurking within. Gathering the immortal herbs shouldn't be that easy. "Why? Why are we the ones going?" a 1-star Hegemin asked. Hegemin Shinkoin turned and laughed coldly. "You have no choice but to go, unless you want to die here." Boom! The aura of a 3-star Hegemin immediately enveloped the 4 1-star Hegemins. Only now did the 1-star Hegemins realize that they had been duped. The aura of a 3-star Hegemin caused them to not dare to move, and the killing intent of a 2-star Hegemin locked onto them. "You're lying," the 1-star Hegemin said, gritting his teeth. The 2-star and 3-star Hegemins laughed loudly, then spread out and surrounded the group. Lin Fei shook his head and said to himself, "These Hegemins are truly ignorant. Serves you right for falling for our tricks." Hegemin Clear Distance bared his fangs as well. "If you don't want to die, then go to the island and gather the immortal herbs. Otherwise, we won't mind annihilating you on the spot." 6 Hegemins against 4 Hegemins, and their cultivation levels were 1 or 2 levels higher. They had no chance of fighting back at all. "I'll let you be smug for now." Lin Fei didn't plan on being in a hurry to attack. 2-star and 3-star Hegemins were quite a fortune. Lin Fei wanted to know why they had come here. There was no way they would bring them here for no reason. "Let's go. Don't kill us," Lin Fei said, pretending to be afraid. The other 3 1-star Hegemins lowered their heads and begged for mercy. If they didn't obey, they would die. They chose to go to the island. Swish, swish, swish. The 4 of them soared into the air and flew towards the island. As soon as they appeared on the lake, the Hegemin of the cosmos took out a Hegemin's sword. It was fiery red, and he slashed out, striking one of the 1-star Hegemins. His fleshly body immediately exploded, and he fell into the lake. The attack of a 3-star Hegemin wasn't something a 1-star Hegemin could withstand. Blood filled the air and landed on the lake. Suddenly, the lake water roiled, and an enormous creature appeared below. It was the island at the center of the lake. An enormous golden toad poked its head out, then swallowed the corpse in one gulp. A 4-star Hegemin immortal beast. As soon as the golden toad appeared, its terrifying aura locked down the 3 Hegemins in the air. Swish! The golden toad's tongue curled around one of the Hegemins, then dragged him down. With a crunch, the 1-star Hegemin was torn in half. Blood sprayed everywhere as the toad swallowed him. The powerful Hegemins were so weak in front of the golden toad that they couldn't even withstand a single blow. They were like ants that had been eaten just like that. No. The remaining 1-star Hegemin's face turned pale. The terrifying 4-star Hegemin golden toad wasn't something he could contend against. Swish! The golden toad clearly hadn't had its fill. After eating 2 1-star Hegemins in a row, It once more used its tongue to curl around the one-star Hegemon's terrifying attacks, but they were all destroyed by the tongue. The low-grade Hegemon battle robes were torn to shreds, and the toad swallowed them whole. All of this happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off of a flint. Lin Fei reacted, and the tongue shot towards him, carrying with it the terrifying aura of a 4-star Hegemon. He finally understood why Hegemon Qingyuan and the others had brought them here. Perhaps it was for the sake of this golden toad. Seeing that the golden toad had appeared, there was an 80% to 90% chance that it was Hegemon Qingyuan and the others' target. Lin Fei didn't plan on hiding anything. He didn't want to end up in its stomach. Fiend wings appeared on his back, and he dodged into the void, dodging the golden toad's attack. Hegemon Qingyuan and the others stood there without moving, allowing the golden toad to kill 1-star Hegemons. Once the golden toad was full, they could go to the island in the center of the lake to gather immortal medicines. He ran away. Just as the final Hegemon was about to die to the golden toad, he suddenly vanished. All of the Hegemons present were stupefied. The golden toad was a 4-star Hegemon. How had that fellow escaped? Hegemon Qingyuan, is this the mission you spoke of? You actually used us to feed 4-star Hegemons? This wasn't the first time Hegemon Qingyuan had done something like this. 1-star Hegemons were a trap, but so were 2-star Hegemons. Anyone who had been brought here would have no chance of surviving. Naturally, they would benefit immensely. Upon seeing the kid disappear, Hegemon Qingyuan sent out his divine sense, but he couldn't even see a shadow of the kid. But then a cold wind blew from behind him, and he instantly realized that something was wrong. A streak of sword light stabbed out from the void. Hegemon Qingyuan's low-grade Hegemon battle robes glowed with light, and then the sword pierced through his head. With a light twist, his entire head was smashed to smithereens. Hegemon Qingyuan instantly lost consciousness. Ding! Killed 1-star Hegemon. Ding! Ding! A system notification immediately rang out. Lin Fei once more dove into the void, leaving behind Hegemon Qingyuan's corpse. Qingyuan is dead. The 3 2-star Hegemons were stunned, but they quickly came to their senses. They now had a new set of Hegemon battle robes on their bodies, and their faces turned unsightly. They had actually misjudged. Hegemon Tempest. A terrifying Hegemon Tempest descended. Tens of millions of kilometers around them were instantly enveloped by the Tempest, enveloping the 5 Hegemons within. After becoming a Hegemon, his world storm had reached the level of a Hegemon Tempest. This was the first time Lin Fei had ever used it, and he was using it with the power of a 4-star Hegemon. The moment the Tempest appeared, the 3 2-star Hegemons were the first to suffer. Their souls instantly collapsed, and countless strands of sword intent mixed into them, instantly turning them into beehives. Swish, swish, swish. Even though they were wearing Hegemon battle robes, they were now riddled with holes. Why is this happening? I can't accept this. Under the first wave of attacks, the 3 2-star Hegemons didn't even have a chance to struggle. They perished, once more contributing to Lin Fei's victory. Hegemons Qingyuan and Heaven Primordial were so frightened that they broke out in cold sweat. This 1-star Hegemon, whom they had never paid any attention to, had actually unleashed such a terrifying attack. Their Hegemon battle robes were already riddled with cracks, and they weren't far from collapsing. Just from this Hegemon Tempest alone, they knew that this person was more powerful than they were. This time, they had truly shot themselves in the foot. Let's go. The two of them no longer had any confidence in facing off against this Hegemon Tempest. This person was far more powerful than they were. Just this terrifying Hegemon Tempest alone was more than they could endure. Do you think you can still leave? Lin Fei suddenly appeared, stabbing his sword towards Hegemon Qingyuan. A wooden shield appeared in front of Hegemon Qingyuan, attempting to block this sword attack. Since Lin Fei had attacked, he attacked with full power. Crack! The wooden shield shattered, and Lin Fei's sword stabbed into Hegemon Qingyuan's body. The Hegemon battle robe shattered, and Lin Fei's sword stabbed into Hegemon Qingyuan's forehead. Just like Hegemon cleared distance, Lin Fei forcefully twisted his head, causing it to explode. The three-star Hegemin Qinquan followed in the footsteps of Hegemin Qinquan. It's your turn. The Hegemin Tempest shrank to the size of a lake, instantly transforming into a whirlwind. Crack, crack, crack. Chapter 15:18. In less than a moment, 3 2-star rulers and 2 3-star rulers died at Lin Fei's hands. After killing 6 rulers, Lin Fei gained a satisfactory amount of invincibility and divinity. Wah 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 wah. After Lin Fei killed Hegemin Qinyuan with a single blow of his sword, the golden toad hovering in the air above the lake opened its mouth and spat out a thick black mist. Wherever the mist passed by, not a single blade of grass could be seen. Even the corpses of Hegemins who came into contact with the black mist were transformed into pools of blood. You're rebelling. Even rulers were taken care of, let alone the golden toad. For the heaven primordial ruler to bring them here to feed the toad, Lin Fei knew that this wasn't an ordinary golden toad. Maybe it had something good. Great Sword Qi secret technique. 5 beams of sword Qi flew out, piercing through the mist and wrapping around the golden toad's body. While the golden toad was bleeding, the 5 beams of sword Qi weren't just for show. The golden toad's defense was strong, but it was still cut open. The golden toad groaned in pain. Lin Fei definitely had to take care of such a huge golden toad. Perhaps it might also have divinity. The golden toad in his hand sank into the lake, and the huge lake churned. The blue lake water turned black, and black sword lights filled the sky. The world turned black in an instant. Lin Fei retracted the great sword Qi and used it to shatter the black sword light. He frowned. He underestimated the golden toad's power. It easily escaped from the great sword Qi. The ruler immortal beast outside Sky City isn't simple. I'll take it step by step. Lin Fei turned and left. After he left, the lake turned blue again. A huge head appeared. Its eyes were filled with hatred. The mountain range was huge. Lin Fei found a safe place, killed an immortal beast, and barbecued it. Then he went to clean out the 9 rulers' storage rings. Lin Fei put away the rulers' rings. So poor. After emptying the storage rings, Lin Fei obtained 130 million low-grade saint stones, 5 million mid-grade saint stones, and a few low-grade ruler treasures. Lin Fei was not interested in this kind of harvest. After a while, the barbecue was ready. Lin Fei tore off a piece of barbecue and ate it. Divinity and invincibility value are still the best. It seems that the ruler here is not rich. The 9 sovereigns' possessions were pitifully few. This made Lin Fei very unhappy, but after thinking about it, he immediately felt relieved. This was Sky City, and if he wanted to survive for the next 10 years, he would have to be careful. It was not an easy task, otherwise no one would have fallen for it. Soon, the roasted immortal beast meat fell into Lin Fei's stomach. What should he do next? After looking at the map from the storage ring, Lin Fei immediately had an idea. Anyway, I have 10 years. I have time to collect invincibility points and divinity. I believe that no one will care if there are fewer rulers outside. Thus, the Sky Cloud mountain range had gained a new nemesis for hunting down sovereigns. Boom! A huge creature fell to the ground. This was a 1-star sovereign divine barbarian bull. It had terrifying brute force, and its body was full of treasures. Its meat alone could increase one's divine power, so its price had always been high. Not far away from the divine barbarian bull, there were 3 corpses lying in disorder. Big brother, we're rich. We can have fun for a while again. Next to the divine barbarian bull stood 2 1-star sovereigns, and they had a smug look on their faces. It turned out that they had launched a sneak attack, killed the previous people, and occupied the divine barbarian bull. Put away the divine barbarian bull. Let's go. The one who was called Big Brother was happy, but he remained vigilant. Yes, put away immediately. Sky City was not like other places. Killing the divine barbarian bull had caused a huge commotion, so they had to leave immediately. If they attracted high-level rulers, their lives would be in danger. You don't have to. Suddenly, a voice came from the forest. Who is it? Boom! A huge storm descended on the area. The black storm of rulers trapped them within. The storm was as sharp as a knife, and it strangled the 3 one-star sovereigns into pieces within a few breaths. What a sin, what a sin! A black-robed man walked out and put away the divine barbarian bull's corpse, as well as the 3 storage rings. He turned around and walked into the forest, disappearing without a trace. Gradually, the Skycloud mountain range had one more powerful killer. The news spread like wildfire. No matter which ruler it was, as long as they encountered this killer, no one could survive. Moreover, this sovereign came and went like a shadow, and no one knew where he was. Everyone knew that this person was in the Skycloud mountain range. His strength was unknown, his realm was unknown, and his background was unknown. A series of unknowns was a huge threat to rulers. Rulers would basically not enter the Skycloud mountain range alone. Usually, those who entered would form groups of 3 to 5. Even so, some groups still disappeared in the Skycloud mountain range. Whether they were killed by sovereign immortal beasts or by rulers became a big mystery. 1 year later, the Skycloud mountain range. Next to a stream, a black-robed man was roasting an immortal beast. He frowned slightly, as if he was worried about something. There are fewer and fewer people who are weak. The black-robed man sighed. I need to choose a new target. This person was none other than Lin Fei, who had always been in the Skycloud mountain range. After killing sovereigns of the cosmos and the others, Lin Fei had never returned to the safety zone of the plaza. Instead, he had settled down in the Skycloud mountain range. The Skycloud mountain range wasn't safe. There were sovereigns and sovereign beasts of all shapes and sizes, and Lin Fei constantly scanned the area with the system. That was how he had managed to survive. It wasn't as if Lin Fei hadn't run into danger. He had once been chased by a 6-star sovereign immortal beast, and it had taken him a lot of effort to shake it off. Lin Fei had experienced this more than 10 times. When the roast meat was ready, Lin Fei cut off a piece and ate it. Over the past year, he had killed at least 100 one-star sovereigns and many 2-star sovereigns. He had gained a lot of invincibility points and divinity. At the same time, many 1-star sovereign immortal beasts had died. These sovereign immortal beasts had divinity and, more importantly, sovereign blood essence. As a result, these sovereign immortal beasts had fallen to Lin Fei's feet. Over 100 sovereign blood essences had fallen into his hands, and in the end, he had given them to Hairball. For safety's sake, Lin Fei hadn't let Hairball out. Right now, the 1-star sovereigns and 2-star sovereigns were practically all wiped out. As soon as Lin Fei appeared, they would vanish without a trace. They were already terror-stricken by the mere mention of his name. Lin Fei had no choice but to raise his sights. For example, 3-star and 4-star sovereigns. As Lin Fei thought about this, he ate the roast meat and pondered his next step. Suddenly, a black figure flew across the sky. Chapter 15:19. Lin Fei's position was quite remote. As the warship flew across the sky, it didn't discover anyone below. This was the deepest part of the sky, Cloud Mountain Range, and it was extremely dangerous. Just the fact that there were 5-star sovereigns in the area ahead was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Those 5-star sovereigns weren't just any ordinary beast. Lin Fei had fought them before. Their defenses were extremely strong, and they had incredible recovery abilities. Lin Fei's combat strength was very strong, and he wouldn't be able to kill them in a short period of time. Therefore, he chose to avoid them. Strange. Why would someone enter at this time? Lin Fei was quite curious. This was the deepest part of the sky, Cloud Mountain Range, and ordinary sovereigns wouldn't be able to enter. What surprised Lin Fei the most was that the warship didn't encounter any attacks from sovereign beasts. This was quite rare. 3 months ago, Lin Fei had seen a warship enter the mountain range, but they were attacked by a flying sovereign beast, and the entire team was annihilated. Are they going to deal with a high-level sovereign beast? The more Lin Fei thought about it, the more he felt it made sense. If a high-level sovereign beast died in his hands, he would gain a lot of experience points. More importantly, he would gain more divinity than a human sovereign of the same level. Let's go take a look. Lin Fei chased after the warship. At the same time, he asked Little Devil to help him cover his tracks. Since the warship dared to enter the depths of the Sky Cloud Mountain range, there would definitely be a 5-star sovereign and a few 4-star sovereigns. Lin Fei naturally had to be careful. Coiling dragon sovereigns meant Lin Fei, who was tailing behind, was only 100 million miles away from the warship. He followed at a moderate pace and saw the words Coiling Dragon written on the warship. Lin Fei remembered that the Coiling Dragon Sovereign was one of the 10 sovereigns of Sky City. He was ranked at the bottom, and there was no doubt about his strength. He just followed like that. A few days later, the warship landed beside an abyss. It was an abyss that was about 1 billion miles long, and it seemed to split the Sky Cloud Mountain range into two, forming a unique region. It's here. The moment the warship stopped, a group of people rushed out. These people were on high alert. There were more than 100 of them, all of whom were sovereigns. It was a sight that would never be seen anywhere else in the universe. What a grand scene. It seems like they are really here to deal with a high-level sovereign realm beast. Lin Fei, who was hiding in the dark, understood their purpose. Set it up. The hegemons on the warships began to attack. Not long after, 3 black objects were erected at high points nearby. They were the ruler's destruction cannons that had been ambushed at the Gu clan's mining area. There were 3 of them in this fight. All of them were mid-level sovereign-tier destruction cannons. Lin Fei couldn't help but admit that with this kind of treasure, the moment a high-level sovereign realm immortal beast appeared, it would suffer heavy injuries. With the combined strength of over 100 sovereigns, they would be able to take it down easily. After the commanding heights were set up, another sovereign walked out of the warship. The moment he stepped out, he emitted a monstrous killing intent. He wore a dazzling golden battle robe and held a golden axe in his hand. He looked like a god as he stood at the bow of the warship. What a powerful aura. This equipment is too eye-catching. The Jingguang is shining. Isn't he afraid of becoming a target? Lin Fei thought to himself. Scan him. Peak 4-star sovereign. His combat strength is early stage 5-star sovereign. He is wearing a mid-grade sovereign battle robe and wielding a mid-grade sovereign weapon. This person is judged to be a 3-star danger. This was a very high evaluation. A 4-star sovereign beast was only rated as a 2-star danger by the system. The fact that this fellow was a 3-star danger was enough to prove how strong he was. Mid-grade sovereign battle robe and mid-grade sovereign treasure. No wonder they have such a high evaluation. Lin Fei stared at the warship. With these 2 treasures, even I won't be able to break through their defenses. Lin Fei finally understood how powerful the 10 sovereigns were. The sovereign ranked first might be even more terrifying. Hang them up, the golden armored man ordered after finishing his preparations. Immediately, a few people were carried out. All of them were 1-star sovereigns. Their strength had been sealed, and they were carried out like dead dogs. Coiling Dragon Sovereign, you will die a horrible death. My family will not let you off. I will kill you. The 1-star sovereigns who were carried out had eyes filled with hatred. They cursed, and their eyes were filled with fear. Aha! You dare to threaten me? The golden-armored Coiling Dragon Sovereign laughed loudly. The golden axe in his hand flashed, and arms fell to the warship. Now, I will feed you to the immortal beasts. Hang them up. 6 sovereigns were hung up in midair. Their bodies were covered with countless wounds, and blood dripped into the abyss. Lin Fei had experienced this before. Seeing 6 1-star sovereigns as bait, he knew that the Divine General Platform's test was extraordinarily cruel. These sovereigns should be top-notch existences no matter where they were. Unfortunately, they had become bait to deal with immortal beasts. Lin Fei had nothing to say about this. Since he was weaker than others, he had to accept the price he had to pay. Suddenly, a roar rang out from the abyss. This roar shook the heavens and shook the earth. Quite a few of the sovereigns on the warship were so frightened that their legs turned to jelly. The Coiling Dragon Sovereign revealed a look of delight. It's finally going to appear. Activate the warship's defenses. As soon as the warship's defenses were activated, An enormous creature flew out from the abyss. It was tens of millions of meters long, and as soon as it emerged, it bit down on one of the one-star sovereigns. The one-star sovereigns screamed as half of their bodies disappeared. Next, the enormous creature licked them with its tongue, and the 6 sovereigns hanging in midair fell into the immortal beast's belly. Fire! Boom! Boom! The mid-stage sovereign's cannons at the highest vantage point fired, unleashing one black beam after another. The beams slammed into the enormous creature's body, causing chunks of flesh to fall off. These were war weapons that could slaughter sovereigns. The enormous creature was immediately struck by a terrifying attack. Half of its body was blasted apart. It was heavily injured. Roar! The enormous creature slammed headfirst into the warship, causing the warship's barrier of light to instantly shatter. Over 10 sovereigns' bodies exploded. Attack! Hidden in the shadows, Lin Fei was shocked as well. A 5-star sovereign's combat power truly is terrifying. Not only are they heavily injured, but they can also destroy the warship. Lin Fei watched the battle unfold not too far away. Perhaps the coiling dragon sovereign predicted that a 5-star sovereign's counterattack would be the most terrifying, and so he used the warship's barrier to block the first wave of attacks. For now, Lin Fei didn't know what kind of sovereign beast this was, but he knew how powerful it was. At this time, the coiling dragon sovereign attacked as well, using his 3-headed, 6-armed divine ability. He chopped down with his golden axe, and the Jingguang's body flickered as he chopped off a chunk of flesh. Haha, how satisfying. The coiling dragon sovereign was wearing a mid-stage sovereign battle robe, and he wielded a mid-stage sovereign axe. His strength was great, and he attacked close to the sovereign beast, chopping off chunks of flesh. Most of the sovereign beast's defenses were blocked by the mid-stage sovereign battle robe, so the damage inflicted was kept to a minimum. Boom! Another beam of light shot out, and the sovereign beast was sent flying, crashing into a mountain range. In an instant, the entire mountain range collapsed and was completely destroyed. So what if you're a 5-star sovereign? You're still going to die in my hands. The coiling dragon sovereign leaped into the air, and his golden axe grew infinitely larger, becoming 1,000,000 meters long. He brought a wave of Jingguang with him as he chopped down heavily on the sovereign beast. Roar! The 5-star sovereign beast has been tricked. There's no way for him to turn the tables. Not much time had passed since the attack had begun, and the sovereign beast was already heavily injured. It didn't have much combat power left and wasn't far from death. Should I give them a shot now? I'll definitely reap a huge harvest. Lin Fei thought to himself. At this distance, a single shot should be able to take care of a few dozen sovereigns. Don't forget that Lin Fei had a mid-stage sovereign destruction cannon. He had snatched it from a certain someone. Lin Fei was a daring fellow, and he instructed the little fiend to block out his killing intent. By the time he fired the cannon, it would be too late for them to react. The cannon's speed was unaffected by the distortions of space, and it was extremely destructive. There was no chance of resistance. The coiling dragon sovereign didn't die, but the other sovereigns weren't so lucky. Originally, Lin Fei had been wondering where he should go and do something big, but he hadn't met any big teams yet. The coiling dragon sovereign's appearance caused Lin Fei to have some devious thoughts. The 5-star sovereign beast didn't struggle for long before its head was chopped off by the coiling dragon sovereign's axe. However, it wasn't completely dead yet. A 5-star sovereign beast's life force was extremely powerful. Mighty my lord! Mighty my lord! The surviving sovereigns cheered. Of the 100 or so sovereigns, roughly 30 had died. They had all been killed by a single blow from the sovereign beast. Even a simple collision would have been enough to insta-kill them. With the 5-star sovereign beast dead, everyone surrounded it. The coiling dragon sovereign was in a good mood. They had lost 30 sovereigns, but they had taken down a 5-star sovereign beast. This was a good deal. More importantly, once they reached the next level, they would reap even greater rewards today. Once I get what's down there, I'll be the #1 sovereign. The coiling dragon sovereign had a look of anticipation on his face. Just you wait. That day will come very soon. Suddenly, The coiling dragon sovereign felt a sense of danger in his heart as he saw a terrifying beam of light shooting towards him. Damn it! The beam of light was like a sun as it appeared in their field of vision. Many of the sovereigns present didn't even have time to react. The Sovereign Destruction Cannon was superior in both speed and power, which was why it was so popular as a weapon of war. Boom! The light rippled outwards. Ding killed a 1-star sovereign. Ding killed a 2-star sovereign. Ding killed a 3-star sovereign. Ding killed a 1-star sovereign. A series of notifications rang out from the system. Lin Fei knew that he had succeeded. Ding killed a 5-star sovereign beast. Ding obtained a sovereign's blood essence. Another notification rang out. Lin Fei couldn't help but smile. Even a 5-star sovereign beast had been killed. Let's go. Chapter 1520. A furious roar came from the ruins of the sky, Cloud Mountain Range. The coiling dragon Hegemin stood in the ruins in a mess. There was a big hole in his golden armor, and blood flowed from his mouth. His face was terrifyingly dark as he looked at his subordinates, who were standing up unsteadily. Dead. Most of his subordinates were dead. The coiling dragon Hegemin had brought over 100 juggernauts, and 70 or 80 of them were killed in the blink of an eye. There were only 30 juggernauts left, and all of them were injured. How could the coiling dragon Hegemin accept this? These were his foundations. Now, more than half of them have been killed. I'm going to kill you. The coiling dragon Hegemin didn't expect to fail miserably here. He was ambushed, and more than half of his subordinates were killed. If he hadn't been wearing a mid-grade juggernaut battle suit, he would definitely have been in deep trouble. Chase after him. Don't let that guy get away. The coiling dragon Hegemin had always been arrogant in Sky City. He looked down on everyone, even the 10 juggernauts. Except for a few, he didn't care about anyone else. This time, the coiling dragon Hegemin's subordinates didn't move. Looks of confusion appeared on their faces. How were they supposed to chase after him? Sir, we don't know which direction he escaped in. The coiling dragon Hegemin felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. Yes, someone had ambushed him in the dark, and he, a 4-star juggernaut, didn't even realize it and almost died to this sneak attack, let alone his subordinates. The coiling dragon Hegemin was unwilling to give up. He used his divine senses to search, but found nothing. There was no aura left. The few of you stand guard outside. Kill anyone who comes near. The rest of you, follow me. They didn't catch up? In fact, Lin Fei didn't go too far away. With the help of Little Devil, he hid in a mountain range and secretly observed if anyone was following. If it was just a few people, Lin Fei didn't mind going out and killing them all. This shot was really satisfying. Lin Fei opened the system and checked his invincibility points. They had broken through the 100,000 mark, and his divinity points had broken through 300. They were on the way to the 400 mark, not far from the 500 mark. Normally, when hunting sovereigns, Lin Fei would be very careful. This time, it was truly satisfying. He had killed dozens of rulers in one shot. Although they were all 1-star and 2-star rulers, Lin Fei was rather satisfied. In truth, the coiling dragon Hegemin was just unlucky. If they had spread out earlier, the power of Lin Fei's cannon would have been greatly reduced. It would have been impressive if it had been able to kill 10 or 20 sovereigns. They actually didn't catch up. Looks like they must be after something. Let me take a good look. Lin Fei charged back. It's still here. 200 million kilometers away. Lin Fei was hidden in the void. This distance was not far, and Lin Fei was very relieved. With the little devil activating the isolation system, he did not have to worry about being noticed, and he himself observed the situation over there. All he had to do was pay a certain price. Near the abyss, the corpse of the 5-star sovereign immortal beast had been chopped into several pieces and was scattered all over the ground. There were 5 sovereigns standing guard near the abyss. The coiling dragon Hegemin vanished without a trace. Could be down there? Lin Fei suspected that the coiling dragon Hegemin had gone down into the abyss. The fact that the 5-star sovereign immortal beast had died outside was a good proof. Otherwise, they would not have left the corpse behind. 5 4-star sovereigns. It won't be easy to deal with them. the 4-star sovereigns standing guard outside. Lin Fei could not help but feel a headache coming on. If it was a one-on-one fight, Lin Fei wouldn't mind. However, if he had to deal with 5 4-star sovereigns consecutively, he would need some time to deal with them. If that happened, he would definitely alert the enemy, and Lin Fei didn't want that. I'll give up on dealing with them for now. Let's head down first. Lin Fei was bold and skilled. He spread open his ancient demon wings and stealthily dove into the abyss. Do you think it was the Heavenly Fire Gang who made a move today? A 4-star sovereign said with a dark expression. Most likely it was them. Even if it wasn't them, it was probably someone they hired. Another 4-star sovereign said resentfully. When we return, we must make sure the Heavenly Fire Gang suffer. The Heavenly Fire Gang is too much. As long as our Lord obtains the item down there, the 10 sovereigns will be nothing. Our Lord will definitely unify Sky City. That's great. The 5 sovereigns were furious. If not for their good luck, they would have followed in the footsteps of those people. Hearing that the coiling dragon hegemon was there, they became extremely excited. While they were communicating with their divine senses, someone stealthily entered the abyss. The speed of the ancient demon wings was so fast that even 4-star sovereigns would not be able to detect it. Moreover, Lin Fei used Little Fiend and activated the system's auxiliary function. The abyss was pitch black and cold winds howled. They're down there, about 500 million miles away from you. They should be at the bottom of the abyss. Lin Fei dove down. With Little Fiend's warning, he dove down without any mishaps. Careful, there is a sovereign hiding on the left. There are rocks on both sides of the abyss, and the cold winds howled incessantly, causing densely packed caves to appear on the rock walls. Some were big, some were small, and they were very densely packed together. Lin Fei avoided these sovereigns one by one. Lin Fei really wanted to know why the coiling dragon hegemon was here. He had been very careful along the way. If he were to go down carelessly, he might really fall for it. 500 million miles wasn't long. Lin Fei soon reached the bottom of the abyss. Along the way, he avoided more than 20 sovereigns, which further proved that the coiling dragon hegemon was here for the good stuff. Haha, it's really here. Laughter suddenly came from the bottom of the abyss. It was a very smug voice. It doesn't seem far from me. It seems to be coming from the caves, Lin Fei said to himself. Help me scan the coiling dragon hegemon's location. The biggest cave in the east. Lin Fei observed carefully and really saw the bottom of the abyss. There was a huge cave shrouded in white mist, and 2 3-star sovereigns stood at the entrance. Go in. With the 3-star sovereigns guarding the entrance, Lin Fei turned into a blur and entered from the 2's field of vision. There seems to be wind. One of the sovereigns at the entrance said, It's normal to have wind here. The other sovereign said with a smile. The 2 of them couldn't even react when someone entered right in front of them. The cave was very big, and the passageways inside were all over the place. With the system's guidance, Lin Fei easily found the path until a huge stone door appeared. In front of the stone door were piles of bones. With this thing, who could do anything to me on the divine general platform this time? Ha ha! Laughter came from behind the stone door again. Chapter 1521. The coiling dragon hegemon was very excited. He had paid a great price for this item, but in the face of this item, all of that was no longer important. Even if he had been shot in the back, compared to this item, it was insignificant. So long as he could control this item, there was no place in the world he couldn't go. The coiling dragon hegemon was in an enormous cave. This cave wasn't damp, but rather filled with flames. The flames here were green, and they surged towards him like waves. The coiling dragon hegemon's body shook, preventing the green flames from approaching. In the center of the green flames was an enormous creature. This was the coiling dragon hegemon's goal. Even though he had sacrificed dozens of hegemons, he didn't care. Right now, the most important thing was to enter the center of the green flames. These green flames were very difficult to deal with. Despite wearing a mid-grade hegemon battle robe, the coiling dragon hegemon's movements were still very slow, constantly defending against the attacks of the green flames. It's all the fault of that sneak attacker. My battle robe was damaged, and I only have half of my usual defensive power. If I can get this item, I'll definitely skin him alive." The coiling dragon hegemon's eyes flashed fiercely, and he took another step forward. He was now only 1,000 steps away from the center. This seemingly simple distance of 1,000 steps put a lot of pressure on the coiling dragon hegemon. The only thing worth celebrating was that the ambusher didn't know his goal and would probably fly away after a single strike. That person would know that the good stuff was here. Whoosh, Lin Fei entered the stone door and found himself in a sea of flames. Towering green flames raged towards him. The eerie green flames emanated a terrifying aura, creating waves that crashed down as if to obliterate the existence in front of him. Lin Fei's body shook, and his power crushed down, blocking the green flames' attack. "Who are you?" After blocking the attack of the green flames, a burst of anger suddenly appeared. Immediately after, a golden light slashed down, and everywhere it passed, the green flames were split into two. "I've been discovered." Lin Fei used his hand as a sword, sending sword light to meet the slash. The green flames behind him all burst like bubbles. "This isn't your place. Can't you come in?" A vicious light shot out from ahead. It was Hegemon Pangu. Green flames were special existences that could attack any life form. Even though Lin Fei had concealed himself well, he was still discovered. The green flames reacted immediately. Hegemon Coiling Dragon was the first to notice this. He knew that things were about to go south, and he cursed his subordinates for being so useless. They hadn't even noticed that someone had snuck in, let alone sneak in. He slashed out with his saber, wanting to kill this puny one-star sovereign. Lin Fei would always be a one-star hegemon. In the eyes of the Coiling Dragon hegemon, it was only natural that he would be considered a one-star hegemon. The fact that his opponent had easily blocked his saber strike caused the Coiling Dragon hegemon's expression to change slightly. "You were the one who killed everyone outside." Hegemon Coiling Dragon suddenly thought of something. Lin Fei chuckled. "You've guessed correctly. Your men were indeed killed by me. Who asked you to gather together? You'd be a fool not to take such a good opportunity." The Coiling Dragon hegemon's killing intent soared to the heavens as he tore through the green flames, his bloodthirsty eyes seemingly piercing through the enemy. "Did the Skyfire Gang order you to do this?" Lin Fei knew that the Skyfire Gang was a big gang. The leader of their gang was one of the 10 hegemons, the Skyfire hegemon, who had the combat prowess of a peak 4-star hegemon. Lin Fei didn't respond to the Coiling Dragon hegemon's words. Instead, his gaze fell upon the enormous creature in the center of the green flames. It was something that looked like a castle. It was completely black, but it was now covered in cracks. It was like a work of art. It seemed like it would fall apart with a light touch of a finger. Lin Fei couldn't tell what it was, but he could sense that it was something extraordinary. Otherwise, Hegemon Pangu wouldn't have come all the way here. "Even if you don't answer, I know you're from the Skyfire Gang. The battle fort belongs to me. No one could take it away from me." Hegemon Coiling Dragon immediately thought that the other party was a member of the Skyfire Gang. "I'll kill you right now. It'll be too late for the Skyfire Gang to receive the news. Once the item is in my hands, I'll see what they can do." Whoosh, the green flames parted. The clone of the Coiling Dragon hegemon walked out, his face expressionless as he slashed out with his saber. This combat power was at least at the level of a 3rd-star sovereign. Battle fort. Lin Fei was shocked to think that it was this thing. Back in Maluo Weave, Lin Fei had read through quite a few ancient records and had learned of some important matters. Battle forts were the most powerful weapons of war of a certain race. If the Coiling Dragon hegemon hadn't mentioned it, Lin Fei really wouldn't have known that this tattered thing was actually connected to that thing. Battle forts were the weapons of war of the battle race. The battle race was the race that was the most proficient in battle in the Weave. They were extremely ambitious, and they wanted to rule over everything. They constantly launched attacks on other Weaves, conquering one Weave after another, and establishing an unparalleled empire. The battle race wasn't naturally talented in cultivation, but they had powerful brains. They had developed all sorts of weapons of war that could explode forth with incredible power. The ruler's obliteration cannon had been developed by the battle race. An immortal emperor, or even an immortal paragon, could use this thing to kill a sovereign. When this thing had first appeared, countless immortal paragons and sovereigns had died to it. To the battle race, this sort of thing was nothing more than a toy. Battle forts were the most domineering weapons of war. They had been created by gathering all of the intelligence of the battle race, and there were a total of 10 of them. Once these battle forts appeared, they could unleash the combat power of 9-star sovereigns, the peak combat power of sovereigns. When these 10 battle forts appeared, rivers of blood flowed through the weave, and countless sovereigns were killed. In the end, the human race had paid an enormous price in order to defeat the battle race, and the treasures of the battle race had become highly sought after by the sovereigns. Battle forts, on the other hand, were supreme existences. Lin Fei had memorized this name long ago. He hadn't expected to see these battle forts here. Now he understood why the coiling dragon hegemon had been so ambitious. Anyone who controlled a battle fort would be able to rely on its incredible defensive power to make even 7- or 8-star sovereigns feel apprehensive. No one would dare to underestimate them. The coiling dragon hegemon's incarnation slashed out with a saber, but Lin Fei flicked his finger against the back of the saber, knocking the weapon away. 5 beams of sword energy flew out, one stabbing towards the coiling dragon hegemon, while the other 4 transformed into a river of swords that wrapped around the incarnation and shattered it. The coiling dragon hegemon arranged for the incarnation to kill his opponent, while he desperately ran towards the center. In the blink of an eye, he had taken more than 100 steps. Suddenly, his body shook, and he turned to see that the incarnation had been killed. So fast. The incarnation's combat power was that of a 3-star sovereign, so the coiling dragon hegemon was not worried. The only thing he hadn't expected was that this black-robed kid would be even more terrifying than he had imagined. He had easily destroyed the incarnation. A sovereign sword immortal? Amongst sovereigns, sword immortals were the strongest. Their sword intents were tyrannical and difficult to deal with. The coiling dragon hegemon thought that he had encountered a sovereign sword immortal. Normally, he wouldn't have cared, but right now, he had to enter the battle fort as fast as he could. Boom, boom, boom. The coiling dragon hegemon turned and tossed out several sovereign immortal talismans, releasing sword light, saber light, axe light, and lightning light. 4 sovereign attacks instantly released terrifying auras. Let's see if you can survive or not. Knowing that the black-robed kid wouldn't be easy to deal with, the coiling dragon hegemon took out a precious sovereign immortal talisman, grabbed a great axe, and smashed it against the green flames in front of him. As soon as the 4 sovereign immortal talismans appeared, Lin Fei immediately sensed danger. This was an attack that could take his life. The space around Lin Fei instantly froze as lightning descended from the heavens. Invincible defense. This sovereign had the power of a 5-star sovereign at the very least, and it contained a terrifying aura. As soon as Lin Fei activated his invincible defense, his body began to tremble as waves of energy surged through him. If it weren't for his invincible defense, the attacks from the sovereign immortal talismans alone would have severely injured him and rendered him incapable of combat. Sovereign Tempest. Boom! The limitless sovereign tempest descended. The coiling dragon hegemon's movements were restricted, and the tempest attacked relentlessly, forcing the coiling dragon hegemon to retaliate with little effect. Lin Fei took the opportunity to enter the range of the sovereign tempest, saving himself a great deal of trouble. 5 beams of sword light swept through the green flames, and Lin Fei passed the coiling dragon hegemon. Coiling dragon hegemon, I'm 1 step ahead of you, Lin Fei said, then turned and entered the fortress. Bastard, this is mine. The coiling dragon hegemon's rage soared to the heavens, and he swung his great axe repeatedly. The gap he created was immediately blocked, and his path forward was cut off. The coiling dragon hegemon's heart sank. This is the interior of the fortress. After entering the fortress, Lin Fei's field of vision was filled with interweaving paths. He could vaguely sense a terrifying aura coming from them. They were actually spell formations and restrictive spells. As soon as Lin Fei's divine sense probed, he activated the restrictive spells, which shattered his divine sense. Fortunately, Lin Fei reacted quickly and cut off his divine sense. What terrifying restrictive spells! With a casual scan, there are at least 1,000,000 of them. Lin Fei was glad that he didn't act recklessly, and he didn't enter the restrictive spells head-on. These are restrictive spells that could kill sovereigns. How do I control the fortress? Lin Fei observed for a while and found that some of the restrictions were broken. However, most of the restrictions were still intact. That was enough to make things difficult for him. If I want to control the fortress, I need to break the restrictive spells and go all the way to the center. Lin Fei had an idea. Little devil, can you break the restrictive spells? Lin Fei didn't have the ability to break through hundreds of thousands of restrictive spells, so he could only rely on the little devil now. There are 5 million restrictive spells here, and most of them are compound ones. You need to break through 780,000 of them. You only need 200,000 fiends' hearts, and I'll help you break the restrictive spells and allow you to control the restrictive spells. Deal. With the fiends' hearts in hand, the little devil started to break the restrictive spells. Chapter 1522. Boom, boom, boom. Beams of golden light slammed into the tempest. Shameless bastard. The battle fortress is mine. Hegemin Coiling Dragon let out an unwilling roar as he smashed apart the tempest in the center of the green flames. The tempest in the sky was like a bone-crawling bug. No matter how he attacked, he was unable to break through the barrier of the Hegemin Tempest. Hegemin Coiling Dragon had never hated anyone so much before. He had been so close. Ah! Hegemin Coiling Dragon bellowed. The surrounding green flames were instantly extinguished, and yet another wave of green flames surged forth. A day had passed. Hegemin Coiling Dragon had thought that he would be able to easily break through the tempest and enter the nearby battle fortress. Who would have thought that after a day, he would still be unable to break through? He couldn't accept this. Hegemin Coiling Dragon had spent an entire chaos year on the secret of the battle fortress. He had poured a great deal of blood, sweat, and tears into finally entering Skysplit City. Who would have thought that someone would beat him to it? What did a battle fortress, a war weapon of the battle race, mean? It meant ascending to the heavens in a single step. Becoming the domain lord of a weave was a very easy task. Hegemin Coiling Dragon had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. Alas, he had been stopped by the Hegemin Tempest, which was incredibly powerful. I refuse to believe that I can't break through this tempest. Hegemin Coiling Dragon's resentment transformed into energy, and Jingguang once more slammed into the tempest. Hegemin Coiling Dragon was unwilling to accept this. 3 figures flew out from deep within the sky cloud mountains. These were 3 Hegemins, and they emanated the might of Hegemins. Wherever they went, even Hegemin immortal beasts would avoid them, as though they could sense danger. Fellow Taoist True Dragon. According to the map, Hegemin Coiling Dragon should be nearby. Hegemin Hua Rong's white hair fluttered in the wind as he pulled out a map. I didn't expect that Hegemin Coiling Dragon to be hiding such a secret. Thankfully, I arranged for someone to stay by his side. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known about this. A look of greed appeared in the gray-robed Hegemin True Dragon's eyes. Ha ha! With the 3 of us working together, Hegemin Coiling Dragon will have no choice but to obediently stand to the side. If he knows what's good for him, we'll let him become a retainer. If he doesn't, we'll just wipe him out. The 3 Hegemins had looks of absolute confidence on their faces. If the sovereigns of Sky City were here, they would definitely recognize them. These were 3 of the more famous sovereigns. They were Sovereign Splendid Glory, the gray-robed Sovereign True Dragon, and the Lord of the Dead. The True Dragon Hegemin was one of the 10 Hegemins, and his status was roughly the same as the Coiling Dragon Hegemin. Fellow Taoist True Dragon is truly formidable. If Hegemin Coiling Dragon had succeeded, we wouldn't have had a good time. we'd probably have become his retainers. He Jim and Rome said respectfully. The true dragon's sovereign said smugly. Coiling Dragon has never taken us seriously. At first, I didn't care too much about him, but he shouldn't have leaked this information. That's why I bribed one of their sovereigns. That's how I found out that there's a huge secret hidden in the Skycloud mountain range, a monstrous secret that Coiling Dragon is after. As soon as he Jim and Rome and the sovereign of the dead heard that there was a secret, they immediately rushed over. The three hegemons had all come from the same territory, and, as time went on, they gradually became allies and made a name for themselves in Eternia. Fellow Taoist True Dragon, I wonder what this secret is hiding. Do you know of any clues? Coiling Dragon is very tight-lipped. Now that Coiling Dragon has entered, it's said that he was ambushed and several dozen of his subordinates were killed. Right now, he has less than 30 men on hand. Today, Coiling Dragon is destined to be unlucky. Once we enter, we'll know. Coiling Dragon is really done for this time. Serves him right for trying to oppose us. They had come for the secret. The most important thing was to kill Hegemon Coiling Dragon. He rarely left the city, so if they killed him, they would be able to swallow up Eternia's forces and expand their influence. He's down there. Kill. Not long after, the three sovereigns arrived near the chasm. Their divine senses locked onto the sovereigns below, then they charged towards them. All sorts of divine abilities and secret arts were unleashed, catching the sovereigns off guard. 2 of them were killed on the spot. 5 sovereigns were standing guard above the chasm. One of them suddenly charged towards one of the sovereigns, working together from the inside. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect that someone would attack them. Less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. 4 sovereigns had been killed by their combined forces. Not a single one had escaped. Feng Yu greets the 3 sovereigns. One of the sovereigns said to the True Dragon Sovereign and the others. The True Dragon Sovereign smiled. Feng Yu, you did well. Without your cooperation, it would not have been easy to kill Coiling Dragon subordinates. It's my duty. Feng Yu lowered his head. Coiling Dragon is down there. The remaining sovereigns are all 2-star and 3-star. They're nothing. After dealing with the 4 sovereigns, Coiling Dragon had no way to resist. The 3 of you should still be careful. Coiling Dragon has sovereign immortal talismans, some of which are at the level of 5-star sovereigns. Feng Yu said. He recently obtained them. It seems like he's using them to deal with the situation down there. A strange look flashed through the eyes of the True Dragon Sovereign and the other 2 sovereigns. Why had Coiling Dragon come here? He had even obtained 5-star sovereign immortal talismans, and not just one, but several. Is there any movement down there? Sovereign Rong asked. Coiling Dragon has been down there for a day, but there hasn't been any movement. He hasn't notified us either. He probably hasn't succeeded yet. Feng Yu said. As for why he went down there, we're not too sure. Everyone, let's go down together and find out why Coiling Dragon is here. The 4 sovereigns flew down into the abyss. When the sovereigns in the abyss saw that it was the True Dragon Sovereign and the others, apart from a few who had been killed at the start, the rest chose to surrender. This had become a common occurrence in Skysplit City. None of the sovereigns were willing to give up the chance to live. Both the True Dragon Sovereign and Sovereign Huarong were peak 4-star sovereigns. Opposing them was tantamount to suicide. The True Dragon Sovereign and the others didn't do much. More than 20 sovereigns appeared behind them, successfully subduing Coiling Dragon subordinates. After all, the 4-star sovereigns guarding the entrance were all dead. Coiling Dragon went in from here. The sovereigns outside the entrance were also subdued. Naturally, they told them everything they knew. What a well-hidden place. I wonder how Coiling Dragon found out. The True Dragon Sovereign wasn't in a hurry to leave. He sent out his divine sense, but it was blocked by a mysterious force. Let's go in. Chapter 1523. Hua Hua Hua. Wave after wave of flames surged over. As soon as the True Dragon Sovereign and the other sovereigns entered, towering flames assaulted them. Not good. They immediately felt a terrifying sense of danger. Their rulers' battle robes appeared on their bodies, blocking the waves of flames. However, The rulers behind them were not so lucky. They were only wearing low-grade rulers' battle robes. When the green flames landed on their bodies, the battle robes were instantly burned away. In less than 3 breaths of time, they had been turned into flaming figures. More than 20 rulers were instantly killed by the green flames. Not a single one was left alive. What a terrifying green flame! There were only 4 sovereigns left, and all of them were 4-star sovereigns. When they saw the flames instantly kill a sovereign, they were all shocked. If it weren't for the fact that they were wearing mid-quality sovereign battle robes, they probably wouldn't have had a good time. This seems to be the 9 underworld flames recorded in the ancient books. Heejemen Hua cried out in shock. The information in his memories surged forth, causing him to be unable to remain calm. To think that it would be this terrifying thing. How is this possible? How could these flames appear in a place like this? The true dragon sovereign was shocked. Didn't they say that the 9 underworld flames only exist in the 9 underworlds? The 9 underworld flame was very famous. If a sovereign touched it, he would die without question. 20-odd sovereigns could not even last 5 breaths before the 9 underworld flame. Their undying bodies were useless. The 9 underworld flames might rival that of a 6-star sovereign. Look! Suddenly, the undead monarch stared ahead, his eyes unmoving, his voice trembling. What's that? They looked in that direction, and in the center of the 9 underworld flames, a huge black object appeared in their field of vision. This is a battle fort. They weren't inexperienced people. Their eyes were drawn to it, and a sentence kept echoing in their minds. How was this possible? These were the war race's top weapons of war. For example, the region lords of several weaves were in possession of the battle race's war weapons, and they were fully deserving of being overlords. Even if their strength was comparable, in front of a region lord with a war weapon, they would still be killed. As one of the 10 hegemons, the true dragon hegemon's original goal had been to kill the coiling dragon hegemon and devour his subordinates. The secrets of the coiling dragon hegemon were merely secondary. But now that they saw the battle for it, they were all shocked. If he could get his hands on this thing, he would definitely become an area lord in the future, an overlord whose might could shake the weaves. Who wouldn't be tempted by such temptation? Everyone wants a good thing like a battle fortress. Sorry for the offense. The true dragon sovereign was the first to react. He tossed out a sovereign immortal talisman towards the 2 of them, while he himself charged towards the battle fort. For the sake of the battle fortress, the true dragon sovereign didn't hesitate to act. Heejemen Hua and the sovereign lord of the dead both tossed out Heejemen immortal talismans. They were both on guard against each other, and they charged forward as well. Terrifying power swept out, and Heejemen Fengyu, who had been following them all this time, was completely unable to react in time. The 9 Serenity's flame seized the opportunity to attack, burning him to death within 3 breaths of time. All 3 hegemons had taken action for the sake of the fortress. This wasn't the first time the 3 of them had heard of such a top-tier weapon of war. In fact, they had heard of it countless times in the past, but they had never had the chance to see it in person. It was said that in the Endless Territories, 7 of the 10 battle bastions had been seized by others, while the other 3 had been lost somewhere unknown. The 7 hegemons who wielded the battle bastions had all become supreme hegemons, and the 3 of them deeply desired to be in possession of them. After recognizing the battle fortress, they couldn't stay calm anymore. You attack me, I attack you. Both sides hoped that the other would slow down. A day later, the 3 of them saw Heejemen Coiling Dragon, who was currently being suppressed by the Tempest. Another day had passed, but they hadn't advanced very far. Heejemen Coiling Dragon was on the verge of collapse. This was the first time he had encountered such a difficult opponent. It's you. Heejemen Coiling Dragon gnashed his teeth so hard that they almost shattered when he saw the true dragon sovereign. Heejemen Coiling Dragon had been the one who had carefully discovered the clues leading to the battle fortress. He had been extremely careful, but he had still been targeted. First, it had been a black-robed stranger, and now, it had been his enemy, the true dragon sovereign. Fellow Taoist Coiling Dragon, we meet again. It seems you aren't in a good situation. The true dragon sovereign blocked He Gemin Hua Rong's attack, then smiled coldly at He Gemin Coiling Dragon. As long as He Gemin Coiling Dragon hadn't entered, everything was fine. This was the thought that ran through all three of their minds. This way, they would still have a chance to fight over the ownership of the battle fortress. Humph. I underestimated you. It seems you must have bribed my people to know that I'm here. He Gemin Coiling Dragon was an intelligent person, and he already knew what was going on. The true dragon sovereign laughed. Who told you to be so harsh to your subordinates? All I had to do was pay a small price, and I was able to easily track your movements. The only thing I didn't expect was that you would actually discover the whereabouts of the battle fortress. I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, we really wouldn't have been able to see a top-tier war weapon like the battle fortress. True dragon, who the battle fortress belongs to, isn't something you can decide with a single word. He Gemin Hua Rong snorted. Don't forget, there's still us. That's right. If you want the battle fortress, you'll have to ask us first. The sovereign of the dead said excitedly. He shattered a cluster of 9 underworld's flames, then took a dozen or so more steps forward. He Gemin Coiling Dragon's mood was at an all-time low. In front of him was a black-robed brat, and behind him was a pack of wolves. When he thought of this, he laughed instead of getting angry. Ha ha ha. Just the 3 of you, and you won the battle fortress? Why don't you take a good look at yourself first? I forgot to tell you that someone else has already entered the battle fortress. Can you still be happy? These words were like a bolt from the blue, shocking the 3 hegemons. Someone had entered. At this moment, they came to a sudden realization. He Gemin Coiling Dragon hadn't been trapped by the seals. Rather, he had been trapped by someone else. As a result, he couldn't come out. They had been feeling smug just a moment ago, but He Gemin Coiling Dragon's words were like a bucket of cold water pouring over their heads. The 3 hegemons charged forward, but the 9 underworld's flames blocked their path. Ha 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 ha. You're getting impatient, aren't you? He Gemin Coiling Dragon's mood improved quite a bit when he saw their ugly expressions. These 9 underworld's flames aren't that easy to deal with. Don't even think about entering without 3 days. 3 days, this wasn't the reason for their disappointment. After trying it out, they realized that these 9 underworld's flames weren't easy to deal with. If they really wanted to go all out, they might actually need 3 days. By that time, it would be too late. The battle fortress was so close. Fellow Taoist Coiling Dragon, could it be that you have a way? The true dragon He Gemin stopped. He could only rely on his armor to resist the 9 underworld's flames onslaught. Kiki, there's definitely a way. Given our strength, we might be able to activate our treasures in half a day, said the Coiling Dragon He Gemin. And I have a treasure that can deal with the 9 underworld's flames. If you want to work with me, you'll have to help me break through this damnable tempest. Once we're inside the battle fortress, we'll compete based on our own abilities. If you guys aren't willing, then I'm not willing. Without a doubt, these words provoked the 3 hegemons. Now that someone had entered, if someone succeeded and took control of the battle fortress, they would undoubtedly die. No one was willing to reveal this information. Fine, we swear it. They were going all out for the sake of entering the battle fortress. Within the battle fortress, suddenly, Lin Fei frowned. He Gemin Coiling Dragon actually broke through my Tempest of Sovereigns. Just now, Lin Fei sensed that his Tempest of Sovereigns had been shattered by someone, and in an instant, He Gemin Coiling Dragon shouldn't have been able to break through the Tempest of Sovereigns so quickly. Could it be that someone else has entered? This isn't good news. At first, Lin Fei thought that he would be able to break through the restrictions very quickly. Lin Fei was well aware of the system's ability to break through restrictions. But once he started, Lin Fei realized that the restrictions of the battle fortress were extraordinarily troublesome. They required a very long time and couldn't be broken through in a short amount of time. Hundreds of thousands of restrictions would take at least a few months or even a year or 2. This was what the little devil said. For example, right now, Lin Fei was inside a restriction. According to the system's analysis, this restriction was merely the outermost layer of the battle fortress, used to prevent intruders from entering. In the meantime, Lin Fei had tried using brute force to attack it. The effect wasn't good. Sometimes he would even trigger the counterattack of dozens of restrictions. Master, this restriction was probably broken by force. Although some of the restrictions will automatically repair themselves, we can enter from here. According to my calculations, it should take a year. The little devil said. A year? Can't it be faster? If there were no outsiders interfering, Lin Fei wouldn't be worried at all. But now, he had no choice but to speed up. That's the fastest. The little devil shook her head. Master, don't worry. Even if someone enters, unless that person is a formation grandmaster, they won't be as fast as us. I'm afraid they can only use brute force to break through. You know someone is coming? The little devil said disdainfully. How can I not know? I control the system. They probably won't follow the route we broke through and enter, right? This was what Lin Fei was more worried about. They won't be able to enter. The little devil said disdainfully. The restrictions here aren't fixed. They're constantly changing. Why did I tell you not to move? It's because there will be new restrictions later on. Right now, you're inside this restriction. That's good. That's what I'm afraid of. Hee hee. Lin Fei let out a sigh of relief. Then you can focus on breaking the restrictions. Coiling Dragon, what do you say? Inside the battle fortress. Looking at the densely packed restrictions, the true dragon Sovereign and Sovereign Huarong's faces were pale. Just now, they had used their divine sense to investigate and were injured by the restrictions. The coiling dragon Sovereign was glaring at them angrily, and he seemed to want to give a reason. The coiling dragon Sovereign snorted. You didn't ask about the situation inside. Besides, I don't know much about the situation inside either. They didn't dare to move recklessly around the restrictions. What should they do? Chapter 1524. Cowardly rat, I know you're inside. You'd better rejoice that you don't get caught by me. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. Hegemon Coiling Dragon's threatening voice echoed throughout the fortress. The coiling dragon Hegemon didn't know what to do as he stared at the densely packed formations and restrictions. Breaking formations was his weakness, not his forte. If it had been just 8 or 10 formations, the coiling dragon Hegemon had plenty of ways to break through them, even if he had to use brute force. However, hundreds of thousands or even millions of formations weren't something he could break through. With no other choice, the coiling dragon Hegemon could only vent his emotions in this manner. In addition, Hegemon Coiling Dragon was still testing the waters. Was that guy dead? It would be fine if he died, but if he didn't, it would be troublesome. Fellow Taoist Coiling Dragon, you're pretty fast to be able to come out so quickly. I thought you'd be trapped for a few more days. Suddenly, the young man's voice came from the array formation. Not dead. The expressions of the 4 sovereigns present all changed. When they came in, they tried to check with their spiritual mind, but failed. They also thought that the person who came in was killed by the formation, and the battle for the battle fort was between the 4 of them. Now that that guy wasn't dead, the situation was quite bad. He's inside the restrictive spell formation. The true dragon Sovereign realized where the other party was. This sentence put a lot of pressure on them. He was ahead of them. I'm going to kill you first. Get out here. Upon hearing this voice, the coiling dragon Sovereign could no longer suppress his killing intent. It was this fellow who had caused him to miss the best opportunity. I'm inside. Rush in if you have the ability. If you only talk and don't do anything, I'll look down on you. Ha ha. A mocking voice came from within the array formation once more. The coiling dragon Hegemon was so angry that he almost coughed up blood. He almost couldn't stop himself from charging in, but he stopped himself at the critical moment. That guy was too much of a bastard. He was sending himself to his death. Fellow true dragon, we've been fighting for so long without a clear winner. Now that a great opportunity has presented itself, why don't we join forces to break the formation? Maybe the guy inside is trapped in that formation. There are more than 1 million array formations here, so it would not be easy to break through all of them. The true dragon Hegemon, the dead Lord Hegemon, and Hegemon Splendor all realized how difficult it was. There was no way they could enter on their own. Everyone, let's break the formation together and get rid of the guy inside. The coiling dragon Hegemon's words received approval. No matter what, the battle fort had to belong to the four of them. They couldn't let anyone else take it away. The four sovereigns immediately joined forces once more. In the face of profit, even enemies could work together. Boom, boom, boom. Another array formation was broken. Within the array formation, Lin Fei had been sitting cross-legged, not in a hurry at all. This was the 8th month since they entered the battle fortress. Every day, Lin Fei leveled up the system and cracked it. However, once he got inside, the array formations and restrictions became much more difficult. He needed time to crack them, so Lin Fei was not in a hurry. Can you guys do it or not? Lin Fei smirked. When the four sovereigns heard this, their expressions turned even uglier. Ever since they worked together to break the array, they had never stopped. Every day, they would break the array. Unfortunately, the four of them were not good at breaking arrays. In 8 months, he barely managed to break more than 10,000 formations and restrictions, but he was already running out of steam. Then, they looked at the fellow who had entered a step ahead of them. From beginning to end, they couldn't even see his shadow, and from time to time, he would sneer at them. This provoked them quite a bit, and they wanted nothing more than to crush this fellow. We can't continue like this. The true dragon sovereign used his treasures to attack the array formations. He frowned, as he did this almost every day. The array formations and restrictions here are too powerful. They were probably set up by the battle race. Even if they've been broken by someone, the rest is not something we can break. If no one is here, I don't believe we can't break them in a few years. Now that someone is inside, we have to speed up. Sovereign Hua Rome was very anxious. Array formations and restrictions are not easy to break. If we're not careful, we'll be attacked. How can we speed up? The dead sovereign shook his head. The only thing I don't understand is why we haven't seen any trace of that fellow. Could it be that he's been breaking the array all this time? Even a grandmaster might not be as fast. They've been breaking the array formations for 8 months, thinking that they would be able to catch up to the other party. In the end, they couldn't even see a shadow of the other party. Who told them to have such a bad feeling? The battle fortress was going to fall into the hands of an outsider. They couldn't accept this. The current situation was extremely unfavorable for them. At this rate, they wouldn't even need to break the array formations. The other party would take control of the battle fortress, and that would be the end of them. Call for help. Since they couldn't continue breaking the array formations, they could only ask for help. They all wanted the battle fortress. The array formations made them helpless. Plus, there were people inside, so they had the absolute advantage. They didn't want to ask for help from outsiders. But if they didn't, they could only watch as the battle fortress was taking control. Since they couldn't get it, they wouldn't let the guy inside have a good time. Let's go. Another month passed. Lin Fei suddenly realized that there was no movement outside. He scanned with the system and found that the person was gone. Did they give up? Lin Fei didn't believe that they would give up on the battle fortress. After all, it was the top weapon of the battle race. Whoever had it would be the future overlord. How much longer will it take to break the array formations? At this rate, it will take at least 5 years. The array formations here are not ordinary and have many changes. 5 years is the fastest. Lin Fei didn't ask anymore. 5 years was fast enough. It was faster than breaking the array formations by himself. No matter what they are planning, they won't give up on the battle fortress. I should increase my strength. Once I become a 5-star ruler, there will be nothing to worry about. The Void Ruler and the others had indeed gone back. They went back to ask for help. Since they couldn't get the battle fortress, they wouldn't let others get it so easily either. As soon as the 4 sovereigns returned to Sky City, they immediately went to the territories of the remaining 8 sovereigns. After paying a hefty price, they told them about the battle fortress. They even recorded the situation inside the battle fortress. This news shocked them quite a bit. It was such a big news, and it was about the battle fortress. The 8 rulers had paid a huge price for the battle fortress. The 4 rulers had gained a lot from it, which made them feel a bit better. If that black-robe guy hadn't gone in first, they wouldn't have sold the information to the remaining 8 rulers. Now that things had come to this, there was nothing they could do. Chapter 1525. Fellow Taoist Coiling Dragon. You've hidden yourself quite well. You managed to find a place like this, and a battle fort as well. I wonder how lucky you are. Deep within the Sky Cloud Mountains, a large group of sovereigns had surrounded the area. There were more than 2,000 of them, all of whom belonged to the 8 sovereigns. As soon as they appeared, they immediately sealed off the entire area. The powerful sovereign realm and mortal beasts that were roaming around were also surrounded and killed. The entire area became a safe zone. As soon as the 8 sovereigns entered the battle fort, someone mocked Sovereign Coiling Dragon. The one who mocked Sovereign Coiling Dragon was a member of a special race known as the Stone Golems. They were born with powerful defenses, and when in danger, they could transform into indestructible stone. Sovereign Stone Armored had never held Sovereign Coiling Dragon in any regard. He was a 5-star sovereign, and with his powerful innate defenses, few of the 10 sovereigns dared to provoke him. Sovereign Stone Armored mocked Sovereign Coiling Dragon, but he wasn't calm at all. Sovereign Coiling Dragon had almost obtained the battle fort, but unfortunately, he hadn't been so lucky. Someone else had beaten him to it, and he had been forced to drag them down with him. Sovereign Coiling Dragon had an uncomfortable look on his face, especially in a situation like this. What, nothing to say? Sovereign Stone Armored loved to tease Sovereign Coiling Dragon. Fellow Taoist Stone Armored, you can't blame Coiling Dragon for this. It was an accident. We've wasted so much time. We should hurry and break the formation. A green-haired sovereign said. This sovereign was called the Sacrificial Blood Sovereign. We didn't come here to talk about that. We came here to figure out how to take control of the battle fort. Right now, we should focus on breaking the formation. Sovereign Blue Tiger couldn't bear to watch any longer. The 8 sovereigns had all gathered here today for the sake of the battle fort. What's with all the noise? The most important thing right now is to break the formation. The sovereign at the very front, surrounded by others, spoke up. Everyone quieted down. This sovereign was the strongest of the 10 sovereigns. He had the strength of a 6-star sovereign, and his name was Tao. The difference in strength between the 10 sovereigns was enormous. The higher the ranking, the greater the difference in strength. The number 1 sovereign, Tao, was rumored to have an extremely powerful background. As soon as he arrived in Eternia, he had recruited over 1,000 sovereigns and become the most powerful faction. All 10 sovereigns knew about the appearance of the battle fort. It wouldn't be easy for them to fight over the Dao Hegemon. They were all secretly on guard against the Dao Hegemon, who already had the power of a peak 6-star Hegemon. I agree with the words of Tao. We must break the formation immediately. I brought a few formation grandmasters with me. The second-ranked Inferno ruler waved his hand, and a few grandmasters stepped forward. Breaking through the formation is the most important thing right now. I brought a few hegemons with me as well. This was the third-ranked hegemon, the Skyrush hegemon. He was an extremely astute person, and he was able to easily rank amongst the 10 hegemons. Now that the first 3 hegemons had spoken, the rest of the hegemons had nothing else to say. Break the formation. The 10 hegemons entered the battle fortress. Lin Fei was the first to find out, especially when the leader of the group emitted the aura of a 6-star sovereign. Lin Fei immediately knew that they had called for reinforcements. They're really bold to spread the news. They're treating me as their number 1 opponent. Lin Fei understood their intentions very well. There was strength in numbers, and with a grandmaster present, it was much easier to break the formation. Lin Fei had the advantage right now, and there was nothing to worry about. He had been breaking the formation for more than a year, and they had only just arrived. The distance between them would only continue to grow. With this in mind, Lin Fei didn't really care. But in the 3rd year of breaking the formation, the 10 hegemons joined forces, and their speed at breaking the formation was not slow either. They appeared behind him just like that. A gap of less than half a year. This caused Lin Fei to suck in a breath of cold air. These fellows really couldn't be underestimated. They were not slow at all in breaking the formation. Master, don't worry. The system has a rough analysis. In another half a year, we should be able to break the outer formation, the little fiend said disdainfully. So fast. This was good news. Can't they see who's breaking the formation? The little fiend rolled his eyes. Actually, Master doesn't need to worry. These hegemons are indeed very powerful when they join forces. If Master ambushes them, I believe they will slow down. Ambushes? Right now, there were at least 500 hegemons breaking the formation in the battle fortress. This was also why they were so fast. With strength and formation breaking grandmasters, how could they not be fast? Master, don't you have war weapons? As long as you sneak up, you can kill some of the hegemons. As long as you kill those formation grandmasters, they can only watch helplessly. Lin Fei had to admit that the little fiend's words were very important. They were breaking the formation very quickly. Lin Fei realized that these formation grandmasters were very powerful. If he killed them, not only would he be able to collect divinity, but he would also be able to collect experience points. This was not a bad idea. However, there are formation restrictions everywhere. As soon as I use my war weapons, they will sense it. Moreover, the formation restrictions will also block the attack. That's not a problem. I already know a little about the formation restrictions behind you. I can send you the route. As long as Master gets close to them, you can fire a cannon. If they are not prepared, they will still fall for it. This is a good idea. The Dao Hegemon was in a good mood. He had actually found a battle fortress in Sky City. This was a top-grade war weapon. If he could take control of the battle fortress, the sect elders would no longer dare to underestimate him, and he would be able to strut around and become a hegemon of a territory. Senior apprentice brother, those fellows are secretly guarding against us. Once the formation is broken, we'll probably have to fight to the death. The wind source hegemon sent mentally. The Dao hegemon had a look of disdain on his face. They won't be able to play any tricks. The battle fortress has to be ours. Who would have thought that one of the 3 battle fortresses that disappeared would appear in a mysterious place like Sky City? Once the formation is broken, I'll personally attack and kill them. The 10 hegemons? Haha, they're nothing but a joke. I'll have to congratulate you in advance, senior apprentice brother. The wind source hegemon laughed. As his junior apprentice brother and his most trusted subordinate, he hoped that his senior apprentice brother would continue to make breakthroughs in power. Once you take control of the battle fortress, I'll shut those old bastards up. When that happens, I'll hand over the position of sect leader to you. Thank you, senior apprentice brother. The Dao hegemon was scheming against them. The other hegemons were also scheming against them. For now, they viewed the Dao hegemon as their #1 enemy. The power of a peak 6-star hegemon gave them quite a bit of pressure, which was why they had chosen to target the Dao hegemon. Coiling Dragon, True Dragon, this is a good opportunity. You have to seize it. The Inferno hegemon was a 6-star hegemon, one of the only 2 of the 10 hegemons. He was far weaker than the Dao hegemon. He was the one who had suggested that the Dao hegemon be their #1 target. Even he was extremely wary of the Dao hegemon. Although they had fought against each other a few times, he had never been able to gauge the Dao hegemon's true power. Now that the battle fortress had appeared, the Inferno hegemon viewed it as his #1 enemy. Seeing that the rate at which the formation was being broken was increasing, the Inferno hegemon had no choice but to make his preparations. Right now, they were only temporarily working together, but once the battle began, they would definitely fight to the death. Right now, the Inferno hegemon was trying to recruit the 10 hegemons to his side. This was the most powerful force he could muster against the Dao hegemon. Coiling Dragon, aren't you ashamed to come back? The Coiling Dragon hegemon and the True Dragon hegemon had both brought their forces with them. They weren't exactly powerful, but they were still a force to be reckoned with, especially at a time like this. Before the Coiling Dragon hegemon could respond, laughter rang out from within the restrictive spell formation. The Coiling Dragon hegemon's face immediately darkened. Ever since he had discovered the battle fortress, the person he had hated the most was this mysterious black-robed man. If it weren't for him, would he have ended up in his current state? He had missed out on such a great opportunity, all thanks to this man. And yet, this fellow still had the gall to speak. You'd best not get caught by me. I'll deal with you sooner or later. Now that the Dao hegemon was within the restrictive spell formation, the Coiling Dragon hegemon couldn't charge, and no matter how angry he was, There were multiple restrictive spells here, and not even the coiling dragon Hegemin dared to charge in recklessly. If he got trapped, it would be very difficult to escape. I'm right here. If you have the ability, come in. If you don't, then stand to the side. Lin Fei laughed once more. The battle fortress is mine. All you can do is stare at it. I'm going to destroy you. The coiling dragon Hegemin was already filled with anger. Now that he was provoked again, he charged toward the source of the voice. He didn't care if he would get trapped in the restrictive spell formation. His anger was now completely replaced by rage. Coiling dragon. The true dragon Hegemin called out to stop him. He couldn't stop him. Once he entered, he would be in grave danger. The true dragon Hegemin could understand if the coiling dragon Hegemin went in. The battle fortress was his, but it had ended up like this. Probably not many people would be able to accept it. The Inferno Hegemin narrowed his eyes and said, "You're amazing." With just a few words, you made coiling dragon charge into the restrictive spell formation. I know very well what you're thinking. The battle fortress isn't easy to take. You'd best be prepared. Whoosh! Suddenly, Lin Fei appeared in front of everyone, dressed in a black robe. More importantly, he had the ruler's obliteration cannon on his shoulder. He blasted at the formation masters who were trying to break the spell formation. Boom, boom. To kill them, Lin Fei fired 3 consecutive cannons. The 3 beams of destruction crashed over. You're courting death. A few of the 10 juggernauts instantly gained mid-grade juggernaut battle armor. For example, the Inferno Hegemin had the flame juggernaut battle armor. With a wave of his hand, a fire dragon blasted out. Chapter 1526. The appearance of the battle fort had made everyone focus on breaking the restrictions. The 10 rulers all had their own selfish motives. Breaking the restrictions was a temporary alliance. In the end, they would have to fight for the right to control the battle fort. Whoever controlled the battle fort would receive unimaginable benefits. Everyone ignored the black-robed man, who was still breaking the formation. Up until the black-robed man's mockery of the coiling dragon ruler, no one had expected him to launch a sneak attack, much less suddenly appear. The moment he made his move, he caught them off guard. A large group of formation masters were the first to suffer. 3 rulers' destruction cannons, each with mid-level power, blasted them to pieces. Even if they weren't wearing ruler battle robes, only a few formation masters were spared, but they were still heavily injured. I'm going to kill you. The Inferno ruler's eyes were bloodshot. Under this attack, the 5 array formation grandmasters who had brought along with them were all killed. They were the strongest formation masters under the Inferno ruler, but now they were all dead. The Inferno ruler attacked angrily with a fire dragon, but it hit nothing but air, triggering the formation's restrictions. Bastard! Seeing that his attack had failed, the Inferno Hegemin attacked once more. The black-robed man quietly slipped into the array formation and disappeared from everyone's sight. This is a small gift from me. I hope everyone will be satisfied. Ha ha ha. The man's laughter echoed in the air above the formation. The rulers outside all had grim expressions. They couldn't find the man's exact location. The rulers who had been breaking the formation didn't dare to stick together anymore. They all scattered, afraid that they would become the next target. Kill him. We must kill him. The true dragon ruler broke out in a cold sweat. If he was attacked, he really would fail miserably. My people are all dead. True dragon, why didn't you say that he was a formation-breaking expert? The stone-armored ruler was furious. The formation experts he had brought with him were all dead. Fellow Taoist true dragon, you must give us an explanation. Why didn't you say so earlier? Now that most of the formation masters are dead, how do you expect us to break the formation? The true dragon ruler immediately became the target. I really didn't know. The true dragon ruler couldn't explain. Not good. The coiling dragon ruler is in danger. The 10 rulers' expressions changed slightly. That fellow was able to move within the array formation's restriction, so he had a considerable grasp of the array formation. The coiling dragon Hegemin might truly be in danger. After the coiling dragon Hegemin charged into the restrictive spell formation, his impulsive emotions calmed down. Because he was trapped in a restrictive array formation. Not good, I've been tricked. The array formation changed. The coiling dragon hegemon wanted nothing more than to give himself a tight slap across the face. He was now one of the 10 hegemons. How could he not be able to resist being duped by a few words? Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying pressure once more caused the coiling dragon hegemon to feel uneasy. That guy is ambushing us. The coiling dragon hegemon gnashed his teeth at the black-robed man. If not for the black-robed man using this technique to kill his subordinates, he would have nearly become a one-man army commander. But that's fine too. Battle fortresses aren't that easy to get. Hegemon Coiling Dragon quickly regained his composure, and he even smiled. Hegemon Coiling Dragon was more than happy to see the people outside suffer. Didn't you laugh at me? Now, I'm laughing at you. What goes around comes around. Finally solved a problem. After 3 consecutive cannon blasts, most of the formation grandmasters were wiped out. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. That Inferno hegemon is indeed a 6-star juggernaut. His attack is so powerful, and he broke 5 or 6 restrictive array formations. It's all thanks to my mastery of restrictive arts. Lin Fei admitted that there was still a gap between him and his 6-star juggernaut. Now that I've solved this problem, I can go and solve another one. Lin Fei moved quickly within the restrictive array formation, avoiding one after another. A figure appeared in the restrictive array formation in front of him. It was the coiling dragon hegemon who had charged in a fit of rage. Lin Fei was here to finish him off. I'll let you have a blast first. With the inferior grade Saint Stone, Lin Fei didn't mind finishing the battle in the fastest way possible. This was a kind of strategy. Boom. The coiling dragon hegemon tried to attack the restrictive array formation, but to no avail. Not good. The sneak attack outside had him on guard. The coiling dragon hegemon reacted quickly, but half of his body was still injured. The Juggernaut Destruction Cannon's advantage was that it was stealthy, which was one of the biggest advantages of war weapons. Shameless fellow, how dare you sneak attack me? The coiling dragon hegemon was furious. He had been ambushed once outside, and now he was ambushed a second time. The black axe landed in his hand. Stop hiding. Come out and fight if you can. After being ambushed once, the coiling dragon hegemon wouldn't fall for it again. As you wish. As he spoke, a black figure suddenly appeared in front of him. A huge fist landed on the coiling dragon hegemon's face, and a terrifying might instantly erupted. The coiling dragon hegemon was sent flying. So fast. The coiling dragon hegemon was experienced and knowledgeable. This was the first time he had encountered someone who could evade divine senses. This punch made the coiling dragon hegemon feel terrible. Again, the coiling dragon hegemon reached out, and the black axe appeared in his hand. An attack with the force of a mountain crashed over. Countless axe shadows spread out like ripples. The coiling dragon hegemon wasn't good at speed, so he could only use this method. Come out, eat my sword. Lin Fei appeared again, and his 5 swords merged into one as he met the attack head-on. This sword represented the might of a 4-star juggernaut. I'm going to kill you, shameless fellow. The coiling dragon hegemon saw the black-robed man again, and the axe in his hand turned into a black light as it slashed out. The long sword and axe clashed, and a terrifying might erupted. Boom! A terrifying might swept out. The two were instantly impacted by the might. At their realm, the impact of the might was enough to make ordinary celestial venerables unable to withstand it. Hee, that's all. Lin Fei was impacted by the might, and his blood surged. His fighting spirit surged, and he swung his sword, attacking with ordinary attacks. Sword after sword, he never missed. Boom, boom, boom. Every sword strike was the most domineering attack. The coiling dragon hegemon also attacked boldly, trying to use his own might to impact and injure the opponent. But as time went on, the opponent seemed fine, while the coiling dragon hegemon was suffering. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The coiling dragon hegemon suffered every time they exchanged blows. The might surged out like ripples, and his mid-grade juggernaut battle robe was covered in cracks. After being heavily injured twice in a row, the coiling dragon hegemon's battle robe was riddled with cracks. He had thought that he could crush the opponent with his strength, but the opponent's battle prowess was no weaker than his. In particular, the might of the secret art was even more terrifying than he had imagined. The coiling dragon hegemon situation was worsening. Boom! Another sword strike, and the mid-grade juggernaut battle robe on the coiling dragon hegemon was shattered. Eternal instant. An ancient secret art was unleashed. Chapter 1527. The coiling dragon hegemon was dead. The coiling dragon hegemon wasn't able to block this sword strike. The coiling dragon hegemon's battle robes had just been shattered, and Lin Fei had used this opportunity to deliver a fatal blow, not giving the coiling dragon hegemon any chance to struggle at all. As soon as the coiling dragon hegemon died, the system notified him. A hegemon of this level really isn't easy to deal with. After killing the coiling dragon hegemon, Lin Fei realized that this sort of expert was not easy to deal with. He had to fight head-on to break through the hegemon's defenses, then use a secret divine ability to catch the hegemon off guard. Lin Fei was quite excited. He clearly had the advantage in this formation. Lin Fei pulled out a healing pill and swallowed it. Although the short exchange had been a head-on clash, he had still been injured. I'm more suited to this style of fighting. Their attacks don't affect me much, and I'll just have to break through their defenses to kill them. Lin Fei gained new insights after this battle. Within the battle fortress, after Lin Fei's ruckus, the 10 hegemons had lost many of their formation grandmasters. They had no choice but to pause their plan to quickly break through the formation. The reason was that although the remaining formation grandmasters hadn't been killed, they had been injured. Breaking through formations was very taxing. It was very taxing for them to break through formations. Helpless, the remaining 9 hegemons decided to bring in a new batch of formation grandmasters. This had wasted quite a bit of time. Formation grandmasters were hard to find, and they had to find the best. After all, the formations here were extraordinary, and they had to hide the fact that they had to spend quite a bit of time. If word got out, all the hegemons of Skysplit City would attack. They definitely wouldn't be able to stop them. The pause in between had caused the distance between them to widen once more, making it impossible for them to break through the formation. Everyone was filled with resentment towards the black-robed fellow who had ambushed them. They had never seen such a despicable person who had destroyed their most important location with a single attack. When the second batch of formation grandmasters arrived, they were on high alert every single day. They even secretly set down formations in an attempt to bait the enemy into falling for it. The enemy never fell for it. As time went on, the Tao hegemon, the Inferno hegemon, the Skyrush hegemon, and the others began to feel uneasy. Was someone going to beat them to it? Boom! Within the battle fortress, another array formation was broken. The originally heavy restrictions were finally broken through, revealing a path. Lin Fei took a step forward, and the array formation restrictions in front of him disappeared. When he looked back, he saw the dense array formation restrictions behind him. Finally, it took the system 4 years to break through the restrictive array formation, which was much faster than expected. 200,000 demons' hearts. It's totally worth it. Those fellows will need at least a year to get in. This is your chance. Little Demoness was very proud of herself. Lin Fei was also desperate to master the battle fort. After taking a deep breath, Lin Fei observed the situation in front of him. What appeared in front of him was a ground full of corpses. These people were directly crushed to death by a terrifying power, the little demons said. Lin Fei also noticed this after observing. It should be a powerful ruler who slaughtered his way in from the outside. The war race's people didn't even have time to react before they were directly obliterated. Lin Fei could imagine this scene even if he closed his eyes. The injuries on the corpses were exactly the same. Is this an array formation? After looking around, Lin Fei realized that there was something different about this place. Not far away, there was a small hub, and the people who had died were all surrounding this hub. Releasing his divine sense, all he saw were corpses. There were a total of 9 of these small hubs. Lin Fei was not an idiot. He knew that these hubs were very important, and the battle fort seemed to need slaves to work together to activate these hubs. Since these hubs were not ordinary, Lin Fei was even more interested in the battle fort. He walked in. There were corpses everywhere. Without exception, they were all killed in an instant. Lin Fei secretly estimated that there were at least 1 million people killed. He didn't know how strong they were, but they shouldn't be too weak. I'm almost there. After going through one array formation after another, the corpses in front of him started to lessen, not as densely packed as before. Lin Fei knew that he was about to reach his destination. What appeared was actually a black palace. Lin Fei stepped into the palace. It was spacious inside, and at the end of the palace, he saw a tall black throne. On both sides of the throne, there were more than 10 corpses. That's right, corpses. These corpses were all 9 zhang tall like small giants. They aren't strong. After these corpses died, their auras were only around 5-star rulers. After Lin Fei observed carefully, he realized that they were all stabbed in the forehead with a sword. There was a fist-sized wound on their forehead, and all the corpses were the same. These should be people from the battle race. I didn't expect them to be killed with a sword. Maybe they didn't expect it. Lin Fei sighed, and his gaze instantly fell on the person on the throne. This was a middle-aged man with a very imposing aura. At this moment, he also had a look of unwillingness in his eyes. His forehead was also pierced by a sword, and he was even wearing the ruler battle armor. Lin Fei was about to look for something good. Unfortunately, apart from the ruler battle armor, they didn't have anything good. It seemed like someone had taken it away. Since the person killed them, why didn't he take control of the battle fort? Lin Fei had a question. This was a top-grade war weapon in the territory. Even Lin Fei was tempted, let alone others. He didn't believe that anyone could resist such thoughts. After pondering for a while, Lin Fei still couldn't come to a conclusion, so he stopped thinking about it. Instead, he looked for a way to control the battle fort. After all, the people outside were still breaking the formation. Once they came in, they would have more people, and he wouldn't have a chance. Master, I just scanned it. The battle fort's mechanism is this throne. The little devil came out with a smile. As long as Master refines the throne, the battle fort will be under your control. If you want to refine the throne, you need to give me 500,000 hearts. I knew you wouldn't be so kind as to remind me. Lin Fei curled his lips. 200,000 to break the formation, and 500,000 to refine the throne. Do you think I'm a fool? 500,000 hearts in one go. Lin Fei felt his heart ache just thinking about it. Why don't you try refining it? The little devil was very confident. The people of this race are very smart. I'm a little suspicious that they came from somewhere else. Their brain power has reached this level. Lin Fei didn't know much about the battle race, but he knew one thing. This battle race was very smart. They weren't strong themselves, but they could create all kinds of war weapons to increase their strength and invade one territory after another. Let's try. Who's afraid of who? If he didn't have to spend 500,000 hearts, of course, Lin Fei would save it. Lin Fei wanted to refine the Black Throne. He originally thought that it wouldn't be difficult, but after a month, he still hadn't reached the entry level. It turned out that the throne needed to be broken layer by layer. I lost. Lin Fei couldn't help but admit that it would take him a long time to refine this throne. You win. Isn't 500,000 too expensive? It won't be expensive if you don't want it. Lin Fei was already here. He was only one step away, so he wouldn't give up. 500,000 it is. How long do you need to refine it? Lin Fei couldn't wait that long. The throne created by the battle race isn't simple. I will break it as soon as possible. No matter what, it will take more than half a year. You might meet them, so you must be mentally prepared. Lin Fei's heart sank. This wasn't good news. Since things had come to this, he could only go all out. Go refine it immediately. After paying another 500,000 hearts, Lin Fei sent the little devil to refine it. As long as he succeeded, he would be able to insert his divine sense into the battle fort and completely control it. Lin Fei was happy, but thinking about half a year or even longer, his heart sank again. I need to break through as soon as possible. Boom, boom, boom. Half a year later, the other group of people finally broke through the restrictions of the array formation and passed through the periphery. Aha, we're in. The moment these people entered, they faced the sky and laughed. For this day, they had to break the formation day and night, and they also had to be on guard against hidden enemies. These few years had not been easy. Search. The ruler of Blaze couldn't hide his excitement. He had finally brought people in. He had waited a long time for this day. In his excitement, he secretly gathered his subordinates. The other rulers did the same. Once the formation was broken and they entered, the alliance from before no longer existed. However, they hadn't found the thing controlling the battle fort yet, so there was no battle. This was only a matter of time. The ruler of Blaze ordered his subordinates to search. The 9 rulers led their subordinates to search. At this time, they were strangely united, as if they didn't want to lose people in this situation. Discovering the control diagram made them a little happy. However, seeing the corpses all over the ground, they were even more shocked. Someone had actually killed their way in. It was definitely a 9 stars ruler. The 9 rulers searched very quickly, approaching the palace. We found a palace. The control center should be in the palace. Charge. Almost 1,000 rulers entered the palace together. It's that guy. He must be refining the control center. The eyes of the rulers who entered were very bright. They immediately noticed the black-robed man sitting cross-legged below the throne. They had all seen the sneak attack last time, and it would be a lie to say that they didn't hate him. Now that he was surrounded in the palace, they didn't believe that he could walk out. Hearing that someone was refining the control center, the 9 rulers couldn't stay calm and hurriedly rushed in. Damn, I finally found you. The ruler of Blaze shot out a cold light, and without saying a word, a roaring fire dragon flew out. Brother Blaze, what is the meaning of this? Just as the fire dragon appeared, a sword slashed out from the void, and the fire dragon was cut in 2. The ruler of Tao held his sword with one hand, watching coldly. Chapter 1528. What do you mean? Hegemon Inferno was extremely wary of the chief Hegemon of Tao. Even if he went all out, he still wouldn't necessarily be a match for him. Even now, he had no idea what trump cards the chief Hegemon of Tao had. He was extremely unhappy that his attack on the black-robed man had been nullified by the Tao Hegemon. It wasn't easy for him to find her, so he had to be the first to make a move. Everyone knew that he was trying to refine the throne and completely control the battle fort. Being the first to attack represented an opportunity, and Hegemon Inferno's reasoning was quite appropriate as well. In the end, however, Hegemon Tao forcibly blocked his attack. The black-robed man is our common enemy. He killed our formation grandmaster. Fellow Taoist Lai Hua, you don't have to rush to act. Anyway, he can't escape from our palms. The Tao Hegemon said calmly, paying no attention to the look on Hegemon Inferno's face. His words reminded everyone of something. What if the Inferno Hegemon made the first move? Fellow cultivator Lai Hua, this guy can't escape anyway. Why are you in such a hurry to take action? Hegemon Skyrush laughed. His gaze focused on the black-robed figure in front of the throne. Since everyone is here, let's attack together. Let's deal with this fellow first. It had taken them a long time to gather a formation grandmaster to break through the formation restrictions and come all the way here. The other party was alone and faster than them. Everyone had to admit that he was a formation restriction grandmaster. The coiling dragon Hegemon vanished. Right now, it was time for the 9 Hegemons to fight over the true fortress. The black-robed man wanted all of them to attack at the same time. He would not allow anyone to be the first to attack. If anyone attacked first, they would immediately become the target of the attack. Hegemon Inferno reacted quickly and was blocked by Hegemon Tao. It was impossible for such an opportunity to appear a second time. With the death of the black-robed man, a great battle was inevitable. Although the Inferno Hegemon was furious, he also realized that he couldn't attack anymore. If he did, he would become a target. He flicked his sleeves, let out a snort, and fell silent. At this moment, everyone's gaze was focused on the black-robed man. They were only one step away from the battle fortress. Good job, fellow Taoist. You actually came in by yourself. If we were one step slower, you would have taken control of the battle fort. Now you have no chance. Do it. The 9 hegemons gave the order. More than 100 2-star sovereigns attacked at the same time. Their momentum was astonishing, and divine abilities filled the sky. The huge palace shook, but there were no signs of it collapsing. Sovereign Tempest. From a moment they came in, Lin Fei sensed it. Dodge. This was impossible. Once the throne was broken, Lin Fei needed to refine it immediately so that he could control it smoothly. However, he did not expect them to be faster than he expected. This was something that could not be helped. As soon as they made their move, Lin Fei opened his eyes and a cold gleam flashed through them. A fight it was. Wasn't it just a fight? Hua 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 within the enormous palace, the tempest of sovereigns descended. A terrifying aura swept out. Wounds were instantly left on the bodies of over 100 sovereigns. Their bodies swayed as their Dao hearts were attacked. The battle fort is mine. Let's see who can take it away. Lin Fei stepped into the tempest of sovereigns. His tyrannical voice reverberated throughout the area, imprinting itself in the hearts of every single sovereign present. Kill! The 5 great sword chis merged into one, and a tyrannical sword swept out. The dozen or so sovereigns charging at the front were all sent flying like fallen leaves in autumn. The dozen or so sovereigns fell to the ground, their bodies broken into 2, no longer breathing. 1 sword strike to kill. This sword attack had torn through their ruler's battle armor and killed them. The 9 sovereigns did not plan to attack. These subordinates were already enough. A strange look flashed through their eyes when they saw Yi Shiwen kill over a dozen sovereigns with a single sword strike. Lin Fei did not care about their changes. What he needed to do now was to kill. He needed to buy time for himself. With a sweep of his sword, Lin Fei moved within the tempest of sovereigns. He came and went without a trace. With a flash of sword light, he killed a sovereign. The 2-star sovereigns in the tempest were not a match for him at all. They could not track him at all. Lin Fei slaughtered his way through, killing sovereigns with each sword strike. At the same time, he obtained a large amount of experience and divinity. The 100 2-star sovereigns charging at him were all killed in an instant. Only a few managed to escape, and their faces were filled with terror. He alone killed over 100 2-star sovereigns. How satisfying! Lin Fei stood on the high platform and met everyone's gazes. These 100 sovereigns were killing to his heart's content. Regardless of whether they were wearing the ruler's battle armor or not, they were all destroyed with a single sword strike. This feeling was simply too satisfying. Didn't you guys want to kill me? Keep going. The 9 sovereigns' expressions turned grave. They had underestimated the other party's power. This was within their expectations. They had not expected to rely on these sovereigns to take down the other party. They had arranged for them to act as a probe or even to observe. Now, it seemed like the other party was not weak. He could easily kill 2-star sovereigns. No matter what, he had the combat power of a 4-star sovereign. This was still within the acceptable range. Aside from the 1 or 2 at the back, the 9 sovereigns at the front were all 5-star and 6-star sovereigns. With them overseeing things, they did not believe that they could not take down the other party. All of you attack. Kill this fellow for me. Go kill. The 9 sovereigns signaled their subordinates to surround and attack. As for them, they cannot attack now. It could be said that the 9 sovereigns were guarding against each other. A 4-star sovereign and his subordinates were enough to attack. With the sovereign's order, the remaining sovereigns attacked. Most of them were 3-star and 4-star sovereigns. They could be said to be the most elite force. The 100 2-star sovereigns from before could not compare to them. About 1,000 sovereigns attacked together. Lin Fei licked his lips. This was Lin Fei's first time facing so many sovereigns. He felt an immense pressure. Lin Fei was not afraid. Instead, he was filled with the desire to fight. Lin Fei was the only one who could still be filled with the desire to fight at a time like this. Ordinary 4-star sovereigns would most likely turn and run if they saw him. Kill. Lin Fei activated his Sovereign's Tempest and charged in front of a 2-star sovereign. He stabbed with his sword, and with a crack, the sword pierced through the sovereign's forehead. A 2-star sovereign died. Kill the weak first. Lin Fei shuttled through 100 flowers. Every time he attacked, he took the life of a sovereign. Bang, bang, Bang Lin Fei's powerful killing spree quickly filled his body with wounds. These wounds came one after another. Right now, he could not care less. He only wanted to kill the sovereigns. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, all of the 2-star sovereigns were dead. Lin Fei attacked the 3-star sovereigns. Killing them would be a bit more difficult. As soon as Lin Fei attacked, they took out their sovereign immortal talismans. The other sovereigns seized this opportunity to surround him. The speed at which they killed the sovereigns slowed down. Chapter 1529. A few hundred juggernauts besieging a single juggernaut was a spectacular sight. It was basically impossible for hundreds of sovereigns to take the initiative to attack a single sovereign, except in a place like Sky City. This result was obviously predetermined. However, the 9 hegemons all had gloomy expressions on their faces. This was already the 10th day of the siege. Ever since the beginning of the siege, this black-robed man had been like an invincible god of war. He had never stopped attacking, and the power of the Great Path seemed endless. Of the thousands of sovereigns who had attacked, only 500 remained. More than half of the sovereigns had died to his sword. What kind of concept was that? He had never seen a 4-star sovereign who was so powerful that he could last for 10 days. Right now, all that was left were 3- and 4-star rulers. In the beginning, they had surrounded him. His opponent was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. His physical defense was unbelievably strong. Even without the sovereign's battle armor, it was difficult to leave any serious injuries on his body. This was the first time they had encountered such a powerful physical body. The other party's ruler's storm also made things very difficult for them. Their Dao hearts were constantly being attacked, and their ruler's battle robes were being torn one after another. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to hold on. The situation is not good. How can this black-robed man be so powerful? The stone-armored hegemon's face darkened. His fleshly body is so powerful. I wonder which territory he came from. Our innate defensive abilities are probably inferior to his. Oomph. So what if he's powerful? There are still 500 juggernauts surrounding him. Even if he's extremely powerful, he can forget about surviving under such circumstances. The blood-sacrificed juggernaut didn't mind. At most, he was just a little stronger. This guy's physical body cultivation method should be pretty good. It's really not easy to cultivate his physical body to this level. In a few more days, the black-robed fellow should not be able to hold on. Although the 9 sovereigns were astonished by the extraordinary strength displayed by the black-robed man, they did not believe that the black-robed man had the ability to overturn the heavens in a situation where they had the upper hand. They had the confidence to take them down. As for the sovereign being killed by the black-robed man, they didn't really care. This was a form of consumption. It was a good way to exhaust each other's strength, and it would save them trouble when the time came. These juggernauts sure are smart. They become cautious. Lin Fei's sword missed, and the divine art landed on his body. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. In these 10 days, he did not know how much blood he had vomited. If it was just a few 3-star and 4-star sovereigns, Lin Fei wouldn't care. However, hundreds of sovereigns were different. They were like a mountain. It wasn't easy to deal with them. Every time he killed a ruler, he would have to pay a hefty price. If Lin Fei wanted to kill them, it would be much more difficult, even if he used his ability to traverse through the sovereign's tempest. It was not something that could be done in a short period of time. They wouldn't be able to heavily injure him during this period of time. Up until now, Lin Fei had not taken out his trump cards, such as invincible defense or hairball. Right now, Lin Fei was stalling for time. As long as the 9 sovereigns didn't make a move, Lin Fei would be able to stall for time. As long as the battle fort was successfully refined, these fellows could forget about leaving. There wasn't much difference between killing them sooner or later. No, it's already been half a month. Inside the palace, the battle continued. After 15 full days, they still hadn't been able to kill this black-robed fellow. Instead, more and more of their sovereigns had fallen. The 9 sovereigns had an idea. To be able to last so long against hundreds of 3-star and 4-star sovereigns, there wasn't a single 4-star sovereign in the entire weave. They didn't know how much longer the black-robed fellow could last, but they couldn't. With each passing day, their desire to control the battle fort deepened. No one could suppress this desire. They all knew that as long as they refined the throne, they would have a top-tier weapon of war. They had thought that they could enter the final stage of the fight. As long as the black-robed fellow didn't die, they wouldn't dare to refine the throne. They didn't want to be the first to stand out. If that happened, they would be instantly killed. Right now, everyone was restraining themselves. The black-robed fellow isn't easy to deal with. It looks like we 9 sovereigns have to make a move. Sovereign Inferno was the most impatient of them all. He felt uncomfortable being stuck between a rock and a hard place. What do you think? Logically speaking, a 4-star sovereign shouldn't have been able to last so long. Yet, the black-robed fellow had persisted. Sovereign Inferno's words struck a chord in everyone's hearts. Each day, more and more of their subordinates were falling. They didn't feel very comfortable either. Even though they knew that this was a waste of energy, they still hoped to preserve some of their elites. Perhaps they would be of use in the future. We underestimated this fellow's combat prowess. This isn't a solution. I suggest that we all attack and wipe him out. Sovereign Skyrush agreed with Sovereign Inferno's words. The 3rd and 2nd ranked sovereigns spoke up. Everyone felt that this was a good idea. Sovereign Dao didn't say anything either. Everyone agreed with this result. All of you retreat. As soon as the 9 sovereigns spoke up, the remaining 400+ sovereigns all retreated, ugly looks on their faces. None of them felt good about not being able to kill a 4-star sovereign. To tell the truth, they were afraid of killing him. At their level, as long as they didn't run into any powerful sovereigns, they could live for an extremely long period of time. But to run into a freak like this who was able to hold on despite their combined attacks, they couldn't help but feel shocked and terrified. A 2-star sovereign was dead. A 3-star sovereign was dead. A 4-star sovereign was dead. So long as they were within these 3 minor realms, no one could say for sure whether or not they would be the one to die the next day. Upon hearing that the black-robed man had retreated, they secretly let out sighs of relief. They didn't have much courage to attack him. In a one-on-one fight, they didn't doubt at all that they would die to him. Why aren't you fighting anymore? Lin Fei's body was covered with wounds, and he looked as though he had just emerged from a sea of blood. This is so boring. I haven't killed enough people yet. As soon as they retreated, Lin Fei understood that the 9 sovereigns were going to attack. These people were the tough ones. This was especially true for the top 3 sovereigns. Lin Fei didn't dare to underestimate them. Fortunately, he had his invulnerable defense. Fellow Taoist, you talk quite a lot. To be able to survive the attacks of hundreds of sovereigns is quite impressive. Unfortunately, you are our enemy. Hejem and Skyrush stared at the black-robed man. All I can do is kill you. Hejem and Skyrush was a genius himself, and he was quite interested in this black-robed man. In their territory, geniuses like him could be counted on one hand. Lin Fei laughed loudly. If you want to kill me, you'll have to show me what you've got. Who doesn't know how to talk? Hejem and Inferno didn't know if he was jealous or envious. Even when he was a 4-star sovereign, he hadn't been as powerful as this black-robed man. Subconsciously, he told himself that this sort of enemy had to be killed. Everyone, there's no time to lose. Let's attack together. Hejem and Inferno didn't want things to drag out for too long. All right, the 9 sovereigns immediately attacked. Lin Fei felt an enormous amount of pressure. I am a sovereign of the Stone Men. I really want to know whether your defense is stronger or the defense of our stone men. The stone-armored sovereign's entire body transformed into white stone, covered with vein patterns. For the first time, the stone-armored sovereign charged forward. He wanted to force Lin Fei to fight him head-on. A mountain suddenly appeared. This was the stone-armored sovereign's divine ability attack. 2 stone fists flew out, giving Lin Fei no time to think at all. Lin Fei wasn't the type to be afraid. A 5-star sovereign, he really did want to test out just how powerful a 5-star sovereign was. He punched out with both fists. Boom! His 2 fists met the stone-armored sovereign's stone fists. This was Lin Fei's first time fighting a 5-star sovereign. He used his full strength right from the start and didn't hide his strength. This wasn't the time to hide his strength. The two overbearing forces collided, and a vacuum appeared behind the two of them. Lin Fei's body shook. He felt as if his hands were about to shatter. They weren't under his control. His hands were also imbued with his opponent's attack, and they were about to petrify him. Is this the combat power of a peak 5-star sovereign? Lin Fei thought. The stone-armored sovereign didn't feel good either. He was shocked. His opponent had actually blocked his fists. As a 5-star sovereign, the stone-armored sovereign's strongest close-range attacks were his fists. He was invincible. Last time in Sky City, a 4-star sovereign had been killed by his fists. Seeing that his opponent had only shaken his body, he knew that this was a difficult opponent. Fellow Taoist stone-armored, your stone fists are useless this time. Watch me. A mocking voice suddenly came from behind Lin Fei. A saber light slashed out. The timing was perfect. It happened right after the exchange, just as Lin Fei's body was shaking. Lin Fei turned back and slapped the saber light. The saber light was as gentle as water, and with a rebound, it landed on Lin Fei's body. This was the realm of hardness and softness. This saber strike caused Lin Fei to vomit blood. Ha ha ha! A 4-star sovereign doesn't seem like much. A voice came from above Lin Fei's head. He saw a huge cauldron pressing down. Lin Fei's body shook again. The 9 sovereigns were all peak 5-star sovereigns. How could they be weak if they could become the top 10 sovereigns? If Lin Fei was fighting 1-on-1 or 1-on-2, it wouldn't be a problem. But now that he was facing 9 sovereigns, the pressure was naturally great. As soon as they attacked, Lin Fei was at a disadvantage. He kept coughing up blood. You should be proud to die at the hands of 9 sovereigns. Another saber light slashed out. The huge cauldron that had been knocked away came crashing down again. Whoosh! The demonic wings transformed into a blur as he dodged the 2 attacks. At this moment, Lin Fei used the demonic wings to increase his speed. 2 cries of surprise came from the 2 sovereigns. They were shocked that Lin Fei had actually dodged their attacks. Not bad, but you still have to die. Chapter 1530. The hegemon of the Tao had made his move. As soon as he pointed his finger out, death enveloped Lin Fei's body. A peak 6-star ruler's killing move. The Tao hegemon could tell that this black-robed fellow wasn't easy to deal with. He was as slippery as a loach, and not even 3 hegemons were able to do anything to him. Originally, the chief hegemon of the Tao hadn't been planning on personally intervening because he needed to be on guard against the other hegemons. In addition, a puny little 4-star hegemon with decent combat power wasn't worth him personally intervening. This was the pride of the chief hegemon of the Tao. After the stone-armored hegemon and the blood sacrifice hegemon failed to kill him, the Tao hegemon keenly sensed that this black-robed kid was quite extraordinary. No one can survive this attack of mine, said the Tao overlord calmly. I've given this attack a name. It's called the Finger of Death. The stone-armored ruler and the sacrificial blood ruler, who were trying to catch up, stopped in their tracks. This guy is dead meat. The stone-armored hegemon felt very uncomfortable. He hadn't been able to personally kill a 4-star hegemon, and now that the Tao hegemon had intervened, he wasn't going to continue attacking. This fellow is quite mysterious. A pity that he's going to die to the hands of the Tao hegemon. A pity that he has some good stuff on him. The sacrificial blood hegemon said with regret. Both were extremely wary of the hegemon of the Tao. Since the hegemon of the Tao had intervened, they were more than happy to do so. After a short exchange, they knew that the black-robed man was extremely difficult to deal with. Hegemon Inferno, Hegemon Skyrush, Hegemon Blue Tiger, and the others all came to a halt, their faces changing slightly. The hegemon Tao's power had risen yet again. They could tell just from that finger. Lin Fei was stunned. Space-time, everything stopped. Lin Fei stopped in midair and looked at the white finger pointing at his forehead. A sense of death loomed over his head. What a terrifying attack. That finger actually fused the Space Tao and the Time Tao. No wonder he could become the leader of the 10 great juggernauts. He's really quite capable. Lin Fei wasn't a rookie. He could see through the power of this finger at a glance. A very domineering attack. This finger was more than enough to deal with a 5-star ruler. Facing the envelopment of the Finger of Death, Lin Fei was very calm. He laughed loudly and said, "You? No. Sure. Invincible defense, activate." At this time, Lin Fei directly activated his invincible defense. The finger of death touched Lin Fei's forehead, and a terrifying power erupted. A black hole appeared in the void behind Lin Fei, causing the void to distort. The hegemon of the Tao jabbed out with his finger, but it was like a stone being tossed into the sea. Great Sword Chi's secret technique / space and time returned to normal. Lin Fei took advantage of the fact that he had regained his freedom to unleash his 5 streams of sword energy, which he then slashed out at the sovereign lord of the Tao. Fiend wings fluttered, and he appeared in another corner of the palace. He's actually all right. How is this possible? That's an attack from a hegemon of the Tao. Could it be that this fellow is also a 6-star sovereign? The spectating sovereigns were all stupefied. The leader of the 10 hegemons, the Tao hegemon, had actually failed. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have dared to believe that it was true. A 4-star sovereign had blocked the attack, just like that. The remaining 8 sovereigns also had uncertain looks on their faces as they stared at the black-robed young man in the distance. They really couldn't imagine such an outcome. This wasn't going according to plan. A bad premonition arose in the hearts of the 8 sovereigns. Perhaps something unexpected was going to happen today. Your finger of death can only scare people. You can't even kill a puny sovereign like me, and yet you have the nerve to brag? Aren't you afraid of becoming a laughingstock? Lin Fei laughed mockingly. Even after activating his invincible defense, he had only managed to block the finger. Lin Fei was still quite excited. After all, this was a peak 6-star sovereign. I underestimated you. You were able to break through the restrictive spell formation on your own. How could you possibly be an ordinary sovereign? The Tao hegemon wasn't enraged. On the contrary, he was quite calm. His mental fortitude was quite strong, but his eyes still twitched unconsciously. You are the first sovereign to have surprised me. You are qualified to receive my attack. Nirvana, 12 fingers. The Tao hegemon attacked once more. This time, he was completely intent on killing. The divine general deus had appeared, and all sorts of sovereigns had gathered. There was no lack of heaven-defying sovereigns present. The Tao hegemon had a very high opinion of himself, and he had always killed people with a single finger. Just now, when he had failed, he had realized that this was an opponent who had yet to fully mature. This finger attack, space and time froze once more. This was the strength of the Tao hegemon. He didn't believe that his opponent had the battle prowess of a 6-star sovereign. He might even use his sovereign immortal talisman. A sovereign immortal talisman of that level wouldn't last for long. Bam! The first finger landed on Lin Fei. Then a second finger. The power of each finger increased. The sovereigns were secretly shocked. The Nirvana 12 fingers was a high-level sovereign finger technique. Each finger was more powerful than the last. When one cultivated all 12 fingers, they could fight against high-level sovereigns. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei was hit by more than 10 fingers. With each finger, a black hole exploded behind him. You still can't do it. Your name sounds impressive, but you still can't kill me. Lin Fei laughed loudly. I think you'd better not attack. Otherwise, it might affect your strength. Although this was what Lin Fei said, he felt very helpless in his heart. The Tao hegemon's attacks were indeed very ferocious, especially since he controlled the Tao of space and time. Lin Fei couldn't break free for a while. If he hadn't activated his invincible defense, he probably would have been killed long ago. The Tao hegemon's face grew uglier and uglier. He could clearly sense that each of his finger strikes was like a rock sinking into the ocean. He could clearly kill his opponent with a single finger strike, but he was unable to break free. I'm definitely going to kill you. The Tao hegemon's attacks grew faster and faster. Hegemon Skyrush and Hegemon Inferno exchanged a glance. They knew exactly how powerful the Tao hegemon was. Most likely, not even they would be able to easily defend against these attacks. But this fellow was actually able to block them so easily. Was this a joke? This fellow has helped us out greatly. The Tao hegemon's Nirvana 12 fingers are extraordinarily powerful. If he can whittle away some of the Dao Hegemon's power, we'll have an easier time attacking. Hegemon Sky Rush sent mentally. Hegemon Inferno nodded. That is indeed the case. I hope the Black Robe Kid can hold on for a bit longer. Alas, using a Hegemon Immortal Talisman won't be able to hold on for too long. Both of them understood this very well. Whittling away some of the Dao Hegemon's power was quite a good thing. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. An hour. The Dao Hegemon was still attacking. Lin Fei, who was under the barrage of attacks, remained standing. There was even a faint smile on his face. This is an invincible armor that my master passed down to me. You won't be able to break through it. I think you should keep an eye on those fellows behind you. They want nothing more than for you to fight me to the end. In the end, they'll be the ones to benefit. Lin Fei said seriously. When Lin Fei said this, the faces of the fellows behind him turned ugly. Chapter 1531. The 8 sovereigns glared angrily at the black-robed man. They had indeed been preparing to deal with the chief sovereign of Dao. As long as they didn't fight, they wouldn't have guessed that this shameless fellow would take the initiative to say it, forcing them to fight the chief sovereign of Dao. Shameless. Truly shameless. Aside from that, they were extremely wary of this black-robed fellow. After a full hour, the chief sovereign of Dao still hadn't killed him. They realized that something was wrong. Perhaps this person really was unkillable. No matter how powerful a sovereign's celestial talisman was, it probably couldn't last for so long. It wasn't like they hadn't seen sovereigns' celestial talismans before, and none of them could last for so long. The words invincible battle armor caused their hearts to tremble. Did such a battle armor really exist in this world? They couldn't help but be skeptical. If it didn't exist, how could it have lasted for so long? But if it did exist, who had made it? Why hadn't they heard of it before? This was something they couldn't explain. Do you really think such a battle armor exists? The chief sovereign of Dao pointed again, a look of helplessness in his eyes. He waved his sleeves and stopped. He wasn't willing to attack anymore. There was no point in continuing. This fellow wasn't easy to kill. The chief sovereign of Dao couldn't afford to waste any more time. This was the first time that the chief sovereign of Dao felt so helpless against the sovereign. Even though he had the upper hand, he couldn't break through the opponent's defenses. The chief sovereign of Dao had a few treasures on him, but he didn't think that they could break through the defense. The chief sovereign of Dao gnashed his teeth at this fellow. Then you can continue. I can't leave, so you can attack as you please. Lin Fei said lazily. As long as you're not afraid of these fellows behind you, that's fine. I want to see if they have any good intentions. Bastard, try saying that again. The sacrificial blood ruler jumped out, a savage look in his eyes. Anyone could talk big. Why don't you give it a try? Lin Fei said disdainfully. He was certain that the black-robed man wouldn't dare to attack. The sacrificial blood ruler really was willing to attack. Wasn't this just asking him to be laughed at? All he could do was snort coldly. This black-robed fellow was arrogant, but his defenses were impressive. For now, he wasn't a threat. Your words don't work on me. I won't be fooled again. The Dao sovereign had an idea. He didn't know why he had attacked again. He had almost been tricked by this guy. His goal was to get the battle fortress, so he didn't want to waste his time here. I've attacked. The rest is up to them. Space and time dissipated, and Lin Fei regained his freedom. These two great Daos were very domineering. This was also the reason why Lin Fei couldn't escape. Are you coming or not? If you don't come, you won't have a chance. Lin Fei laughed. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. I'll just stand still and let you make your move. None of the 8 hegemons had any reason to act. Isn't this clearly bullying us? Hegemon Inferno and Hegemon Skyrush were quite powerful when working together, but not even Hegemon Dao had been able to defeat them, much less Hegemon Inferno and Hegemon Skyrush. If you aren't willing to attack, then I'll leave. I don't want this battle fortress anymore. I'll give it to you. Lin Fei really was afraid that they would attack. As long as they didn't attack, the battle fortress would still be his. Lin Fei pretended to give up on binding the battle fortress and gave him chance. Indeed, as soon as he said this, their gazes fell upon Hegemon Dao. Hegemon Dao's killing intent shot out. He hadn't expected this guy to do something like this. How vicious to force him into a fight with them. Fellow Taoist, Heejimin Skyrush, won't make things difficult for you. Heejimin Skyrush laughed loudly, then turned to look at him. Heejimin Dao, if you're willing to give up the battle fortress, we can still coexist peacefully. Heejimin Dao hated this black-robed kid to the bone. Do you really think you can join forces? Heejimin Dao said calmly. I don't think you have the ability to do so. Attack. Heejimin Skyrush and Heejimin Inferno immediately attacked, tossing the black-robed fellow to the side. Just attack. After they attacked, Lin Fei immediately retreated to a corner of the palace. His lips curled up into a smile that only he could understand. Heejimin Dao's combat power truly is formidable. He's fighting 8 Heejimins by himself, but he's not at a disadvantage. The great Daos of space and time truly are extraordinary. Lin Fei pulled out a flask of immortal nectar and began to drink it. Although it seemed casual, Lin Fei was secretly on guard, afraid that they would launch a sneak attack. He had long ago deactivated his invincible defense, unwilling to waste his invincible points. It was a life-saving measure. A flask of immortal nectar entered his stomach. Heejimin True Dragon, one of the weaker of the 8 Heejimins, had already been killed by Heejimin Dao. The 8 Heejimins were attacking the remaining 7 Heejimins, and the pressure on them increased exponentially. A few more will probably die. Lin Fei guessed himself. Life-stealing spatial slash. Heejimin Dao once again gained the upper hand. He pushed back the stone-armored Heejimin with a finger, then slashed out with a spatial slash against Heejimin Blue Tiger, causing blood to blossom. Time flow. The great Dao descended upon Heejimin Blue Tiger. Heejimin Blue Tiger's aura began to wane, and his body began to emit an aura of death. His blood began to wither as well. Less than 10 breaths of time passed before Heejimin Blue Tiger completely lost the ability to fight and was slain by Heejimin Dao's finger. Master, I'll be able to break through the throne in another hour. The little fiend's message caused Lin Fei's heart to tremble. Was he finally going to break through? He would soon be able to bind the battleship. By now, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Heejimin Dao had killed 3 Heejimins in a row, and was now fighting against 4 Heejimins by himself. They were Heejimin Sky Charge, Heejimin Inferno, Heejimin Stone Armored, and Heejimin Blood Sacrifice. The battleship is destined to be mine. Even if you all work together, it'll be useless. Heejimin Dao's embroidered robes were splattered with blood. At this moment, Heejimin Dao was in high spirits. His finger technique, life-stealing spatial slash, and time flow continued to be unleashed. The 4 Heejimins were completely suppressed. In the end, they had underestimated Heejimin Dao's power. He was powerful, truly powerful. They truly weren't a match for him, and they could only bitterly defend. Less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Heejimin Dao killed the blood sacrifice Heejimin with a single finger. The 4 Heejimins were now reduced to 3 Heejimins. F*CK off. Countless fingers slammed into the Heejimin stone-armored's body, riddling it with holes. He was sent flying backwards, slamming into the palace walls. He was on the verge of death. Haven't the two of you always wanted to fight with me over who the number 1 Heejimin is? Today, I'll show you why I'm the number 1 Heejimin. There's no way you'll survive today. Heejimin Dao had a smug look on his face. Suddenly, he came to a halt. Heejimin Sky Charge and Heejimin Inferno's eyes were filled with bitterness. They had lost. They had been utterly defeated. Even when working together, they weren't a match for Heejimin Dao. That's not necessarily true. When cornered, even a rabbit will bite. It's hard to say who will win. Heejimin Inferno and Heejimin Sky Charge exchanged a glance, as though they had come to some sort of decision. The two simultaneously produced Heejimin Immortal Talismans, then tore them apart and sent them smashing towards Heejimin Dao. You actually have these? Heejimin Dao's face tightened. A blazing sun suddenly rose up in front of Heejimin Dao, followed by an enormous black vortex that descended upon him. The two talismans exploded with terrifying power. The attacks from these two talismans were enough to instantly kill many hegemons. They simply couldn't fight back at all. Lin Fei immediately activated his invulnerable defense. These hegemons aren't easy to deal with. They all have these talismans, and this is my first time seeing them. They're all at least at the 7-star hegemon level. Cough, cough, cough. The two hegemon immortal talismans attacked. Of the 500 or so hegemons, only 200 remained. More than half had been killed. In midair, Hegemon Dao's face was ashen, and his body was covered with wounds. His hegemon battle robes had been shattered, and his left eye had been pierced through, leaving behind a gaping, gruesome wound. You won't be able to kill me. Hegemon Dao spat out a mouthful of blood every time he spoke. You're already injured. Do you really think you can deal with us? Hegemon Skycharge laughed coldly. Fellow Daoist Inferno, let's use our equipment to deal with him. All right. Hegemon Dao suddenly raised his head and laughed loudly, a dangerous light flashing through his eyes. You underestimate me too much. To be able to injure me to this degree, you really do have some skill. Unfortunately, you won't have a chance to acquire the Battle Citadel. Spatial exile. Hegemon Dao roared. The void suddenly split open, revealing an enormous gaping hole that looked like the maw of a titanic beast. Hegemon Skycharge and Hegemon Inferno had no time to defend. Looks of disbelief appeared in their eyes as they were swallowed up by the titanic beast. They vanished, and the gaping hole closed up. The two fellows who had seemed victorious were now no longer qualified. They really underestimated me. As soon as the two disappeared, Lin Fei began to applaud. Those two are idiots. Unfortunately, I can't kill them. Not only that, but once I take control of the Battle Citadel, even if they come back, they won't be a match for me. Hegemon Dao knew that victory was in his grasp. You're not a bad person. As long as you're willing to be my retainer, I won't kill you. Lin Fei didn't believe that Hegemon Dao would be so kind. You put it very well. I know what you're thinking and what you need. You're just after my invincible battle suit and my fleshly body cultivation techniques, aren't you? I'm not some 3-year-old kid who's so easily fooled. Hegemon Dao really did have such thoughts. In particular, this invincible battle suit was something that he absolutely had to get his hands on no matter what. He absolutely couldn't pass up this opportunity. If you refuse to accept a gift, then don't blame me for being impolite. Another spatial tear opened up. This was the only time Hegemon Dao could use this technique, as it consumed far too much Grand Dao energy. You think you can exile me? Whoosh! Chapter 1532. You actually dodged it? The chief sovereign of Dao discovered that his attack had missed. He couldn't believe it. He had trained in 2 Grand Daos, which was why he had been able to block Hegemon Skyrush and Hegemon Inferno's attacks. His injuries seemed severe, but in truth he knew that they weren't that severe. The attacks had all been diverted away. After expelling Hegemon Skyrush and Hegemon Inferno, the chief sovereign of Dao felt that victory was in his grasp. I can't kill you, but I can always expel you out. This was what the chief sovereign of Dao had been thinking. Who would have thought that he would fail again? Failure once would cause him to lose face, much less a second time. The chief sovereign of Dao didn't believe that this fellow would be able to dodge his spatial exile. Not long ago, this fellow had been suppressed by his own Grand Dao energy. How could he have dodged it so quickly? Don't think too highly of yourself. Lin Fei laughed. Because you've already lost. The chief sovereign of Dao felt very uncomfortable. He now understood how his opponent had been able to dodge his spatial exile. Impossible. How could I have lost? You should be the one to lose. The chief sovereign of Dao was no longer calm. I refuse to believe that you can dodge my spatial exile. Boom, boom. A series of cracks appeared behind Lin Fei like black holes. You've lost. That's it. Lin Fei just stood there, not moving. The power of more than 10 black holes didn't affect Lin Fei at all. Break! A single word came out of Lin Fei's mouth. The 10+ black holes exploded like bubbles. You control the Citadel. An impossible thought suddenly appeared in the chief sovereign of Dao's mind. Impossible. How could you control the Citadel? Lin Fei's lips quirked up. You're right. I do control the Citadel. In the past, Lin Fei really wouldn't have been able to block this spatial exile technique. This was the result of both space and time. Otherwise, Hegemon Skyrush and Hegemon Inferno wouldn't have been so easily teleported away. After the chief sovereign of Dao defeated the two, Lin Fei had just so happened to bind his throne and take full control of the citadel. He was able to use its internal energy to shake off the effects of the Grand Dao energy. Lin Fei's words were like a blow to the head. The Dao Hegemon was no longer able to remain calm. Finally, a look of panic appeared on his face. From the very beginning, the chief Hegemon of the Dao hadn't taken the 9 Hegemons seriously at all. By relying on his spatial exile technique, he had been able to stand in an invincible position. The battle bastion was undeniably his. This wasn't a result the Hegemon of the Dao was willing to see. He had made countless calculations, but in the end, he had been tricked by his opponent. Life-stealing space/time stop. The Dao Hegemon refused to accept this. He made his move once again. I don't believe you can control the battle fort. This time, as long as the enemy couldn't stop him, he would be able to kill him and gain control of the battle fort again. Lin Fei wasn't flustered by the appearance of 2 big moves. After taking control of the battle fort, Lin Fei knew that he had won. Moreover, he was in an unshakable position, and he admired the war race's abilities. In this battle fortress, there were the gods. Suppress. Another simple word appeared. The life-seizing space/and time stop/crumbled as if they had encountered a giant's punch. Crack. The Dao Hegemon's body emitted a resounding sound. His ramrod straight body began to sway. Boom, boom, boom. An unstoppable force pressed down on the Dao Hegemon's body, like countless mountains crashing down on him. I refuse to accept this. The Dao Hegemon's strength was suppressed, and the bones in his legs snapped. With a thud, he fell to his knees. Even though he was a peak 6-star Hegemon, he wasn't able to resist this power. If you had banished me from the very beginning, perhaps you would have won. Unfortunately, you didn't take me seriously. Instead, you treated the Skyrush Hegemon and the Inferno Hegemon as your primary enemies. That's why you've lost. Lin Fei was inwardly rejoicing. If the roles had been reversed, he would have been in a much more difficult situation. If he hadn't been banished, then the Dao Hegemon would have lost. You truly have won. The Dao Hegemon continued to resist the boundless pressure. But if you want to kill me, it won't be easy. In addition, you're about to face a calamity because I have a clone standing guard outside. You'll be hunted down by everyone in the entire weave. No one could just sit back and watch as a Hegemon rises to power. The Dao Hegemon knew that he had lost. He had lost to a junior. This was the greatest defeat he had ever suffered in his life. It could be said that he had suffered a crushing defeat. Lin Fei's face sank. Although he had expected this, he knew that his clone was connected to his true body. Most likely, the Dao Hegemon already knew that his clone was connected to his true body. Can I take this as a threat? Lin Fei was no longer worried. If I can't have it, you can forget about having it either. Lin Fei began to laugh loudly. Then you'll be disappointed. I'll let you know that once something is in my hands, no one can take it away from me. Thanks to the battle fortress suppressing the Dao Hegemon, Lin Fei was now completely at ease. Do you want to die? Or do you want to live? Lin Fei turned around and swept his gaze across the remaining sovereigns. The remaining sovereigns had yet to digest what had just happened. The Dao Hegemon, who originally had the best chance, had been suppressed just like that. One could well imagine their fates. I'm willing to be your follower. Me too. In the face of death, they would rather be followers. Hairball, come out. Lin Fei summoned Hairball. The moment she appeared, her vicious aura soared to the heavens. Her enormous body and ferocious aura caused the hundreds of sovereigns to pant. So much food. Is it for me to eat? Hairball had yet to transform. Right now, she was in her primordial evil dragon form. Her bell-sized eyes stared fixedly at the sovereigns, causing their hearts to race. This was a terrifying sovereign immortal beast. From now on, you're in charge of these people. Lin Fei said, if anyone dares to slack off, I'll allow you to eat them. Roar, I like it. With Lin Fei in control of the battle fortress, these people had no ability to resist. With the battle fortress, they couldn't hurt Qin Lai, and resistance was futile. You're saying that these restrictions are automatically repairing themselves? After solving the problem in front of him, Lin Fei began to study the interior of the battle fortress. For example, the restrictions on the outer perimeter. Only after truly grasping it did Lin Fei realize just how powerful the outer barrier was. Earlier, no one had been controlling it, so the barrier had been in an ordinary state. Once someone controlled it, its might would multiply. Breaking open a path in a few years was already an extravagant thought. Yes, as long as there's enough time, the spirit formations here can be restored. Once they're restored, the number of spirit formations here will reach 5 million. Chapter 1533. Lin Fei had underestimated the number of restrictions around the perimeter. Back then, the scan didn't even show 5 million. After he took control of the battle fort, the number of formations increased again. This proved that the war race was extraordinary. Master, I have to tell you that the outer formation is only the first layer. The battle fort has 3 layers in total. The outer formation is the first layer, followed by the core of the formation, activating the second layer, and then the third layer. After refining the battle fort, Lin Fei told the system to understand it so that he didn't have to think about it himself. It seemed that he was right. Can you activate them all now? The second layer core is not a big problem. You have over 100 rulers. Most of them are 3 and 4 stars. There are 10 cores in total. As long as you have the right people, you can activate it. The third layer will be troublesome. The little devil said, I just checked and found that the battle fort is missing something important. What is it? Lin Fei frowned. This news didn't sound good. Energy stones. Lin Fei knew that this battle fort was not something to be trifled with. If that was the case, then there must be something to activate it. This was the most important place. Master, follow me. With the battle fort, Lin Fei could move freely without any restrictions. It's here. The little devil brought Lin Fei to the depths of the battle fort. This was a huge black disc, surrounded by layers of spirit arrays. Unfortunately, there was not much power left in them. Look, those are energy stones embedded inside. Following the direction that the little demon pointed, Lin Fei saw that there were 10 grooves on the disc. 9 of them were empty, and only one of them had a black stone in it. It was lying quietly in the groove. Lin Fei sensed it and could feel that this energy stone was extraordinary. It contained a surging power. One incredible thing. Lin Fei had saint stones, but compared to this thing, there was a huge difference. This is the power of the battle fort. Normally, there should be energy stones in all 10 grooves. After the war, there was only 1 energy stone left to maintain the battle fort. Lin Fei also realized that they were in big trouble. In that case, I must go look for energy stones? Lin Fei frowned. If it was something else, Lin Fei wouldn't be worried. Why did it have to be this thing? How troublesome. I checked it just now. This energy stone's energy is only around 40% now, which is equivalent to 300,000 energy points. So, you have to find another energy stone. 40%? 300,000 energy points, Lin Fei muttered. I wonder what can I do with 40%? Lin Fei thought that with the battle fort in his hands, he would have another top-level weapon of war. He would be able to beat up anyone he didn't like. It's just flying normally and activating defense. What about the attack? This was what Lin Fei cared about the most. If it's an attack, then don't even think about it for now. At most, it'll be something else. Using it once or twice will exhaust the energy in the energy stone, and the battle fort will become a useless weapon of war. The little demon said coldly, not an attack. It'll only be used twice for other things. What's the use? This made Lin Fei very dissatisfied. He wasn't happy enough. Is there a way? Lin Fei believed that since the little demon said it, there should be a way to solve it. It was nothing more than using the demon's heart. For now, there's the stupidest way. This time, the little demon didn't pay him anything. The stupidest way? The little demon laughed. Yes, it's a stupid way. Energy stones are a kind of purified energy. I didn't expect it to appear in this world. It can be seen that the war race that Master mentioned is not from this world. Otherwise, there would never be an energy stone. He's not from this world? Lin Fei was still shocked. This is a more advanced civilization, the little demon said. For example, I am a product of the progress of civilization, and energy stones are also a product of civilization. Lin Fei seemed to understand something. In that case, my leveling system is also a kind of civilization. Do you also know the origin of the system? As for why he had a system, Lin Fei didn't understand. After listening to the little demon's words, he suddenly understood. Maybe the system is a kind of civilization. Master, I can't say anything about this. The little demon said coldly. If the little demon didn't say anything, Lin Fei also couldn't do anything. Then let's talk about how to get energy stones. Lin Fei decided to return to the main topic. Although he really wanted to know the origin of the system, he had to suppress it. Fortunately, he had some clues. There was no hurry. Energy stones were the thing that Lin Fei was most anxious about now. I suggest Master to buy an energy purification furnace and purify the energy. Lin Fei snorted. How many demons' hearts? The little demon laughed. Master, you know what I'm thinking. This energy purification furnace isn't that expensive. It only costs a mere 5 billion demons' hearts. Lin Fei almost vomited blood. He pointed at the little demon and said, You actually said 5 billion demons' hearts? How can you say that? According to this price, I can't afford it. How could Lin Fei not vomit blood at this price? Without energy stones, the battle fortress would only be an empty shell. Wouldn't he be overwhelmed by everyone? 5 billion demons' hearts is indeed not a lot. The little demon said seriously. I know Master doesn't have that many demons' hearts at the moment, but you can mortgage it. Lin Fei didn't have that many demons' hearts on him. The little demon's words were tantamount to asking for his old life. Mortgage? Is that okay? Of course. Is there no other way? You don't have to think about it. You can wait until you find energy stones. However, I don't mind Master choosing this. According to you humans, it won't be long before Master meets all kinds of forces. For safety, you must buy an energy purification furnace. The little demon laughed happily. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. This guy clearly knew that he couldn't find energy stones, but he still had the nerve to say this. Lin Fei had never seen such a shameless guy. All he knew was to get demons' hearts from him. Lin Fei knew that he had to buy it. You win. After spending all his wealth, except for the 200,000 demons' hearts, Lin Fei bought the energy purification furnace. It was a huge furnace. It looked very ordinary. Lin Fei was very suspicious. Was this thing worth that much? He also owed a huge amount of debt. He didn't know when he would be able to pay it off. This thing really works? Lin Fei was skeptical. He looked it up and down. Absolutely. The little demon stood on the huge furnace. Why don't you try it? With what? Holy stones. This made Lin Fei secretly heave a sigh of relief. He didn't have to go out to look for other things. Lin Fei took out a storage ring. It contained 100 million low-grade holy stones and poured them all into the huge furnace. Purification successful. Congratulations on obtaining 10 energy points. Lin Fei thought that he had heard wrong. He couldn't help but blurt out, What the hell? Only 10 energy points? Are you kidding me? The little demon said in disdain. You're still not satisfied with 10 energy points. Don't you think it's too little? The energy point itself is a more civilized product. Although the holy stone is not bad, the energy inside is too little. You have to be satisfied with 10 points. Otherwise, why would I tell you that this is a stupid method? Lin Fei really had to admit that this was a very stupid method. Being unhappy was one thing. Lin Fei knew what he was going to do. It should be to collect a large number of holy stones and exchange them for energy stones. Can you tell me how many energy points are needed to activate the battle fortress once? At least I could be mentally prepared. The little demon said with satisfaction. You're not bad. You didn't forget the main point. The battle fortress has 5 functions. Listen carefully. 5 functions? Lin Fei was full of joy. The first function is a confinement function. It's called War Cage. It's a unified 100,000 energy points. As long as this function is activated, it can confine a ruler. Any ruler? That's right. Any ruler. Even if it's 9 stars ruler, as long as it's locked on, it will last for an hour. Lin Fei knew that it was used to escape, but it could also be used to kill. The second function is to release war beasts. 300,000 energy points for one. There's no limit. It has an indestructible body. Its strength is at the level of a 5 stars ruler. It can last for an hour. The third function is to release war giant. 500,000 energy points for one. There's no limit. It has an indestructible body. Its strength is at the level of a 7 stars ruler. It can last for an hour. The fourth function is to release war roar. 1 million energy points for one. It can release the attack power of an 8 stars ruler. The fifth function is to destroy heaven and earth. 1 million energy points for one. It can release the attack power of a 9 stars ruler. Its attack range is 1 billion miles. After listening to these 5 functions, Lin Fei couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Apart from the first function, which didn't seem to be very effective, one could imagine the power of the later functions. For example, war beasts and war giants. They had innately indestructible bodies. As long as they had enough energy points, wouldn't they be able to form an army? If the latter two continued to attack, even an 8 stars ruler or 9 stars ruler would have to run. No one would be able to block such an attack. In fact, this was also the reason why the war fortress had become a top-tier weapon of war. Back then, the war race had occupied many territories because of this. For example, war beasts and war giants had innately indestructible bodies. Only the 8 stars ruler or 9 stars ruler could harm them. No one else was a match for them. This was also one of the reasons for their defeat. As for the 9 stars ruler, they were locked on by the war fortress and didn't dare to move forward. This made Lin Fei realize the importance of this function. Chapter 1534. Sky City. Ever since 3 years ago, the Black Armor Divine Attendant had not brought any more rulers. The number of rulers had stabilized. Every day, rulers would enter the safety plaza, while others would head out to join various organizations to obtain resources. All of the rulers were waiting for the Divine General Platform to begin. At the same time, they were secretly increasing their strength so that they could find a way out of the Divine General Platform. The closer the time limit was, the rulers' thoughts became more and more frequent. Deep within Sky City, there were layers of restrictions set up here. Deep within the restrictions, this was a place of nothingness. It was filled with an aura of silence, devoid of any signs of life. That thing is moving. In the nothingness, 3 black thrones appeared, floating silently in midair. The 3 thrones formed a triangle, and in the middle was a huge map of mountains and rivers. On it were birds and beasts, as well as rulers. At this moment, one of the divine attendants on the thrones suddenly moved. With a point of her finger, the mountains and rivers transformed into a deep abyss that appeared above the 9 underworld flames. At the same time, an enormous creature appeared, disappearing from the 9 underworld flames and appearing beneath a mountain range. This thing has been in our world for 5,000 chaos years. I didn't expect it to finally activate. I wonder which kid is so lucky. The divine servant was expressionless when she said this, as if she was talking about something insignificant. This time, we should be able to produce a pretty good kid. Divine attendant of wood, that might not be the case. The divine attendant opposite her said, the battle fort came from the ancient civilization. Although it's not a particularly powerful weapon of war, it's definitely a top-tier weapon in this world. However, they lost their energy source, and this kid obtained it. I don't think he'll need much time. After all, he's not an overlord. The divine attendant was the first to speak. This thing has a long history in Sky City. It's not that no one has gone there, but no one has been able to control it. That's why this kid is quite interesting. Perhaps he'll bring us a pleasant surprise. At least it won't be a waste of our time guarding Sky City. Then let's wait and see. I also hope that our Sky City will produce a powerful expert. The three divine attendants fell silent. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. In the Sky City, from a magnificent Senfu, a roar suddenly came out like muffled thunder. The chief hegemon of the Tao walked out of his private room, his face filled with rage and a cold, threatening aura. Just one last step. This was the clone of the hegemon of the Tao, and it had 60% of the true body's power. He had used a special method to train it, and the clone was able to communicate with the true body. They also knew about the battle fortress. Just now, the connection between the avatar and the main body was cut off. The Tao hegemon knew that the odds were against his true body, and that his power had been greatly affected. His influence in Celestial City would probably be greatly reduced, and even 60% of his power wouldn't be enough to suppress some of the mid-level hegemons of Celestial City. I don't care who you are. If I can't get the battle fort, you won't know either. Once the news gets out, you'll become the public enemy of all the rulers of Sky City. Let's see how long you can last. The hegemon of the Tao's figure vanished from Senfu. The rulers of Sky City were accumulating their strength. At this time, a piece of news suddenly began to spread. Within a single day, all of the sovereigns learned of this news. The battle fortress appeared in Sky City. None of the sovereigns could remain calm. There were only 7 battle fortresses in all of the territories, and it was rumored that 3 of them had disappeared without a trace during the great battle of the past. Countless people had searched for them in order to reach the heavens in a single step, but they had never found anything. Now that the battle fortress had appeared in Sky City, it was as if a giant pie had been dropped onto their heads. Who could remain calm? Anyone who obtained the battle fortress would ascend to the heavens in a single step and become a hegemon of their territory. Just as everyone was wondering if the news was true, another piece of news spread. An image of the battle fortress had appeared in Sky City. Isn't that the 9 underworld flames? What a terrifying place. But then again, I think I passed by this place before, but I never went down. I didn't expect the battle fortress to be underneath it. The battle race's formations and restrictions aren't something we can break. Aren't those the 10 sovereigns? Right, the 10 sovereigns must have gone there. But why aren't they the ones who obtained it? Everyone was paying close attention to what was happening in the sky. Their gazes didn't waver as they stared at the images in the sky. From the formation being broken to the black-robed man's sneak attack, everything happened. Isn't that DTon? In the safety plaza, Hegemon Skyend and the others noticed this as well. Their eyes bulged out, unable to believe what they were seeing. Hegemon Windrain hurriedly set up a formation. Skyend, don't talk nonsense. The walls might be eavesdropping. As soon as he recognized the person in the sky, Hegemon Windrain knew that something bad was about to happen. Ever since DTon had left the plaza, he hadn't returned. Hegemon Windrain hadn't said anything, as he didn't really want DTon to return. But how could he have imagined that just a few years later, DTon would go to a place like this and apparently participate in the battle for the battle fortress? Hegemon Skyend's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He let out a deep sigh. I didn't expect DTon to be this strong, and that sovereign annihilation spear he just used, what if he had used it against us? Hegemon Windrain was covered with cold sweat as well. They didn't have a good impression of DTon. This was an insolent person, someone who couldn't be controlled. They had always thought that they would be able to suppress DTon, but today they finally understood. Maybe they were nothing in DTon's eyes. Bitterness. Extreme bitterness. Even if they were 100 times more courageous, they wouldn't dare to participate in the battle for the battle fortress, much less the terrifying 9 underworld flames. They all maintained their silence. Their gazes remained fixed on the sky. The scenery changed, all the way to the interior of the battle fortress. Hegemon DTon had displayed astonishing power. He appeared to be a 1-star hegemon, but in reality, he had the power of a 4-star hegemon. Killing hegemons was as easy as killing chickens for him. This truly stunned everyone. The scenes in the sky continued until the battle against the hundreds of hegemons came to a halt. Whoever obtained the battle fortress was the subject of countless wild guesses. One of the 10 hegemons, the Tao hegemon, He was the publicly acknowledged number one hegemon of the 10, after all. However, the appearance of the sky screen caused everyone to calm down from their excitement. The battle fortress definitely wasn't in the hands of the Dao hegemon. In other words, it was in someone else's possession. Indeed, a short while later, the results were announced. The battle fortress was in the hands of the black-robed man. Chapter 1535. Something big was happening. Everyone with status in Skysplit City began to move. The bounty had begun. The bounty on the black-robed man included any information that could be useful. Hegemon Skyend and Windrain immediately realized how dangerous this was. They had been very careful ever since they arrived, lest they offend the local tyrants and suffer retaliation. They knew very well why they were in Skysplit City. This was a test the divine attendants had given them. 10 years was a very short period of time, and if they wanted to survive for 10 years, it wouldn't be as simple as going into seclusion. For something like this to suddenly happen at this critical juncture, they knew that they were in big trouble. Dtion was too bold. They couldn't figure out that Dtion had clearly obtained the battleship, and now the hegemons of Skysplit City had been alerted and wanted to take it from him. A top-tier weapon like this shouldn't have fallen into the hands of a minor hegemon. Anyone who missed this opportunity would be an idiot. Hegemon Skyend and Windrain didn't know what to do. If those people decided to target them, they would be doomed. As for hiding in the plaza, that wasn't realistic either. The holy stones they had wouldn't be able to last that long. If they could, they wouldn't have to worry. After all, the plaza was protected by the divine attendants. What do you think we should do? Hegemon Windrain's voice contained a hint of bitterness. Dtion, who had been rather famous all those years ago, had already reached this level. Hegemon Skyend and the others exchanged glances, not knowing what to say. They had come with Dtion. There was a connection. Let's just wait and see for now, the boundless hegemon said in a low voice. If they come knocking, we can only do what they say. I don't think Dtion will blame us if he finds out. Even the boundless hegemon knew that he was afraid when he said this. That's right, he was afraid. The boundless hegemon was one of the leading figures of the exiled lands. After arriving in Skysplit City, he knew that his power was nothing in Skysplit City. And now, he was in trouble. I think this is the best course of action. The destruction hegemon said helplessly. I don't think those people will blame us. Perhaps this is the only thing we can do. As for reporting the situation and obtaining the bounty, it wasn't as if they hadn't thought about it. However, they didn't dare to do so, and the reason was simple. They were afraid of Dtion. Dtion had grown step by step, and now they had to look up to him. If he had a firm grasp over the battle fortress, they would be forced to abandon their helmets and armor. Such an outcome was not impossible. That was what they were worried about. If that was the case, then they would definitely die. They had a rough understanding of Dtion's personality. He would definitely do something like this. When the time came, they wouldn't be able to handle him. I think so. Hegemon Windrain agreed. Go back and restrain your hegemons. No matter what, do not spread this news. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Sky City, under a mountain range. A battle fortress that was hundreds of meters tall quietly appeared underground. Not enough. It's still not enough. Lin Fei frowned and looked at the purified energy points. He was very dissatisfied. Ever since he took control of the battle fort, Lin Fei left that place and moved to another place. He was sure that the news of him obtaining the battle fort would spread throughout Sky City. What he would face next would be a siege from all sides. I wonder if Hegemon Windrain and the others will use this chance to leak my information. Lin Fei thought of something else. If they dare to leak it, no matter where they are, I will destroy them. He came to this underground area. Lin Fei was mining holy stones. There was a holy stone mine below. He had originally planned to mine the holy stone mine, but the holy stone mine here had been sealed by the chains of power. Lin Fei could only smile bitterly when faced with this situation. He would mine slowly. Fortunately, Lin Fei had brought Hairball with him this time. This meant that he now had another place to mine holy stones. In a short period of time, Lin Fei had purified 10,000 energy points. This amount was like a drop in the bucket for the current Lin Fei, but it was better than nothing. As long as he accumulated 100,000 energy points, he would be able to use the war cage. As long as I have energy points, they won't be able to break through the battle fort. This is my greatest advantage. During this period of time, Lin Fei had gained a better understanding of the entire battle fort. For example, there were 10 hubs. These were the battle fort's attack hubs. As long as there were enough people, they did not need to rely on energy points to activate several attacks of the battle fort. Right now, there were not many rulers. Out of the 10 hubs, only 2 could be activated. The tens of thousands of evil demon warriors from before had all been sent out to mine holy stones. The harvest was not too obvious. Lin Fei pondered for a long time. If he wanted to obtain a large number of holy stones, he might have to start with the rulers outside. In less than half a month's time in the underground. While Lin Fei was grinding monsters to level up, he also arranged for the demon warriors to mine. Since 3 days ago, Lin Fei knew that trouble was coming. In this area, rulers began to appear one after another. There were quite a few of them. They seemed to be searching for something. At first, there were only a few of them. However, in the following days, the number of rulers increased to groups. As soon as these rulers appeared, they broke through the ground, revealing the mine below, and began to search. They also know that holy stones can be exchanged for energy points. Lin Fei did not make a move. His heart was filled with doubts. Apart from this, Lin Fei really wanted to know where these overlords got their energy points. This was the key. Lin Fei now understood that it would probably take a while for this to happen. After enduring for another 3 days, Lin Fei also knew that he could not take it anymore, because those rulers were approaching in this direction. As soon as they broke through the ground, they would definitely find traces of this place. Since they sent themselves to my doorstep, then don't blame me. More than 10 rulers appeared on a mountain range. Do you think we'll find that black robe guy? Who knows? Sky City is so big. It would be great if we found him. I heard that guy is only a 4-star ruler. He only managed to steal the thing after tricking 10 rulers. Right now, 90% of the rulers in Sky City have started to move. They're searching for the black robe man everywhere. Small characters like us, as long as we find clues, there will be benefits waiting for us. Why should we participate? The rulers nodded. They ate the meat while they drank the soup. It was not a bad idea. This time, the ruler of Sky City had offered a reward. As long as they provided clues of the black robe man's whereabouts, they would be rewarded greatly. This made everyone scramble like ducks, wishing that they could be the first to discover the black robe man's whereabouts. It's the mountain range below. Let's get to work. A 2-star ruler pointed to a place. More than 10 rulers were about to break through the ground to check the situation below. As for why they had to check the mine, it was an order from above. To them, it was troublesome, but it was also a small matter. You guys don't have to do anything. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. They discovered that a black-robed man had appeared in the distance. He appeared just like that and slashed at them with a dazzling sword. More than 10 rulers, the strongest was only a 3-star ruler. The rest were 1-star rulers and 2-star rulers. Now, they were all existences like ants. 1-star ruler dead, 2-star ruler dead, 3-star ruler dead. With a slash of a sword, the corpse fell. Lin Fei attacked with his full strength, not giving them any chance to retaliate. Whoosh, 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 as soon as they died, a yellow light shot out of their bodies and exploded in the sky. It was like a brilliant flower exploding in the sky. I still fell for it. Lin Fei shook his head. From the moment they died, he knew that they had forced him to show himself. The only thing he didn't expect was that they would have this. Everyone probably knew where he was now. Since you've come to me, I might as well fight again. Lin Fei turned around and entered the battle fortress. Bang, bang, bang in the sky. The explosion of the yellow light quickly spread out. He's appeared. Quick, chase him. We can't let him escape. The yellow light exploded as if it had pierced through the sky. The entire Sky City moved. Ever since news of the battle fortress spread, everyone's attention was on this top-grade weapon of war. As long as they could obtain it, they would reach the heavens in a single step. Whoosh, 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 everyone rushed in that direction. It's the battle fortress. Is that the top-grade weapon of the battle race? Stop him. The rulers rushed over. No one wanted to be one step slower, especially those who were in the vicinity. They knew that this was a great opportunity. In just a moment, hundreds of rulers appeared nearby. They were of all different realms, and their eyes were bloodshot. This was a rare opportunity. After seeing the battle fortress, they went completely crazy. Smash it! Lin Fei sat on his throne inside the battle fortress. Roger. The battle fortress was a moving fortress. Ramming was also a method of attack. Hua, the battle fortress instantly turned into a black line and smashed into them. Bang, bang, bang. The one-star rulers at the front were smashed into by the battle fortress. Their eyes were filled with fear. Like pieces of glass, their bodies continuously exploded, turning into clouds of blood mist. In less than a breath's time, 20 to 31-star rulers were smashed to death. The 2-star rulers were slightly better off, but their bodies were in pain. Their faces were pale, and they couldn't block the second wave of attacks. Before they could dodge, the second wave came. Bang, bang, bang. This was the first time the battle fortress displayed the power of a top-grade weapon of war. The hundreds of rulers were prepared to stop the battle fortress. It would have been even better if they could kill their way in. But after facing it for real, they realized how terrifying it was. Stop it! We must stop it! Our people will be here soon. The rulers roared. Chapter 1536. He's appeared. The black-robed kid has appeared in the east. That guy killed a large group of rulers. News kept coming back. That mysterious black-robed fellow had finally been found. This was good news for everyone. Everyone chased in one direction and, at the same time, blocked the way from all directions. Fireworks bloomed in the sky, and it was exceptionally obvious. All the rulers in Eternia began to move. The attack began, in the air above a mountain range. Dozens of rulers were attacking an enormous black object. Boom, boom, boom. All sorts of attacks and divine abilities landed on the black battle fortress, but they were all blasted away. Hua! The black fortress smashed into the ruler's sturdy body, shattering like glass. Pieces fell from the sky. You're courting death. Within the battle fortress, Lin Fei sat on his throne, watching coldly. 1 or 2-star rulers will die after 2 collisions. 3-star rulers are a bit more troublesome. After a dozen collisions, they won't have it easy either. Collisions. This was the most primitive attack method of the battle fortress. Not long after, Lin Fei laughed coldly and drove the battle fortress away. As for the dozens of rulers that died, Lin Fei didn't care at all. Every time they attacked, they would be completely wiped out. However, the Heejimin didn't pay much attention to this news. He continued to attack relentlessly, continuing to block the path ahead. That black-robed fellow is really crafty. The clone of the chief Heejimin, Dao, once more fell a step behind, a terrifyingly grim look on his face. I refuse to believe you can survive being surrounded by everyone in Eternia. There's no way the battle fortress's power source is inexhaustible. The ruler of Dao had an extraordinary background. He naturally knew that the battle fortress needed a special power source. In the ruler of Dao's eyes, the black-robed fellow was relying on the special power source he had left behind. Once it ran out, he probably wouldn't be able to activate the battle fortress. At that point, they would be able to attack. Dao, you didn't catch up? Not far away, a group of people arrived. Seeing them, the ruler of Dao's expression was a bit unnatural. You're not the same. That's not your style. The person who came laughed loudly, revealing a shriveled old face that was sinister and sinister. When he laughed, it was especially cold, making people feel extremely uncomfortable. It's normal that I can't catch up to him. The Dao Dominator was unwilling to say more. I'm going to chase after him. After coldly saying these words, the Dao Heejimin chased after them. The 10 Heejimins of the past? Ha ha! The mystic Heejimin laughed coldly. Sir, why didn't you kill that guy? A trusted aide asked. Right now, the Sovereign Lord of Dao is nothing more than a clone. He's not worth fighting. Besides, there are still members of his clan in other Eternia. Killing him will cause a lot of trouble. It's better to keep him alive. After all, he's no threat. Ever since the Tao Hegemon's true body had been suppressed by someone else, the Hegemon of Eternia no longer took the Tao Hegemon seriously. Every day, Lin Fei would control the battle fortress to travel all over the place, killing who knew how many sovereigns. The maximum number of divinity points was increasing. Gradually, the number of people began to dwindle. They appeared on the outskirts, but did not attack. As soon as Lin Fei got close, they would leave the battle fort's attack range. Are they planning to surround and trap me? Lin Fei could sense the changes in them. The number of sovereigns around him had decreased. Lin Fei was also aware of this situation. They're planning to completely surround me. They also believe that I don't have any energy to support the battle fortress. Once I lose my energy, it will be their best opportunity to attack. Lin Fei was very clear about this. Since that's the case, I'll do as you wish. A few days later, Lin Fei stopped on top of a mountain. The battle fortress just hovered there, as if waiting for something. In fact, they were indeed besieging him. This was what they had discussed. Everyone knew how powerful the battle fortress was. 1-star and 2-star sovereigns could be killed in a few hits, and this was the simplest attack of the battle fortress. They chose to besiege him. When the time came, they would attack together to deplete the limited energy of the battle fortress. Without the limited energy, the battle fortress would no longer be as threatening as a mountain. This was what they were thinking. There were a total of 8 forces surrounding them. They were all powerful sovereigns of Sky City. They were not any weaker than the previous 10 sovereigns, but they were not as famous. Now that the 10 sovereigns were a thing of the past, Sky City belonged to them. Besieging the battle fortress was also their idea. In the beginning, the 8 forces were very confident that the black-robed fellow would definitely fall into their encirclement. For this reason, they specially took out a formation to seal off a large part of the void. They gathered most of their strength, and the progress was good. When the black-robed fellow stopped advancing, their expressions changed. This situation was different from what they had expected. Could it be that there was a problem? The battle fortress is not moving. The news spread among the 8 forces. The scouts all confirmed that the battle fortress was not moving. They were even more confused. What was going on? Could it be that the other party had already predicted this? The people of the 8 forces immediately gathered together. Is that guy trying to find out our goal? Should we stop and observe the situation first? Why do we need to observe? We have so many people and 90% of Sky City's strength. Can't we deal with that guy? That's right. I heard that the battle fortress needs special energy. As long as we attack from afar and exhaust the other party's energy, the battle fortress will become useless. That's our chance. I think we have to act. As long as we stay within a certain range, the battle fortress won't be able to unleash its true power. After all, it's not at its peak. In a temporary location, the leaders of the 8 factions gathered together to discuss what to do. The other party's actions were not normal. As for whether or not they should act now, they didn't have a good idea. The moment they opened their mouths, they were all talking at once. The situation was unclear. It's best if we act as soon as possible. We don't want to waste time. If we can't break through the battle fortress, we'll have to wait for the divine general platform again. If that happens, we'll have wasted all our efforts. The Unibrow Hegemon said calmly. The Hegemon was a peak 5th-star Hegemon, and his skills were not bad. Everyone came to their senses upon hearing this. How could they have forgotten? Chapter 1537. After some discussion, the 8 forces decided not to hesitate. They had to act immediately. After all, their understanding of the battle fort was limited to rumors. In reality, they didn't have any real contact with it. They didn't know much about it. They had to act as soon as possible. In their eyes, they had so many sovereigns. There were more than 3,000 5-star sovereigns, several hundred 6-star sovereigns, and countless 3- and 4-star sovereigns. The formations in the 8 directions began to shrink. Everyone approached carefully. The news they received every day proved that the battle fort hadn't left. As long as the battle fort was still there, everything was negotiable. The formation they used this time was specifically used to restrict the void. If the battle fort was at its peak, they wouldn't use this method against it. Any formation would be destroyed if the battle fort rammed into them. They all believed that the battle fort wasn't at its peak anymore. It could definitely trap them. As long as they had more time, they wouldn't have to worry about the battle fort leaving their sight. Are they that afraid of the battle fort? Lin Fei found their cautious attitude funny. Did they have to be like this? The battle fort stopped. Lin Fei was waiting for them to come to him so he could go on a killing spree and increase his invincibility, divinity, and even experience. It's good that they're like this. I'll just pretend I don't know anything. They'll regret it sooner or later, no matter who they are. Energy points were being purified every day. At their speed, it would take him at least half a month. Lin Fei believed that half a month was enough. By then, he would become a 5-star ruler, and killing them would be easier. Lin Fei entered the demonic dimension to kill monsters and level up. Half a month wasn't long. The 8 forces finally combined their formations. The moment they combined, an umbrella appeared in the sky. The canopy opened, and a canopy hung from the sky. After the umbrella was combined, the 8 forces sighed in relief. They finally trapped the battle fort. Now was the time for them to act. Once the formation was formed, they didn't have to worry about any changes. The enemy was like a turtle in a jar. It wouldn't take long to break through. Boom! A 7-colored bridge appeared in the east, stretching out for 150 million kilometers. The entire sky was filled with 7 colors, and it was dazzling. However, that dazzling radiance was accompanied by a terrifying aura. A fairy wearing the 7-colored sovereign battle armor appeared on the 7-colored bridge. Her calm gaze fell on the enormous black object, and a look of shock appeared on her face. This was the war fortress, the war race's peak war weapon. By relying on this, there was no battle they couldn't overcome. The dark mass of sovereigns standing on the 7-colored bridge were all panting, and their eyes were fixed on the battle fort. It was as if they wanted to see everything that had happened in the battle fort and never forget it. This was the first time they had seen the battle fortress, the ultimate weapon of war, in the hands of the Overlord. I'm the Rainbow Ruler. I have come to see the battle fortress master. A calm voice with a hint of excitement could be heard. This was one of the 8 forces. An astonishing aura also appeared in the south. A boundless ocean appeared in the sky, turning into a water giant. This water giant was filled with the might of a sovereign. It was a special life form. It wasn't strange for special life forms to exist in the endless territories. They were born with great power, and their cultivation speed was extremely fast. They didn't have to worry about breaking through. At this moment, the water giant opened its palm. A blue-robed sovereign stood on its palm, urging the water giant to stride forward. With every step it took, a vast ocean would appear below it. All immortal beasts would be swallowed up by the ocean and turned into nourishment for the water giant. I am the Blue Water Ruler. I have come to see the battle fortress master. He also had a group of sovereigns behind him. There were quite a few of them, and they were enough to fight against the Rainbow Ruler. The Western forces weren't any weaker than the other 2 forces. In comparison, the water giant appeared on a red bird. As soon as the bird moved, flames filled the sky, like the afterglow of the setting sun. It was very pleasing to the eye. This bird was about 100 million meters long. When it spread its wings, it was about 150 million kilometers long. It was a truly enormous creature. This was a Dominator rank flamingo, and it was a mature one. Its combat power was equivalent to that of a 5-star sovereign. A mature flame bird could spit out flames that could burn weaker 5-star sovereigns to death. The Ardent Fire Ruler has come to see the battle fortress master. The Ardent Fire Ruler wore a red robe that was covered in fire runes. There was even a flame mark between his eyebrows. Only those who knew him would know how terrifying someone with a flame mark was. The Ardent Fire Ruler was a terrifying person. A black hole appeared in the north. A giant black hole. This black hole was at least 200 million kilometers long. When it appeared, everyone felt as if their minds were about to be sucked into the black hole. They couldn't get out. At this moment, a black-robed fellow was sitting in the center of the black hole. He didn't release any aura, but he did give off a terrifying feeling. The cave ruler has come to see the battle fortress master. The cave ruler's voice spread out. The black hole appeared, and his voice seemed to spread endlessly. The entire Sky City could hear it clearly, as if it was right next to their ears. The appearance of these four forces brought about a powerful side. They all had the power to resist each other. But this wasn't the end. Apart from them, other forces also appeared. Their lineup was equally powerful, and they took over the remaining four directions as well. The Green Hill ruler has come to see the battle fortress master. The Tiger Mountain ruler has come to see the battle fortress master. The Sun Mountain ruler has come to see the battle fortress master. The mysterious Dark ruler has come to see the battle fortress master. The 8 forces appeared in 8 directions, which were actually the 8 points of the formation. The rumbling sound continued to spread. These 8 forces are actually much stronger than the 10 rulers' forces. They've come out in full force. Inside the battle fortress, Lin Fei also saw the situation outside. 8 directions besieged him, blocking his way out. Lin Fei also realized that it wouldn't be easy to break this formation now that he lacked energy points. Lin Fei wasn't too worried about this. Looking at the dark forces, Lin Fei couldn't wait to open fire and kill them in his hands. That would be a lot of experience and invincibility points. Lin Fei was very tempted, but he couldn't do it for the time being. They definitely want to break my battle fortress, thinking that I don't have enough energy points. Unfortunately, they don't know that I can purify energy points every day. After half a month, I've accumulated more than 100,000 energy points, almost 200,000 energy points, and I still need to accumulate more. This was Lin Fei's advantage, and it was also something they didn't know. Lin Fei was very confident that if they wanted to break the battle fortress, it would be pure wishful thinking. In the end, it would be for nothing. As long as there was energy support, the battle fortress could be repaired. It could be said that it was an unbreakable castle. For the time being, Lin Fei wouldn't expose himself so soon, and he was ready to give them a big gift. The 8 forces were here. They truly did want to know what sort of background this fellow had, for him to be able to defeat the Dao Hegemon and the 10 Hegemons. They attacked such a person together. It was natural for them to feel uncomfortable, which was why such a scene appeared. At this moment, they were all waiting to see if this guy would appear, or would he come out from hiding in the battle fortress. He came out. It's that black-robed man. A platform suddenly appeared in the sky above the battle fortress, and a black-robed man appeared on it. Everyone came from far away. I'm still very happy. Lin Fei smiled. For a nameless person like me, you guys set up such a formation. I feel that you guys think too highly of me. Facing tens of thousands of rulers, Lin Fei didn't panic at all. What he had was endless fighting spirit. Because these people were all monsters in Lin Fei's eyes, they could help him level up. If he killed all of them, it would definitely be a big harvest. You guys, don't you think this guy has guts? In the depths of Sky City, on 3 tall thrones, 3 god servants looked at this big show. The one who spoke was Emissary Mu. Indeed, facing tens of thousands of rulers, he didn't panic at all, and he can even face them calmly. This kind of thing, just the gazes of tens of thousands of rulers would be enough to soften an ordinary person's heart. Unfortunately, this guy didn't learn to keep a low profile, instead choosing to face the rulers. This kind of courage is rare, but facing 8 forces, he has no advantage at all. The result is a one-sided situation. The 3 god servants didn't think that this guy would win. They were the clearest about the battle fortress's history. It had lost most of its energy when it first landed here. If it was at its peak, they wouldn't care. Even if tens of thousands of rulers came, they probably wouldn't be a match for the battle fortress. But now it was difficult. This is the guy's choice. We can only watch. The 3 god servants nodded. Although they knew everything, they wouldn't investigate. Although the battle fortress was good, in their eyes, it was just an ordinary thing. Especially this thing. Without the support of energy, it was pretty useless. Once they attacked, the battle fortress wouldn't be able to hold for long. It would be broken, and then facing the rulers that covered the sky, the result would be obvious. The odds of victory weren't high. This was also the first time the 8 forces saw the Black-Robed Man. However, they couldn't see his face clearly, as if it was covered by a layer of power. No matter how they looked, they couldn't see through it. They couldn't help but be shocked. Could this be some powerful secret technique? Chapter 1538. Being mysterious was one thing, but whether or not this person appeared was another matter. As soon as the Black-Robed Man appeared, the rulers of the 8 powers knew who they were going to deal with next. Moreover, they had the upper hand. Taking down the other party was already in the bag. Sir, you must be joking. Who in Sky City doesn't know of your existence? The title of Battle Fortress Master isn't something that just anyone can have. The 7-colored ruler's voice was cold. The 10 rulers all suffered greatly at your hands. If that's the case, and you're still a nobody, then all the rulers in the world won't have the face to call themselves rulers. The 7-colored ruler's words provoked the Tao ruler. This be *TCH, who was so obedient in front of me back then. In the distant void, the Tao ruler's expression was extremely gloomy. His veins were bulging. The Tao ruler felt extremely helpless. All of this was done by the black-robed guy on the battle fortress. The other party had destroyed his future. You'll definitely die, definitely. The Tao ruler could only continuously curse the other party. Perhaps if the other party died, his main body would regain its freedom and regain its previous divine might. Perhaps he could even fight for the battle fortress. The Tao ruler's eyes started to flash. On the battle fortress, Lin Fei looked around. He knew that almost all the rulers of Sky City had come today. Even if they weren't 80%, they were at least 70%. Lin Fei was extremely proud. He was a ruler, but he had attracted tens of thousands of rulers. There were probably very few people in the world who could do this. He felt a great sense of accomplishment. Thank you for your praise. This will make me very proud, Lin Fei said with a faint smile. It was a very calm and fearless smile. The 7-colored ruler had never seen a person with such thick skin. How could he say something like this in this situation? Did he not know what kind of situation he was in? 7-colored, there's no need to say anything to this guy. Giving him the title of Battle Fortress Master is already giving him respect. If we look down on him, then he's just a small ruler. The Black Shadow ruler's mocking voice echoed. A hint of disgust flashed in the 7-colored ruler's eyes. He didn't like this person. Lin Fei glanced sideways at the Black-Yin Sovereign. You talk big. I'll remember you. When the time comes, I'll definitely treat you well. As for you, beautiful lady, since you have such a good attitude, I'll spare your life and make you my maid. The mystic Hegemin looked down on this fellow. All he had done was play a few tricks, and he didn't have any real skill to show off. The Tao Hegemin had failed miserably, but that didn't mean that he would fall for it. And now, this fellow actually dared to threaten him at a time like this? The mystic Hegemin's eyes gleamed with a cold, sinister light. You got guts. I'll personally return those words to you. I believe it won't be too long. The Black Hegemin sneered. At that time, I will definitely capture your primordial spirit and let you have a taste of my methods. Lin Fei said disdainfully. Everyone can talk big. Look at you. You're gloomy all over. You're not a good person either. Maybe you're planning to plot against everyone so that you can reap the benefits. Don't you think so? Many sovereigns turned to look at the mystic Sovereign. They were on guard. You're slandering me. The mystic Sovereign was so angry that his entire body shook. He had never seen such a shameless fellow. To be honest, this idea was indeed true. When the mystic Sovereign had arrived, he had been thinking about how he could gain the upper hand in this show. It would be best if he could reap the benefits of a third party. An idea was an idea. If it wasn't realized, then it was just an idea. But now that someone had pointed it out, the other 7 sovereigns were on guard. After all, he didn't have a good reputation in Sky City, and he was full of evil tricks. Mystic if you dare to play any tricks, I, the Inferno Sovereign, will be the first to kill you. If you don't believe me, you can try. The distant Sovereign of Inferno shot out a cold glare. With that attack of yours, I'll kill you. The Sovereign of Inferno had always looked down on the Mysticine Sovereign. He was famous for playing dirty tricks in Sky City. There's no need for you to try and drive a wedge between us. The Sovereign of Inferno's gaze shifted. Everyone has come here today with the same goal. Hand over the battle fortress, and I won't kill you. From a start, Lin Fei had never tried to drive a wedge between them. He had only said those words because he didn't like the cold and gloomy aura on the other party's body. This was a wedge between them? It was a coincidence. Lin Fei laughed loudly. There's no need for everyone to come from so far away. Everyone knows that the battle fortress is a top-grade weapon of war. As long as it is activated, I'm not exaggerating, but most of you will die. Do you believe me? The 8 sovereigns trembled slightly. These words were a bit threatening. The battle fortress was famous. No matter who it was, as long as they heard of it, they would have to be careful and not dare to underestimate it. If it really did launch its strongest attack, they really wouldn't know how to block it. Lin Fei saw their expressions and couldn't help but find it funny. These fellows were truly cowardly. With this much courage, they still dared to try and steal his battle fortress. Sir, you are quite eloquent. If it was the battle fortress at its peak, perhaps we would care. But do you think it would be of any use now? The black-robed cave sovereign revealed a look of disdain. There are so many of us. At most, you can only attack one direction. The rest of us can still make things difficult for you. The cave sovereign's words were like a sharp knife that sliced through this layer of lies. Everyone came to a sudden realization. The name of the battle fortress had given them a preconceived notion. They subconsciously reacted after hearing the cave sovereign's words. At most, you can only attack one direction. If you have the ability, then take care of all of us. That's your ability. The Blue Water Sovereign was enraged. He had been frightened by the cave sovereign's words. This fellow truly deserved to die. Lin Fei laughed loudly once more. The battle fortress is in my hands. If you have the ability, then come and try. Let's see who's afraid of who. Even if I die, I'll drag a bunch of you down with me. It's worth it. These are all sovereigns, ha! The 8 leading sovereigns could feel the sovereigns behind them becoming restless. They were relying on strength to suppress them. If they were to send them to their deaths, then even if they were powerful, sooner or later they would be in trouble. They could acutely sense that they couldn't continue like this. This fellow was too slippery. With just a few words, he had caused a connection between them to crack. Although it wasn't too obvious, it was still quite effective. Everyone was worried about becoming one of the targets of a powerful attack. Tempest of Sovereigns, open. Chapter 1539. Swish, 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 the storm formed by the sword transformed into a boundless energy wave that swept outwards. Ding! Killed a 1-star ruler. Ding! Killed a 1-star ruler. Ding! Killed a 2-star ruler. The energy wave swept outwards, catching everyone off guard. None of the weaker rulers were able to block the attack of the ruler Tempest. It dealt a double blow to their souls and bodies. After the Tempest passed, the rulers died one by one. Most of them were 1-star and 2-star rulers. Their deaths brought huge benefits to Lin Fei. They turned into sky-filling experience points. The Tempest continued to wreak havoc mercilessly. The gazes of the 8 rulers shot toward a certain spot in the sky. That was where Ruler Dao was. Ruler Dao was scared by their gazes. He forced himself to look shocked. You don't need to look at me like that. I didn't know about this. I really didn't know. After this is over, I'll deal with you, my Ruler Dao. Ruler Ardent Fire sent a furious message. Do you think we'll believe you? You actually didn't say that this black-robed fellow trained in the Ruler Tempest. What are you planning? After this is over, I'll definitely deal with you. The Ruler Tempest was very powerful. This was equivalent to the existence of a domain. It was very effective against low-level rulers. For example, every time the Tempest swept out, a low-level ruler would be heavily injured. When a second wave appeared, the low-level ruler would fall from the sky. The 8 rulers didn't care about the Ruler Tempest at all. They all had mid-level ruler battle robes, so the Ruler Tempest didn't affect them much. They were willing to accept that Ruler Dao had lied to them. This was a very vicious move. Even they were heavily protected by the mid-level ruler battle rogues. They wouldn't attack ruler down now. The time wasn't right. They had to suppress the ruler tempest first to prevent more casualties. Although it seemed like a long time, everything happened in a very short time. Over 100 one-star rulers were killed by the ruler tempest, and countless were injured. 7-colored domain. The 7-colored ruler shouted, and a 7-colored domain appeared. 7-colored bridges flew through the air, smashing against the ruler tempest and opening up a vacuum. The ruler tempest couldn't enter and was blocked outside. Flame Empire. The sovereign of fire waved his hand. His forehead opened, and an endless stream of fire shot out. Wherever the fire passed, mountains, rivers, mountains, and warriors of flame filled the entire Flame Empire. They began to attack the sovereign of fire, quickly carving out an empty region. Turn. A low growl rang out from the cave god's mouth. The enormous black hole behind him began to slowly rotate, and with each rotation, it destroyed the sovereign tempest and protected the sovereign behind him. The casualties were also greatly reduced. Boundless Ocean. The special life form below the blue water ruler, the water giant, transformed into a vast body of water, moving up and down to resist the ruler's storm. The remaining 4 sovereigns did the same. They chose to attack while protecting their subordinates, lest they suffer heavy casualties. This was not something they wanted. Even if they reacted quickly, the loss was not small. The low-level sovereigns were more or less injured. Before they even made a move, their troops were already heavily injured. This made them very dissatisfied. Attack! Boom, boom, boom. With the help of the 8 sovereigns, they were able to resist Lin Fei's Sovereign's Tempest. They no longer hesitated and attacked the battle fortress. The sky was filled with mystical abilities and secret techniques, and they attacked without any regard for their lives. The battle fortress unleashed a wave of energy, blocking the attacks. The battle had begun. 8 directions. With 90% of the sovereign's power gathered, they unleashed their most ferocious attacks. Too strong. The moment they attacked, Lin Fei disappeared. Even Lin Fei himself felt threatened by the ferocious attacks. These were terrifying attacks that could kill him. Facing the densely packed attacks, the battle fortress did not change. It maintained its stability and was not affected at all. Lin Fei was completely at ease. When there are too many sovereigns, they can also become man-eating tigers. It's a pity that with them resisting the ruler tempest, it won't be easy for me to kill so many sovereigns. Lin Fei felt a wave of regret. Previously, he had engaged in a war of words with them in order to give the ruler tempest a chance to be used. That attack just now barely killed more than 200 sovereigns, and most of them were 1-star sovereigns. This allowed Lin Fei to obtain nearly 300 divinity points. His invincibility points had also increased by 1 to 200,000 points. This was much better than going out to hunt by himself. It was like harvesting a large wheat field. It was a pity that he couldn't continue now. Ding! Divinity is approaching 1,000 points. Please keep up the good work. Suddenly, such a voice came from the system. Lin Fei didn't understand why the system gave such a prompt, or a prompt for divinity points. This was the first time he encountered such a prompt. He hurriedly opened the system and found that his divinity had already reached 912 points, only 88 points away from 1,000 points. Could it be that once I reach 1,000 points, I can unlock the use of divinity? Lin Fei's eyes suddenly lit up. It seemed that apart from this reason, there was no other reason. Fight! The sovereigns of the Sky City were now almost all out. The overwhelming attacks of the sovereigns shook this area, but the void did not collapse. It was still solid. The battle fortress in the middle was attacked by countless divine abilities and secret techniques. What they had to do now was to break the outer defense. The continuous attacks could quickly consume the energy of the battle fortress. Without energy support, even if the other party turned the sky upside down, they wouldn't be able to escape from the palm of their hands. It was easy for them to resist the sovereign storm. The rest was left to their subordinates. The mysterious dark ruler took out a treasure tree and slowly turned it, releasing cold air. As soon as the sovereign storm approached, the cold air froze the storm, forming a large area of ice around it. With so many people attacking, let's see how you block it. Because of a few words from the other party, the mysterious dark ruler dispelled the idea of secretly attacking them. None of the remaining sovereigns were easy to deal with, especially the fierce fire ruler, who had always been very domineering and had a particularly fiery temper. He also controlled flames, which happened to restrain the power of the Great Path, so he didn't have an innate advantage. The mysterious dark ruler could only grit his teeth and swallow the threat of the fierce fire ruler, not daring to say anything. Gotcha! Suddenly, a crack appeared in the distant ice, as if it had been hit by a huge force. Bang, 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 the ice broke. All of a sudden, someone rushed in. Shio, 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 the sky full of ancient sword will turn into densely packed, long swords, stabbing towards them. They were attacking the battle fortress with all their strength and didn't care about the situation around them. When the ice broke, they obviously didn't react, but when the powerful sword will descended, their reaction was slow. Many sovereigns coughed up blood on the spot. In a single exchange, over 10 sovereigns fell from the sky, their bodies riddled with holes. They didn't know how many sword wills they had received, but they were caught off guard. A 3-star sovereign coughed up a mouthful of blood. The color of his sovereign battle robe dimmed, and he revealed a trace of doubt. Suddenly, a cold wind blew, and a black-robed man appeared. He's here. A fist landed on the 3-star sovereign. The sound stopped. The surrounding people saw a golden sword will sweep over, as well as a flash of a black shadow, and they all chose to retreat into the darkness. You actually dared to attack. The mysterious dark ruler's face was filled with anger. You're walking right in my trap. Watch how I capture you. At this time, the mysterious dark ruler couldn't believe that this guy had eaten a leopard's gall, daring to attack on his own initiative. Wasn't this just sending himself to be captured? Once he captured the other party, wouldn't the battle fortress be his? A black shadow appeared. It was Lin Fei. If you want to capture me, we'll have to see if you have the ability. Whoosh! Lin Fei charged in front of a 1-star sovereign and stabbed out with his sword, piercing through the sovereign battle robe and taking a life with one strike. He then pounced at the other sovereigns. I see Myth Dragon Lasso. Seeing that the other party was killing people, the mysterious dark ruler didn't stop him. He took out a white, icy dragon, which emitted cold air. The moment the icy dragon moved, space was frozen, and it charged straight at the other party. Coincidentally, a sovereign accidentally ran into it, and he was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Mid-grade, binding treasure. Lin Fei dodged with a whoosh, and with a sweep of his sword art, he took a few more lives. A layer of ice appeared on his left and right arms. With a thought, Lin Fei's great Dao power surged out, shattering the ice. This in cold ice really isn't simple. I have to be careful and avoid it. With a thought, Lin Fei knew how to deal with it. He couldn't let the icy dragon tangle with him, or else it would be a small problem. Invincible defense, activate. Without another word, Lin Fei activated the invincible defense, holding the sovereign weapon, and charged into the group of sovereigns. This guy's courting death. The black dark ruler sneered, full of contempt. Did he really think he was a plaything? This time, he had gathered around 4,000 sovereigns. If the other party charged forward, he probably wouldn't even need to do anything. His subordinates would be able to take this guy down. No matter how strong the other party's body was, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences in such a situation. He would be heavily injured, which would save him a lot of trouble. Kill him. This guy is here to die. Take my sky-raising sword. The sovereigns' eyes lit up. However, they dared to attack, and their attacks landed on the other party's body like stones sinking into the ocean. At this time, the black-robed guy who had charged and put away his sovereign weapon, and with a wave of his hand, took out a war weapon. The sovereign destruction cannon appeared in his hand. Sorry, this is my killing move. Boom! As soon as he spoke, a light beam blasted out. This scene was something they couldn't imagine. Why did their attacks not work? Ding! Killed a 1-star sovereign. Ding! Killed a 2-star sovereign. Ding! Killed a 3-star sovereign. Ding. Killed a 3-star sovereign. Chapter 1540. The moment the cannon was fired, the aura of death spread out. At this moment, it was unknown how many sovereigns had died to the sovereign obliteration cannon. No, I don't want to die. I'm a 3-star ruler. In the future, I can become a 4-star ruler, a 5-star ruler. The sovereigns that had been locked onto only had a flash of consciousness before they sank into the boundless darkness. Their bodies exploded, filling the sky with fragments. This was a massacre, a true massacre. Lin Fei smiled. Didn't you want to deal with me? Come at me now. The ice dragon chased after him, and Lin Fei's figure blurred as he dodged it. He ignored the incoming attack and once again fired his ruler's obliteration cannon. Boom, boom, boom. This time, he fired 3 times in a row. The stored energy had been completely used up. Ding. Killed a 2-star ruler. Ding. Killed a 3-star ruler. Ding. Killed a 4-star ruler. Ding. Killed a 4-star ruler. These 3 cannons were earth-shattering. The Black Shadow ruler's troops were in chaos. The black beam of destruction was like a demon, devouring life after life. Ruler after ruler died under the attack. Lin Fei gained a lot of experience. Ding! Congratulations to player for becoming a 5-star ruler. He opened the system and saw that his experience bar was full. Lin Fei had become a 5-star ruler, and his aura was stronger. Ding! Congratulations, player has 1,000 divinity points. Ding! Start the Age of Gods. For the divinity points, Lin Fei was going all out. Fortunately, everything was going according to plan. He activated his invincible defense, and with the ruler's destruction cannon, they suffered heavy losses. I'll fight you to the death. The Black Shadow ruler's face was as black as coal. In the blink of an eye, he had lost more than half of his forces, and those who remained were all heavily injured. However, this was not the most important thing. What the mystic Enrich cared about was that his own forces had been scared out of their wits. This was what he did not want to see. Boom, boom. A mystic saber appeared in the mystic ruler's hand. He no longer planned on capturing the other party. Saber light flashed out majestically, and a vast expanse of white light spread out. Layers of space turned into ice. Ha ha! I'm done playing with you. Lin Fei laughed loudly and rushed outside. He punched out, shattering the ice and rushing out. Damn it! The black Enrich caught up. Lin Fei's speed was even faster than his. The ancient devil's wings were not to be trifled with. Lin Fei was able to maintain a certain distance from him. Your Excellency is very capable. You still dare to come out at this time. Then, stay here for me. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was the Green Hill Hegemon, and he waved his hand, causing an enormous palm to appear. Terrifying power shot out to block his opponent's path. You think I'm afraid of you? Lin Fei turned into a stream of light and struck out with his palm as well. Palm to palm, a terrifying wave of chi spread out. Hegemon Green Hill was sent flying. After becoming a 5-star ruler, Lin Fei's combat prowess rose once more, allowing him to block the attack of a 6-star ruler. As soon as Hegemon Qingqiu retreated, Lin Fei broke through the blockade. Where do you think you're going? The 7 rulers all knew that Lin Fei had charged into the Black Enrich's camp. However, everything had happened too quickly. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, the Black Enrich's forces had suffered grievous losses. An enormous empire of flames appeared, and a dense horde of flaming soldiers charged over. This was Hegemon Ardent Fire's Empire of Flames. Next, a boundless ocean came crashing down. The 7-colored Hegemon's bridge tore through the air, freezing everything in place and preventing Lin Fei from escaping back to the battle fortress. At this moment, they all attacked at the same time. They all felt a hint of unease. Boom, boom. A sky-filling barrage of attacks engulfed the enemy. The 8 rulers didn't relax at all. Their gazes were fixed on that area. They refused to believe that Lin Fei would be able to hold on. I'll remember your great gift. Whoosh! A silhouette rushed out and entered the battle fort before anyone could react. The 8 rulers were all stunned. That fellow was actually fine? How is this possible? Astonishment. At this moment, they were still in a state of astonishment. The other party's voice was still echoing in their ears. The 8 rulers looked at each other. A hint of unwillingness and bitterness flashed in their eyes. They had attacked together, but failed to take down the other party. This was something they couldn't accept. They didn't understand what the other party had used to hold on. They didn't believe that such a treasure existed. But at this moment, they didn't know what to say. They had lost the first round. They had lost miserably. That kid isn't simple. He actually used a treasure that we don't know about. The 3 divine servants were slightly startled. Then, a smile appeared on their faces. However, this smile was extremely ugly. It seems that our Sky City has produced a powerful fellow. The Wood Divine Servant said expressionlessly. Even 8 rulers couldn't take him down. What a heaven-defying fellow. What I'm curious about is what life-saving technique did he use to withstand the wave of attacks. This is a power I've never seen before. Moreover, it was the attack of 8 6-star rulers. The 3 divine servants couldn't see the specific reason. This was the first time they couldn't see through the power. That power was extremely mysterious. It was so mysterious that they couldn't see the whole picture. After returning to the battle fortress, Lin Fei removed the invincible defense. Someone was spying on me just now. They probably didn't see anything. Lin Fei thought to himself as he sat on the throne. Facing the siege of 8 rulers, Lin Fei relied on the invincible defense to resist, but it also consumed a large amount of invincible points. Lin Fei felt his heart ache when he saw this. The invincible defense mainly relied on invincible points. The level of attack would consume a lot of invincible points. The attack just now consumed a lot of invincible points. At the mysterious Dark Ruler's place, he killed many rulers. He didn't calculate the specific details. Lin Fei thought that there were no less than 1,000 rulers and obtained a large amount of invincible points. But now, Lin Fei was curious about who was spying on him. When they attacked, Lin Fei clearly felt the appearance of a divine sense. It was very obscure. If they weren't surprised, they wouldn't have noticed it. Could it be the divine servants? Sky City. After thinking about it, Lin Fei felt that they were the only ones who had this possibility. If it's really the divine servants, I have to be careful so that they don't see the existence of the system. Lin Fei thought to himself. This was the only thing he was worried about. My master, you actually don't have to worry. The little demon flew out. Those 3 puppets will never discover the system on Master's body. Why didn't you remind me earlier? Lin Fei was still a little dissatisfied. The little demon said disdainfully. They didn't target Master, so I didn't care. They were attracted by your defense just now. It's only good for you. There's no harm. Chapter 1541. Lin Fei was a little angry. Why didn't the little fiend inform him first? In Sky City, Lin Fei wasn't afraid of other rulers, but he was wary of the divine servants. Now that he was being watched by the divine servants, he had to be careful in certain aspects. This wasn't something Lin Fei wanted to see. It made him feel a little pressured. Although the little fiend's words made Lin Fei feel a little better, he still had other thoughts. The divine servants are puppets. From what I can tell, they're not from this world. No one in this weave can make puppets of this level, including the battle fort in your hands. Continue. Lin Fei really wanted to hear what the little fiend had to say this time. They must have a purpose for staying in this world. Sky City is a place for them to test themselves. It's hard to become a ruler, but in a place like this, they're worse than pigs and dogs. Don't you think it's strange that they didn't stop you when you used destruction to kill them? Lin Fei had researched divine servants, Sky City, and the divine general platform, but he couldn't find a reasonable explanation. The little fiend's words seemed to make sense. They really didn't care about rulers. In any weave, rulers were still very important. It really is strange. Lin Fei felt that something was wrong. Isn't the price too high for the test? The little fiend sneered. Puppets don't know emotions. In their hearts, there's only the mission. Nothing else matters to them. They won't care even if all the rulers die. In other words, I'm now their test target? You can say that. The little fiend nodded. But first, you have to survive today's attack. Then you'll have a chance to learn about the Divine General Platform's history. Survive. Lin Fei laughed. If that was the case, then the Divine General Platform's history was extraordinary. Could it be? A terrifying thought popped into Lin Fei's mind. Attack, don't stop. The 8 rulers' attack had failed at the last moment. They returned to their respective positions and ordered their men to attack the battle fort again. This was one of the only ways, and also the oldest way. Only by draining the battle fort's energy would they have a chance to go in and fight the black-robed guy. The battle fort is descending. Are we leaving? Suddenly, the battle bastion descended and landed on the flat ground below. There was no more movement. Dao, the information you reported back then. He must be hiding a lot of things. He Jim and Blaze sent a mental message to He Jim and Dao, his tone extremely unpleasant. The Dao He Jim and laughed coldly. I don't know. It's useless even if you ask. At this time, he would not admit anything. After all, this matter had caused the Dao Chief He Jimin to lose a great deal of face. Only by returning the favor would the Dao Chief He Jimin feel a bit better. Only then would everyone feel a bit better. His other thought was that he could not wait for all of them to suffer a great loss. He Jimin, Ardent Fire, didn't believe He Jimin Dao's words. This fellow definitely knew about this beforehand, and had even fought against him before. Most likely, he had suffered a major setback because of this. You better watch out for yourself. He Jimin, Blazing Fire, swore to himself that once this matter was concluded, he would definitely teach He Jimin Dao a lesson and make him regret his actions. The remaining sovereigns all had similar thoughts. They blamed He Jimin Dao for hiding some things. The first time they had attacked, they had already left a bad impression in their hearts, allowing Dao to easily leave. If they had known about Dao's defenses, they would definitely have used a different method. That meant that they had missed a good opportunity, and they probably wouldn't have another one. Within the battle fort, Lin Fei was currently opening up his system. Do I need to activate the Era of Gods? This was what Lin Fei was most concerned about. Ever since he had learned that killing sovereigns would give him divinity, Lin Fei had wanted to know what the use of divinity points were. Although he had asked the little fiend, he hadn't been able to get any clues. At most, he had gotten some vague answers, which was as good as not saying anything at all. Activate. Lin Fei didn't hesitate at all, choosing to activate the Era of Gods. The Era of Gods shall begin. The system changed the scene, and a large door appeared. The door slowly opened, and Lin Fei flew through it without his control. Welcome to the Era of Gods. The little fiend waved his pitchfork, appearing in front of Lin Fei with a serious look on his face. It's you. Why can't it be me? The little fiend laughed. I'm your guide. I'm omnipotent, haha. Lin Fei rolled his eyes, and only then did he have time to check out his surroundings. At this moment, Lin Fei was in a huge space. Not far from him, there were many ice statues erected. No matter how he looked at it, it felt weird. Can you tell me, what is the Era of Gods? The little fiend flew forward. Follow me. Take a look at this first. Lin Fei had already noticed the little fiend beside a statue, so he flew up and stood on top of it. It was a giant wearing armor. It's actually real? Lin Fei was startled, and his body shook a little, avoiding the other's gaze. Just now, when Lin Fei's gaze fell on the giant's eyes, he suddenly felt as if he was sucked into them, unable to extricate himself. Who said this is fake? The little fiend laughed. This is a real god, a real god. God? Lin Fei sucked in a breath of cold air. This is a god. Then his gaze fell on the statues in the distance. They're all gods. It's a pity that all of them are dead. However, these gods are all of the noblest bloodlines, such as the god in front of you. Lin Fei did not understand. What is the use of gods and the Era of Gods? I really want to know why I came here. Lin Fei voiced out his doubts. You'll know when you get to the front. Rows of statues extended all the way inside, with no end in sight. The statues were not exactly the same. Some had the heads of immortal beasts, some had the tails of immortal beasts. Some were powerful, some were short, some were ugly. There were all kinds of them. All of them were emitting godly aura. These godly auras were all frozen, but one could still feel the terrifying might brought by the godly aura. It was unknown how far he had walked. A golden pagoda suddenly appeared in front of Lin Fei, standing tall like a towering tree. God's Tower! Lin Fei looked intently and saw two big golden words. Could it be that I can exchange for things related to gods here? Lin Fei was a little excited. You guessed it. The little fiend pointed at the God's Tower. Do you want to go in? Yes. You need to consume 100 divinity points to go in. So black-hearted. Since he was already here, how could Lin Fei be distressed by 100 divinity points? Previously, he went on a killing spree and gained 2,000 divinity points. Coupled with the previous ones, he quickly broke through to 3,000 divinity points. This is your divinity card. The little fiend reached out and a golden card appeared in her hand. Then she handed it to Lin Fei. Lin Fei took a look and saw that the divinity was 310, and on the back of the golden card was a God's Tower. This is pretty good. You'll know the benefits of this golden card in a while. After swiping the card at the door and deducting 100 divinity points, Lin Fei stepped into the God's Tower. After entering, Lin Fei found himself in a hall, but the hall was quiet and there was no one except for Lin Fei and the little fiend. Look at that place behind you. The little fiend pointed behind Lin Fei. Behind? Lin Fei turned his head and immediately saw a huge screen behind him, only to see missions jumping on the screen, ranging from 1-star missions to 9-star missions. Are you thinking that leveling up is too slow? As long as you complete these missions, leveling up will become even easier provided that you pay a little divinity. Lin Fei's eyes fell on the missions on the screen. Killing someone from the Time Clan can get 100 divinity points. What are these people from the Time Clan? Killing a juggernaut now would only give 1 or 2 divinity points, but killing someone from the Time Clan would give him 100 divinity points, which was still very tempting. This is the place to accept missions. If you want to get divinity, you can get it here. When you have time, you can slowly look at it yourself. Now come with me. Lin Fei already had a vague understanding of the God's Tower. The little fiend brought Lin Fei to another corner of the hall, where a portal appeared on the opposite side. Next to the portal, the floor number and the related items on each floor were indicated. This is the place to exchange items. Yeah, your 3,000 divinity points are really not very useful. The little fiend said contemptuously. Lin Fei was also used to the little fiend's sneering and mocking tone. Do you have any good suggestions? I suggest you learn a few top-notch Juggernaut secret techniques. Your combat strength is not good, and you should improve your bloodline. Your bloodline is too weak. Lin Fei really did not care about bloodline, and he looked more or less uncomfortable when the little fiend mocked him. Is my bloodline really that weak? This made Lin Fei very unhappy. Your bloodline is the worst I've ever seen. Which of the Juggernauts outside doesn't have a bloodline stronger than yours? Lin Fei was convinced. Then I'd better go take a look at my bloodline first. Along the way of cultivation, Lin Fei did not do much research on bloodlines, but he also knew that bloodlines were powerful. Cultivation would also become exceptionally easy. This was something that Lin Fei had to admit. Lin Fei decisively chose to go to the bloodline floor. After going up, Lin Fei appeared in a loft. In front of him were rows of wooden shelves, and on each wooden shelf was a ball of Jingguang, emitting light. It's blood essence. Lin Fei came to the closest place and saw a ball of blood essence. Despite the Jingguang seal, Lin Fei could still feel the thick energy emitted by the blood essence. 1-star Juggernaut blood essence, 15 divinity points. After refining it, one can easily become a 1-star Juggernaut. Lin Fei's eyes widened. Damn, isn't this cheating? Chapter 1542. Lin Fei smiled embarrassedly. According to what the little devil had said, he hadn't been relying on cheating to improve, and this statement was not wrong. Lin Fei said this because he was also shocked by the things in the God Pavilion. It turned out that bloodline was also so important. So, after refining this kind of 1-star ruler blood essence, one can easily become a 1-star ruler. Lin Fei repeated, I know what you were suspecting. In fact, you don't have to doubt it. The upgrade system itself is the biggest cheating device. Something that can help people break through is too normal in my opinion. Lin Fei continued to read. There were 1 star to 9 stars ruler blood essences. The price started from a dozen, then a few hundred, 1,000, and finally tens of thousands. For example, 9 stars ruler blood essence required 50,000 divinity points, which was the highest. Level 1 deity blood essence. When Lin Fei read to the end, he was shocked once again. He actually discovered the heavenly god's blood. Ever since becoming a ruler, Lin Fei knew that the realm after him was the deity realm. You don't have to be surprised. As long as you have divinity points, any bloodline is not a problem. The little devil said disdainfully, "These are just the most ordinary bloodlines. For example, Venerable Su Feng you saw last time. She was born with a noble bloodline. Don't think that she is weaker than you now. Once she becomes a ruler, she will burst out with unlimited potential. There is also young Master Fan. He also has a noble bloodline. Hee. None of your opponents are weaker than you. No wonder I can't see through them." Lin Fei suddenly realized. Whether it was Venerable Su Feng or young Master Fan, they were different from the first time he met them. So, they're all from above? Lin Fei pointed above. You can think so. The little devil said. Then, do you still think that you are strong with your little strength? Thanks for the lesson. Lin Fei nodded. I am not the strongest yet. I can't beat these rulers in front of me. I still need the battle fortress to resist. You don't have to be so listless. Now that the era of the gods has begun, it is also the beginning of your glorious era. Right now, there is a good opportunity in front of you. As long as you kill these people outside, your strength will increase tremendously, and it will be an explosive increase. Lin Fei's blood was boiling. Lin Fei also went to take a look at the other bloodlines. They were all noble bloodlines, and he couldn't exchange them for the time being. This is the bloodline of a supreme divine beast. Azure Dragon Divine, Beast Bloodline. White Tiger Divine, Beast Bloodline. The bloodline of the Vermilion Bird. The Black Tortoise Bloodline. In the middle of this layer, there were 4 clumps of essence blood sealed, each of them emitting a godly aura. Lin Fei's mind was shaken. Once the seal was undone, just the divine might it emitted would be enough to kill him. This is the invincible God King bloodline. This is an invincible God Emperor bloodline. There's only one invincible God King and one invincible God Emperor in every generation. The little devil kept introducing. Lin Fei was also extremely shocked. These bloodlines, no matter which bloodline it was, as long as one refined it, one would become a powerhouse between heaven and earth. Then what bloodline do I need to refine? Lin Fei was very conflicted about this. You don't need to cultivate these ordinary bloodlines. They're useless to you. You better cultivate these bloodlines. The little devil brought Lin Fei to the other side. Special bloodline. The little devil pointed to a clump of bloodline not far away. This is the sea god bloodline. After cultivating it, one's physical body will become softer, cultivating the softness of water to the limit. And over there, that is the most foreign race Tantai bloodline, known as the strongest body. Although it can't be compared to the body of a god, it is also the limit. And your invincible defense can't be used at any time. These words hit the bottom of Lin Fei's heart. Invincible defense indeed couldn't be used so wastefully. This thing had to be used on the blade. Cultivating a strong physical body was a must. 10,000 divinity points, so cheap? 9 stars ruler's blood essence cost 50,000 divinity points, but this foreign race's blood essence was actually so cheap. This made Lin Fei very surprised, and he almost suspected that he had seen wrongly. This is a special life form's bloodline. It is not orthodox, so the price is naturally cheap. Not orthodox. Even if it was 10,000 divinity points, Lin Fei still couldn't do anything. It was too expensive. Other special life forms' blood essence wasn't cheap either, basically around 10,000. If you want to get the blood essence as soon as possible, you should go to another place. Divine Technique Room. Lin Fei changed to another place. There were many jade slips sealed here. These jade slips were densely packed. In terms of cultivation technique, Lin Fei was also considered strong, but his power was now limited. Even the previous ruler's storm had become much weaker. After all, to become a ruler, one's mind was very perfect, without a trace of flaw. Lin Fei's ruler's storm could only be used against low-level rulers. It was a useless existence. It was a pity to abandon it, but it was tasteless to eat it. The Great Sword Chi's secret technique's power was also weakened, especially against a mid-level ruler's battle armor. It was almost impossible to break the opponent's defense. What's there to introduce? Lin Fei didn't check, afraid that he would be immersed in it. If he looked too much, his mentality would be affected, and this wasn't what Lin Fei wanted to see. You've become smart. Don't you want to look anymore? The little devil smiled. In front of you, I'll just be looking for nothing. I might as well use this time to properly cultivate. Lin Fei knew that the little devil was very prideful, so this should be the most to its liking. Hee, I thought I would go in stupidly again. The little devil waved its steel fork. You asked the right person. The little devil was very satisfied. Now isn't the time for you to cultivate. You should cultivate a special method, such as the method to collect the holy stone vein and use it to refine enough energy points. As long as you have enough energy points, the people outside will be no match for you, and the divinity points you want will appear continuously. Lin Fei slapped his forehead. I really walked into a dead end. Ever since he came in, Lin Fei had been thinking of a way to solve the predicament in front of him, but he never thought of doing it in the Holy Stone Vein. The Holy Stone Vein under Sky City was all surrounded by a special formation, so Lin Fei couldn't collect a large amount of holy stones and could only mine carefully. This undoubtedly delayed the time. If there was enough method to collect the Holy Stone Vein, he could immediately obtain more energy points, and then he could use the function of the battle fortress. You only know now. The little devil pointed there. There's a special method there. I believe there will be a suitable one for you. Lin Fei had experienced the special bloodline before, so he knew about the special cultivation techniques. They should not be expensive here. As expected, there were many special methods here. Many of them were not heard of by Lin Fei, and their effects were also different. Lin Fei rummaged around until his eyes fell on a jade slip, and his eyes suddenly lit up. I found something. Chapter 1543. Method, God Refinement. Lin Fei seemed to know that it would be useful to him the moment his eyes fell on the jade scroll. This was a very strange feeling. Lin Fei looked at it carefully. The record of the method was very simple, and, at the same time, it was a very useless method. I'm lucky to be able to find this method. It might not be useful to others, but to me, there's nothing more suitable than this. God Refinement, a method specially used to refine minds. This was created by a refining god. He felt that mining mines was troublesome and had too many impurities, so he researched the method of God Refinement to reduce the trouble of mining. Unfortunately, this method could not be used to attack. Therefore, it became a special method, which was also a useless existence. I'll see if there are any other methods that are suitable for me. Lin Fei did not choose God Refinement immediately and decided to look around. This won't do. This time is too long. This is too expensive. Barely. One by one, the jade scrolls were ruthlessly eliminated. 2 hours later, Lin Fei returned to the front of God Refinement. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that this method was suitable for him. In these 2 hours, it was not that Lin Fei did not find similar methods, but it was a pity that they were all difficult to cultivate. With Lin Fei's current strength, it was very difficult to cultivate, and the success rate was very low. God Refinement was much simpler. Looks like I can only choose this. Lin Fei did not see the little demon appear and wanted to ask what he thought. 500 divinities, it's really not cheap. Seeing the exchange rate, Lin Fei gritted his teeth in exchange for this method, obtaining God Refinement. Fortunately, I have the divine fire, so I can save one of the steps. Once he got the God Refinement, Lin Fei left the God Tower and returned to the battle fortress, preparing to cultivate God refinement. They really don't give up. Returning outside, Lin Fei first went to check the battle fortress's energy point. The consumption was quite fast, but at least it could still last for a long time. Sooner or later, you will regret it. Inside the battle fortress, there was an independent space. Lin Fei did not go there, but went to the mine in Hairball's body space. That's the safest place. The mining speed here had reached its limit, but the holy stone that was mined was still not much. Lin Fei threw his senfu. After activating the formation, he went to cultivate the god purification. This technique was not difficult. He needed a divine fire to get started. This was also one of the reasons why Lin Fei chose to cultivate spirit refinement. All along, Lin Fei's grasp of the divine flame had been very simple, and it could be said to be the outermost level. Right now, the god refinement technique was a deeper level of usage of the divine flame. Unfortunately, he couldn't use his divine flame to attack. Lin Fei had an idea as well. Once he dealt with the sovereigns outside, he would definitely cultivate a fire-type attack technique. I need to practice the spirit refinement first, and I'll have to reach the greater mastery of the art of fire. This was not difficult for Lin Fei. Don't forget that Lin Fei had a lot of top-grade experience pills on him. The Tao of Fire was not difficult. Success. In the secret room of Senfu, the power of flames was overwhelming. Lin Fei sat cross-legged, and the flames jumped up and down. With the help of the top-grade experience pills, the Tao of Fire also entered the sovereign level, and it took less than 100 years. This was under the condition that time was accelerated. After this step, the rest was simple. The level of the divine flame was higher than the sovereign level. If Lin Fei wanted to control it, he had to cultivate the Tao of Fire himself. Once the Tao of Fire was formed, the rest was the in-depth cultivation of the technique. This was not difficult for him. It took him 50 years. Lin Fei successfully cultivated the spirit refinement technique. Even though he used a trick in the middle, Lin Fei still successfully cultivated it. After collecting the senfu, Lin Fei appeared in the mining area and chose a mining area that no one was mining. Come out. There was a loud boom. Lin Fei grabbed towards a mine. A huge flaming hand appeared, and a blazing heat wave surged. It grabbed the entire mine and fell into the flaming hand, leaving behind a bottomless pit. The huge mineral vein was like a small snake. Refine, 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 Lin Fei's heart stirred. The excess things on the mine were instantly evaporated. Piece after piece of holy stone appeared in front of Lin Fei. This was not the end. If this was the extent of the spirit refinement technique, then the special technique would be too worthless. The holy stone melted piece by piece. In a short period of time, the huge mountain range had its impurities removed, leaving behind a miniature version of the mine, which landed in Lin Fei's hands once again. That's it. Lin Fei returned to the outside and placed the mine into the cauldron. Discovered a pure, holy stone mine. Obtained 200,000 energy points. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Damn, this is still the easiest. Previously, he had worked so hard to obtain a few hundred points at a time, which was already a lot. Now that he had obtained more than 200,000 energy points in one go, how could Lin Fei not be happy and excited? Good stuff, really good stuff. With the addition of these 200,000 energy points, the energy points that were originally being consumed had once again recovered to 350,000 energy points. If Lin Fei was willing to release a war beast, he could already release a war beast. If I make a war beast now, it will definitely be enough to make them drink a lot. Lin Fei did not plan to do that. In this kind of situation, a war beast effect was negligible. Since he was going to do it, he had to do it big. No matter what, he had to release a war giant or a war roar. Continue to earn energy points. Lin Fei first collected the mines in the mining area. He had collected a total of 3 mines. He had thought that he would be able to obtain 600,000 energy points, but in the end, he only obtained 300,000 energy points. It turned out that 2 of the mines only had 50,000 energy points. Lin Fei also had 600,000 energy points on hand. The people who were originally mining the mines were all free, and the small world was also empty. This is not enough. 1 year. The people brought by the 8 rulers had been besieging the battle fortress for a year. In this 1 year, they had been attacking the battle fortress every day. Recently, they finally showed joy. The originally motionless battle fortress was gradually shaking. This was enough to prove that their method was effective. The battle fortress's energy supply was starting to run out. This was also the reason why it was shaking. They attacked with even more effort. As long as the battle fortress was broken, they would see what they could do. Boom, the originally motionless battle fortress smashed towards the mysterious dark ruler. No one was able to react in time. Bastard! The mysterious dark ruler's face had been gloomy for the past year. Caught off guard, the battle fortress smashed into the mystic Een sovereign, sending him flying. His subordinates behind him were also sent tumbling. They were the last of his forces. Rip, the heavenly umbrella that was opened up had a hole in it. The battle fortress wobbled and charged out. Quick chase! The battle fortress can't last much longer. Attack! The blue water ruler, fierce fire ruler, and the others immediately realized that the other party was struggling. This collision seemed to have created a hole. They believed that the battle fortress must have used up a lot of energy to leave this place. They finally saw hope. Thus, such a scene appeared in the sky. The battle fortress wobbled. The densely packed rulers behind used their ruler weapons, secret arts, and divine abilities. All sorts of attacks rained down from the sky. A struggle before death. This was what the rulers saw. They were extremely excited to be able to break through a battle fortress. Even if they couldn't control the battle fortress, it would still be a glorious thing in the future. Come out. Suddenly, a black-robed man appeared on the battle fortress. He grabbed toward a mountain range below, uprooting a huge mine and sending it into the flaming hand. The black-robed man also endured a wave of attacks before disappearing from everyone's sight. What divine ability is that? Who knows what he grabbed just now? It seems to be a mine. It's a Saint Stone mine. The 8 rulers at the front also saw this scene. They didn't have time to stop him. The other party was too fast. He can actually grab a mine? Damn, what is he trying to do? The fierce fire ruler didn't understand and said angrily, maybe he's using the Saint Stone to convert energy? Impossible. The few rulers shook their heads. They didn't know what to do with energy, but they had a feeling that it wasn't a good thing to let the other party keep grabbing the mine. Stop him. We can't let him take it. Damn it. He's taken another vein. Next, the scene happened again and again. Each time the black-robed man appeared, he would take a mine. They couldn't stop him at all. The black-robed man was very cunning. Each time, he would take on the next wave of attacks. Since he didn't leave the battle fortress, they couldn't do anything but watch as the mine was taken away. For the first time, they felt helpless. They knew that this wasn't a good thing, but they couldn't stop him. They could only let him take the mine. In the meantime, they tried to take it, but they realized something unbelievable. They couldn't grab the mine. A feeling of uneasiness started to spread. What was this black-robed man trying to do? Was he going to use the mine to turn the situation around? Although they were worried, fortunately, the battle fortress was still shaking. Some of the attacks could land on the surface of the battle fortress, which made them heave a sigh of relief. The battle fortress wouldn't last much longer. This was the only thing they could be at ease about. The outer defense is broken. Half a month later, the outer defense of the battle fortress was broken. Everyone's attacks landed on the surface of the battle fortress. Now, they just had to break into the battle fortress. For the persevering ruler, this was the best piece of news. They were just a step away from entering the inner parts of the battle fortress, and the formation masters were all gathered together to protect them. After chasing for another 3 days, the battle fortress suddenly stopped. Everyone could see that they were about to break into the battle fortress. Run, keep running, the mysterious dark ruler said coldly.